As you can tell probably from the video, it wasn't very fast. And the time slips actually show that.
I have 2 Hermes scarves. I think possibly 3. I think I lost one.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to our, 15th, 16th. And tonight we're doing our show on litigious Stern. We've managed to cite a couple of really, really good lawsuits that he's had in the past because there's so many good, delicious, juicy ones that we can kind of delve into. But first we're going to do Week of Review. And we have on tonight Elias Boy. And I really want to talk to you for a few minutes about who you are and what you are in the Stern fandom. We also have Sal's Master Shake, whose name is Carrie.
Oh, it's just Carrie! Oh, John.
God.
I'm going to faint. I'm too hot.
Still Tuesday.
Got the vapors.
So fucking ridiculous.
Uh-huh.
So, Elias.
Yes.
I was thinking about you today.
You were.
Yes, you were, weren't you?
Yes, I was. Elias is actually the reason I ever went to Dog Shed. And you know this because Elias is the master of photoshopping and GIFs and just funny, stupid, silly shit. You really kind of are the Artie of the Dog Shed. You are probably the reason so many people came over to the shed.
Oh my God.
I see it all the time.
I'll sign off on that.
Right?
I mean, he's almost like a walking Mad magazine in a way, too, with that satirical touch.
Well, when the shed kind of started, I was like the liaison between the shed and SFN.
Yeah, I like that.
I was posting at both sites, and we did. I think I was the second or third member at the shed.
And what was the shed at the time? I mean, what did you guys do? Play hearts together? Like what?
You know what? But what happened was, if I remember correctly, I talked to Dog. Dog was the reason I got into Photoshop. I would ask, I saw how much fun they were having in that Beth face thread. Remember that?
Oh, my God.
That Photoshop thread.
That face? That's so funny.
That face. I lurked on SFN for, I think, 6 years and had like maybe 2 posts. They did that face thread. I jumped on and, tried to learn Photoshop because it looked like so much fun. And I would send Dog questions all the time. Hey, how do you make this look different? How do you fix this? First time I saw an animated GIF, I thought, son of a bitch, he can make his stuff move.
Yeah.
So I got addicted to making those, and he helped me out. And then it was about the time Stern was going on one of his tirades about how he didn't want to come back and he might not re-sign. And the tides at SFN were just starting to turn. They were starting to crack down a lot on anti-Robin stuff and a little bit of anti-Beth stuff, but they hadn't gone full bore yet. But Dog and I were getting a lot of grief from people. I couldn't make a Robin Photoshop without having 20 guys call me a racist.
Really?
For some reason. Wow. It wouldn't matter what the Photoshop was. I was a racist. Anytime and I don't care. I mean, I have no ego. It's Photoshop, okay? I don't care. If you think it's stupid, I probably think it's even dumber, okay? So, I mean, I don't get offended at opinions. You can call me any name in the book. If it's funny, I'll laugh right along with you. But it wasn't funny negative comments. It was just, you're just a racist asshole. No, I just happen to hate Robin. I don't care if she was purple,
Yeah.
And Dog said... he said,
Flemish.
Talked a couple of messages and said, hey, if Howard doesn't re-sign, and SFN goes away, where are we all going to hang out? And a lot of those guys, I only knew online. I had no relationship with them anywhere else. So if SFN went the way of the dodo bird, I would never talk to Dog or any of these guys ever again. So in Dog's personal life, he's made a ton of websites. And he said, I might make something just to have in the back pocket in case SFN ever shuts down. What do you think? I said, I think it's a great idea, especially if Howard doesn't resign, why would he keep SFN around? So I thought it was just a long-term thing. Next thing I know, Dog sends me a message. Hey, I made the website. Come check it out. It was Dog and I think Spaz at the time. And I was like the third member there.
Classic
and it was just a place to hang out and do non-Howard stuff.
So how did you guys grow? How did you become what we are today?
We started getting a lot of people that were banned from SFN.
And mass exodus. There were
That came later. At first, it was just dribbles. In fact, Dr. Ivan was one of the first members, too. He came over right away and loved the site and everything. And people would send us messages saying, hey, we want to talk about Howard and everything. We want to talk about Sirius. We didn't want to have a Howard forum because we did not want SFN to think we were trying to take members away. That's a big no-no in websites. I didn't know this at the time.
By the way, Elias, we should have filled you in on this beginning. We're all wearing cut sleeves in homage to Dr. Ivan tonight, every one of us.
Excellent.
And Steve Grillo.
And Steve Grillo.
And I need some compression. Scott, can I have some compression?
Tread lightly.
Right. So we people started dribbling over. Mostly it was the people that got banned from SFN. And in fact, for a while, SFN let me put a link to Dog Saloon, as it was at the time, in my signature on SFN because we made sure we weren't competing with them. If I had a Photoshop, man, I posted it at SFN. I didn't put it on Dogs if it was to do with Howard. I'd put it on SFN first. And then later on, maybe I'd put it over there. In fact, if you look on Dog's website, Dr. Ivan started the Photoshop thread.
Wouldn't you watermark it with your own name on it or something, if I remember right?
God, I did that after a while. I started doing the Elias thing after a while because somebody started selling shirts on eBay at one of my Photoshops.
Oh, God, that sucks.
Really? I felt like such a douche.
What the hell is that?
So I got to talk to my kids.
That's
no problem. No problem, girls. I'm here. A lot of girls are at
where are they in space? What are you connected?
God, I'm telling you.
Leave that Punky Brewster in space.
Yeah, God, I wish sometimes.
Sin, Monique, by the way, that was great. Leave that in.
So they let us have our link up and everything and our signature. If people asked me about it, I would tell them about it, but I wasn't saying, hey, come over to our place. Don't post here at SFN. We never thought about it as being anything like that. And in fact, it was so slow in the beginning. Every new member got their own personal welcome thread. Because we would Dog asked me if I'd help him, moderate. And we'd come on and I'd log in. I go, we got 2 new members today. What? Dude, we got 30 people here. And then Howard did that deal with SFN where he said, if you have any love for me in your heart, shut that place down.
Fuck you, midget.
Then Mutt, jokingly said, okay, Mutt was planning on doing an update for quite some time. So he took the opportunity to kind of tongue-in-cheek shut the website down and, do his update. And for whatever reason, it took forever. If I remember right, it was at least 2 weeks, I think.
It was at least 2 weeks, yes.
People came flying over to us and SFSN. And
that got shut down right away.
Yeah, well, they couldn't handle the server. They couldn't handle that website, if I remember correctly, they never wanted to be a huge website. So they started getting bombarded with traffic and their servers couldn't keep up. So they ended up closing down new membership and putting a link on their page going, hey, most of the people you're looking for are over at Dogs. Go there.
So I'm still trying to understand when the big surge came.
I think
the really big surge came when SFN shut down.
Yeah, I went there.
That was the big tidal wave. It started getting really busy with people when they started cracking down on all the anti-Beth stuff. If you notice, most of my Photoshops aren't exactly favorable. So I pretty much stopped posting any Photoshops there because
Black dildos cascading from the sky. Really?
Oh, God. If you could have been a fly on the wall while I was putting that together, my wife walked in the room. There was a lot of explaining that had to be done for that.
Yeah, I would kill for an hour with you to figure out how to do
One
gifts.
was the Photoshop screen and one was the Google image results. And it's funny when you got to pick just the right black one,
It's hard, trust me.
I almost said I'm anal retentive when it comes to that, but I don't think I want to go down that road.
You always get caught in misunderstood racism, Elias. It's always a black thing. It's always a Robin thing. It's always someone walking in and you're Googling just the right pigmentation. And
Elias, all right, so can we actually start the show? Yes.
But you got to admit, Monique, that's like the formation of Avengers.
Oh, my God.
Avengers, the way they moved over the dogs.
Okay, guys, week in review. Yes. What happened this week? Anything?
Boring.
It was one of the worst weeks.
It really was.
We say that every fucking week. But this in particular was one of the most heinous, boring, insipidly slow. It took me, I was in Seattle, so I was listening to it with 3-hour time delay. And I was able to literally lay in bed from 4 in the morning until 9. And I fell back asleep. Then I put it back on. Then I fell asleep. I mean, there was nothing going on. It was a horrible week.
Well, Monday especially was really, really bad. Yeah.
Well, guys, what was that heavy metal band he started the show with? What the fuck was that?
I never listened to the start.
It was good.
I don't want to hear his songs.
It was called Hate Beak, and it was almost like it was named after his big schnozzola, and he played some band. It was like a death metal band. Hate Beak. He started the show. A 61-year-old guy with skater boy clothes and a fucking earring started the show with
it weighs 23 pounds. Yeah.
And obviously, there's some payola thing going on with it. It was very, very strange.
Yeah. Well,
I'm not just to go back and listen.
Speaking of payola, there had to be about 47 mentions of Periscope during.
It's crazy.
Yes,
it is crazy.
Periscope with Jeff the Drunk, with Grotesque Eric, with the other guy. Sour
Why not just make it an ad? You know, I mean, it's I haven't listened in months, so I'm interested in hearing you guys wrap this up. I just got sick of it. It would drive me nuts.
Elias, he's out of control with the product placement payola. It's insane. It makes Drew Barrymore look like fucking Lou Reed.
But it was curious to me that he would continuously talk about Periscope, where he's basically bypassed everything in between. Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat, everything.
Right to Periscope.
Right to Periscope. So it's a curious thing to me. He must be pushing Beth on there. I think he mentioned that she was going to probably post some videos about
he did.
Pussy Palace in the sky.
He did.
Or some shit like that.
Think about it monetarily. Where else is he going to get advertisers?
It's a really kind of lowbrow fucking Ashley Madison bullshit list. You're right. You're right.
You know, when you're advertising shittens, you're not exactly turning away, Walmart commercials.
Let's discuss that for a second. You know, he's supposed to have millions and millions of viewers. How is it
30 million.
that he has never had McDonald's and Budweiser? He had Heineken for about 10 minutes.
Well, it's Snapple for a while. And Snapple's basically
really just had a lot of national advertisers ever. Everything he has is like D-list celebrities.
He had Dial a Mattress or 1-800 Mattress or something. Yep. He had, like probably C grade or B grade. I'm guessing. Advertisers.
Squatty potty.
Like you said.
But it's abysmal now. There's just
Ashley Madison. How low can you go?
Worst commercial ever.
God,
You know what, guys?
Take my eyeballs out and plug them in my ears every time they came on. Part of his draw was that the listeners, he always said, were so loyal to him. If he mentioned a product, his listeners would loyally go out and get that product just to support the show.
I'll give him this. He used to be a great live commercial reader. That was one of the first things I thought he was like. When I first started listening to the show, he really was mesmerizing at reading those live commercials. I was one of those lemmings, and it sold it well. And I think they would pump up those advertising rates to the sales executives because of his live reads were so convincing. He's a flim-flam man. He's a bullshit artist.
They pay for 2 minutes, and they turn it into a 10-minute bit.
And it turned right, and it segues into 10 minutes.
When I had my original radio that had, I think it was like a 45-minute pause. You could hit pause, and I would arrange my workday around that. If I had a meeting, I would get back to my truck, and if I missed 10 minutes, I had to download the show when I got home. I had to hear that 10 minutes I missed.
Absolutely.
If you missed it, your market, it was gone forever. Just listen to a podcast with Chiasano. He said that they forever were trying to get the show to run 24 hours on stations back in the K-Rock days because of exactly that. I'd get so frustrated. I got to a point where I used a VHS tape and I ran an audio wire into my stereo because you could tape 6 hours on a VHS tape, and I would tape the audio. That's how much of a mental patient I was on a VHS tape.
All right, nerds. All right, Michael, I'm going to interrupt you because I need to mention the most important thing that happened on Monday, which
Trump?
I found fascinating. No, PewDiePie. So, for those of you who don't know who PewDiePie is.
PewDiePie?
Yeah, he is a YouTube podcast broadcaster. He has over 35 million viewers on a consistent basis. What he does is he comments on video games. So as people are playing video games, he's commenting through the game. And apparently it's a tremendous, tremendous fucking thing. I have people in my office who have 12-year-olds, 15-year-olds. Everybody knows who PewDiePie is.
Never heard of him.
So this is like a new, fascinating, amazing thing to Howard. The guy made, I think, close to $8 or $9 million last year.
That's exactly
just
right.
on YouTube advertising alone. He was shocked and amazed at how somebody could have 38 million subscribers. And you know Howard looks at this lovingly and thinks to himself, cha-ching, you know, if I could have 20 million subscribers paying $7 a month.
Did you hear the bitterness in his voice, too? Like, even Jarvis was just like,
why do you even come into the studio? I don't even know why you even work for Sirius. Why don't you just have your own infrastructure, Howard?
and Howard, you could hear him stammering, and you could just feel his blood boiling, you know, through the radio.
Podcasts.
It's all a setup for the setup. It's all a fucking setup. There's nothing on that show that is real and organic anymore. There's nothing there that makes us not believe that in the very near future he's doing something. Who is it? Whale Rock? Black Rock?
Yes, Whale Rock. Yes, you got
to the black theme today.
You got it. I know. You'll get your chance to say the N-word, Grace.
I want fried chicken. I never use that word.
I know you don't.
I really don't. Did you guys hear the Donald Trump calling? I didn't hear that.
It was a fake Donald Trump.
Oh, so somebody thought it was real. Weirdo.
He didn't call it. You know, everybody that calls in right now is kind of fake.
Everybody does. It irks me. It's like they had Artie. They did Eric the Midget.
Well, it's a lot of whack packers, and it annoys me.
The whole show is whack packers.
No, it's not. It's fake fucking whack packers. It's not even real whack packers.
Well, they've been.
Why do they need to use high-pitch Eric and fake high-pitch Eric? Like, why do we need both of them?
Exactly.
They're all free.
I think it's strictly for Periscope purposes, Monique.
Exactly. Yeah, he's doing that.
We move on to Tuesday. Monday was horrible.
Was Tuesday Alec
Baldwin?
Yeah.
Ugh.
I feel like there's a connection between I was at 30 Rock. I was shooting 30 Rock with Lorne Michaels and Tina Fey, and I saw this fetching.
Rita.
I can tell you a story. I'll give you a story about Alec Baldwin.
Not again.
It was a cunt.
Wait, no, can I tell you? Can I tell you?
And then he
Alec
can do
Baldwin's
Matt
story
Dillon
really quickly.
Okay.
Okay, just really quick.
I think my favorite Alec Baldwin story.
Oh, yes, please.
So my girlfriend has a girlfriend who was obsessed with him. Always kind of lusted after him. And they lived in Long Island, and, you know, the whole Baldwin clan. They were like the fucking Kennedys of Suffolk
Long Island?
Where the fuck they lived.
They lived in Long Island.
She always wanted him. So he was between wives, and she met him in a nightclub. And she texted my girlfriend and said, I'm going to sleep with this fucking guy tonight.
Gross.
She's like, gross. Exactly. He was kind of fat at the time. He was a little slovenly.
He's very hairy as well.
Exactly. And that's what I'm getting to. She went home with him, slept with him. And the next morning she was like, oh my God, I cannot believe I violated my vagina with that man. Like, seriously.
Why? Because he was revolting?
He was revolting.
Physically, and
he was slightly smelly. He was sweaty.
What did she think?
I don't know what the fuck she thought.
He's hairy. He's gross. He swears at people.
He was a dream guy for her. And clearly, he didn't make the grade after that. But she only saw him that one time. He gave her money for a cab.
Well,
she went home. And that was the end of it.
He is a gentleman.
I know nothing about penis size. I have nothing there. All I know is that he was slightly smelly and not that great in bed.
Well,
Yeah, but she didn't even know.
Fate shaves my chest before every taping of 30 Rock. I thought I'd have you know.
What is with that voice? It drives me crazy with that.
Oh, wait, John's voice? Or?
No, with Alec, because the whole thing he's talking.
I would love for you to tell your Tina Fey anecdote.
I want to be on Jeopardy. That stink-eyed bitch. That's what he wants to do.
All right,
He's saying
let's move on. Can we please move on? All right, but never.
But I want to talk about Alec Baldwin.
If we don't, tell me, what is it you want to talk about with Alec Baldwin?
One thing he talked about was going to Howard's and making fun of his
bowling alleys. Yeah. Right.
Making fun of that. He said that he brought wine and Beth made a face at it. that it wasn't good enough wine.
It was
And
too
Howard said,
lowbrow
we
for it."
never do stuff like that. Well, excuse me, Howard. I
Wait, what
do
do you
recall
mean? That
when George Takei gave you a bottle, you and Beth Googled the bottle and saw it cost $82.
and it wasn't good enough for them?
No, it was not good enough for them.
I didn't listen to Alec Baldwin at all, by the way. It was almost 2 hours fucking long.
He brought up the bowling alley twice, Monique, and he slipped it in. It was almost as if he read Dog Shed. He went. He goes. I would want to stay home too if I had a house at bowling alley and a house in Southampton. And Howard couldn't segue out of there fast.
Really?
He could not. Yeah, that bowling alley terrifies him. He twice brought it up. It was great.
And he also talked about it.
Douchebag bowling alley bullshit. Who gives a fuck if your little bony rich ass has a fucking bowling alley?
Just
Like,
say it.
that's the main reason we think you're a douchebag.
But honestly, that's like buying a home in Florida that has a fucking bocce ball court. Like, you like it for a minute, and then you're totally over it, and weeds are growing out of the fucking greenery and the whole shit. Like, nobody ever uses it.
It's just a rich guy thing
to
to
the bowling alley and have him try to dodge the balls.
Hey, Monique, nice guinea analogy, too, with the bocce ball. It makes me want to hose down my driveway with a power washer.
Denying a bowling alley. What a
Bocce ball. What a relic.
All right, what else happened on Tuesday?
Tuesday, just
We're never getting through
fake
this.
phone calls, Blue Iris clips.
Oh, she's disgusting.
Stop it.
Blue
They
Iris
did
is
not get
dead.
Blue Iris.
Don't use Blue Iris
I
for
didn't hear that.
clips. Yes.
Here's what's going on now. He basically has tried to recoup the whole whack pack that used to be. So all of a sudden, we're getting these phone calls from Crazy Alice, the Blue Iris retreads.
Underdog lady singing.
Shuli has been with Underdog
Religious
Lady
hymns.
for like 2 years now.
Yeah.
But also, who's the Claire
Eric
guy?
the Midget.
Daniel Carver.
Daniel Carver was on the other day.
For real?
So he's
Daniel
trying,
Carver?
so he's trying to recoup all these classic whack pack. And I'm not exactly sure why that's happening.
That's Shuli's in. He's the whack pack liaison.
Oh, right.
He kind of talks to them off the air and sort of romance, and that's how he weasels his fucking way on the air. That's Shuli's the whack pack liaison.
Yeah, you're exactly right. What else happened?
Tuesday's a dud after that. I think that's
Totally. Diet
Moving on to
tips,
Wednesday.
Bachelor talk.
Wednesday, he started talking about how he went out with some of his old friends from college.
Monique, did that sound completely fake to you?
Completely fake.
First of all, too, if he lived in Roosevelt, all those dudes are Jewish. So you couldn't have Jewish friends. You couldn't have 4 Jewish friends if you lived in Roosevelt. So it blows up the whole Roosevelt thing. I think that whole thing was made up. I think he completely wrote that out, or someone wrote it out. None of that was authentic. I
And
think it was
let's
completely
admit it.
fake.
A trifecta
And he's not going
of
out
only
to
Jewish
dinner
guys
during the week
are not
either.
banging a bunch of girls and rehashing it at fucking 61 years old. I mean, really. What 61-year-old is rehashing their college or high school days?
You'd be surprised.
No, I wouldn't.
telling you.
Honestly, who does that?
I know.
Same kind of person that photoshops the penis off of a dog.
Poor doggy.
I have nothing to say. You're 100% right. I have nothing to say. So yeah, so they started talking about, apparently, and quote, all the girls they fucked. As if there was some sort of majusmo thing going on there.
Sorry.
Jeff the drunk.
The fucking 3-inch club is talking about who they banged in the past. I thought that was amazing. So what else happened on Wednesday? I'm not even really sure.
Well,
Beetlejuice.
John. Oh, Beetle. And he is as bad as can.
That was a horrible interview.
I felt
Yeah,
sorry
it
for
was
him.
kind of forced, right? It was
Well,
like
then they bring in his son. Beetle, you have a son.
They're trying to let it stick with him now. It's not.
Son.
Was that Jeff the Drunk's lump? Was also Beetlejuice's son. Capitalizing on retardation
Of course.
and making him feel like
But
shit.
it makes me so angry because he was saying how he didn't want to use women. It made him feel bad that he used people. And then in comes Beetlejuice.
Right.
Then he's making fun
Then
of
it's
Jeff
okay to
the
use
drunk's cough, who's probably dying of lung cancer.
Right.
I mean, the guy's a scum with a capital S.
Well, I'll tell you what I found pretty amazing about Wednesday's show. somebody had called in. I'm not sure who.
I think it's Hansy.
I don't think it was Hansy. Oh, maybe it was.
Hansy, calling him a liar.
And they're calling him gay.
I loved it.
Yes.
Who was it that said, you
make it sound like it's bad?
You said in your book that
Hansy said that
being gay was a choice.
Hansy said it,
and that it was a disease. And then Howard just shrugged it off with, we've all made mistakes.
I've gotten better as a person.
Opinions.
You should try it sometime.
Yes.
Looks like Dr. Sarno cured more than his back.
Now, we addressed that in a previous Radio Gunk show about how he uses Dr. Sarno inconvenience, and then all of a sudden it doesn't work for him anymore. He lies. I mean, he's just a liar.
Big fat liar, yeah. Or
No,
very skinny liar, excuse me.
What else happened on Wednesday?
Well, you like Jillian Barberi.
Jillian Barberi. Who
or whatever.
Barberi.
She's like Jillian Barbarian.
Man, when I banged her 10 years ago.
She's basically a Canadian Marianne from Brooklyn with a SAG card. Like, her ebullience is like douche chilling. There's something about the celebrity Stern superfan now that's almost senile. It's like they can't see through anything. They caught on a little too late, and she's like leading the pack on that. I cannot. She's from Burlington, Ontario, and she was married to actually married to a baseball player. That Barberi's not her name. Brett Barberi was a utility infielder for the Expos, and that's her original husband. She's married to him for 6 years, and she claims she masturbates to Howard.
Yes.
Who the fuck would masturbate? You might use Howard to masturbate because he looks like a giant fucking penis.
Well, I mean,
you would never
if
actually
you want to make it last
masturbate
longer.
to him. What?
That's exactly right.
If you want to make it last longer.
She's Howard's division.
Well, I'd use him as a diet plate. Look at him. I'd never want to eat.
She is a classic sycophant. She has nothing but good things to say about him, and I think that's the whole reason he had her in. She had nothing to plug. She's hosting a win a weatherman contest.
America's Top Weatherman. Yeah.
What's the shit about that? This is why we have a fucking weather app. I don't need to hear a fucking weatherman tell me about the troughs that are moving in. Does anyone?
She's also so full of shit and phony. Like, she's like, I just date regular guys. I can't date celebrities.
Yeah, right.
Meanwhile, her hit list is like Derek Fisher, who's the coach of the Knicks. She dated Al Michaels' son, Steve, who's a producer.
I need a regular guy like Derek Jeter.
But he would not
He would never
go out
touch
with
her.
Jillian.
No.
Jillian's too old for him.
No.
Big time.
He wouldn't
Not
touch
that
her with
hot.
Howard's
I think
penis.
she's hot.
No way.
I'm abroad. What do I know?
Howard told her how much he loved 50 Shades of Grey, and she emasculated him for it.
Yes.
Did you hear that?
Yeah, that was funny.
So he did do a weird little odd tirade about how the drag queens that dressed him on the covers of his books were too draggy for him. Like, they overmade him. They didn't make him pretty. They made
he said
him
that?
look like a drag queen.
You're
Yes,
kidding.
It was so weird.
What's he talking about, Caitlyn?
Drag
He's
has a
trying
bell curve
so
now?
fucking hard to get Caitlyn in. It's not even funny. Like, he wants that interview more than anybody in the world.
He had his chance a decade ago, and he didn't cultivate the relationship with John.
He's jonesing for those balls. Honestly,
Yep.
jonesing for them.
Oh, Jillian Barberi. Yeah.
We really should try to get Natalie Maines in, because she's the one celebrity sycophant who's actually seeing the light a little
she
bit.
sees the light big time.
I think she's coming around now.
I like her.
She's tweeted a lot of negative stuff. She's kind of got a head on. I think we should try to make a play for Natalie.
She will never come on. Of
And I
course
was
not.
just going to say
about that. I
something
don't know.
super mean
She's
about
a
her,
scam.
but since maybe we'll get her in one day, you never know, Grace.
You never know what's
You
right.
never know. I mean, look at the people
At
that...
this point, the celebrities that liked Howard and were friends with Howard, they're going to, like Howard does with reviewing movies. If he's going to have somebody in that did a movie that he saw that he didn't like, he just says, "Oh, I didn't see that."
Yeah.
They're going to play the game, and it's all relationships and all, but they're not going to trash him.
He has another play now, though. Go, Carrie.
It's
You want to say
pure
something?
Hollywood shuffle.
Hold on,
right
John. Carrie wanted to say something.
Yeah.
Go, Carrie.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. That somebody was knocking on my door.
Pizza delivery.
If it's an Ice Cube delivery, tell them we're already covered.
No, it's actually,
I have a theory on the Stern Show that relates to Han Solo.
Okay.
If you can give me a second here.
Please, just a second.
In Star Wars, in the original trilogy, the ones that we saw when we were kids,
Such nerds.
they had all this techno garbage babble, stuff about use the Force and it's a religion, and you had this Han Solo voice, this sarcastic every guy that just went, who gives a crap about the Force? I got a gun. Yeah. That was the voice that Artie had, that Jackie had. So when Howard and Robin would go on about how they were out, tasting wine and having cheese and watching polo matches, Jackie or Artie would go, "What are you guys talking about? I sat home with a meatball sandwich and watched a football game. You guys are just wacky." That was our comments. That was the listener's point of view. That's not there anymore. Now you've just got a bunch of guys talking about crap nobody gives a shit about. Howard and Robin aren't entertaining by themselves. They're entertaining when they're in a conversation with somebody who's not on the same level as them.
And they can feed off of it.
Yeah, make fun of them.
And they can defend themselves. Yeah. Right now, but it reminds me of Steve Martin. Steve Martin used to be one of the greatest stand-up comics ever.
Then he became a serious actor.
Well, he had to stop doing stand-up. He said he stopped doing it because he got to such a level where he would walk out on stage and he would say, "Hey, how's everybody doing?" And the place would just erupt in laughter.
He didn't have to earn anything.
And I was a very, very amateur hack. Don't even, it's not even on the same level of anybody, stand-up comic. I did a little bit. And the way you do it is you practice your stuff, and if the crowd laughs, you make note, okay, that worked. Because in your head you might think it's really funny, but you say it 3 times and the audience doesn't laugh, you take it off your list of stuff to do. Steve Martin couldn't judge what was working.
Yeah.
He would just walk out on stage and say anything, and they would just erupt into laughter and applause.
Well, I give him a lot of
that now, surrounded by the yes men.
That's
he walks off doing the shittiest show ever, and he's got a hallway full of people going, "Oh, Howard, that was the best one yet."
No, they don't, because they have to go into their offices. They're not allowed to tell them anything.
And that's why I leave so fast, too, because you're never going to hear the truth. If you just go to the Howie pole and you take that freight elevator, you take that wig freight up with the limo waiting for you, you're never going to hear the truth if you just keep doing that same routine. You're absolutely right.
We call him exactly what he is. He's a veal in a cage.
That's so good.
He just gets trotted out for the show, and then he gets pulled back in and goes into his insular little boy in the plastic bubble, John Travolta, Glynis O'Connor movie. Boy in the plastic bubble.
I love that movie. Do you know John?
That's a Grace movie.
That's a great fucking movie.
Well, who didn't love it?
I love it.
This is before we knew John was allegedly gay.
He's totally gay. Total fucking punchbacker.
I didn't know then.
Yeah.
He was
the only plugs he's getting around his hair and in his ass.
Yes, well. And his butt.
Personally, I don't understand why they would bother. It's not the 1950s. I don't care if a guy's gay in a movie. I mean, Neil Patrick Harris is gay. I still think he's hilarious in all the movies he does where he's, with a woman. I mean, I don't give a rat's ass.
It's not that, progressive. It's just not.
You're enlightened. Trust me. Go to any flyover stage.
I just don't give a shit.
You're
pathetic.
But many do.
Many do.
I mean, if that Tom Cruise ever came out as something other than what he is, he would fall flat on his ass. That'd be the end of him.
He's an alien.
Bradley Cooper, Jeremy Renner. Jeremy
Renner's gay. Okay.
Of course he is. They all are.
So, I don't think that Bradley Cooper is, actually. I know he's a little bit of a pussy hound. I've heard.
Victor Gerber. That was his... Victor Gerber.
I don't know. When I dated him, he never acted gay. So, like...
All right. Let's... I think we're done with the week in review.
Please.
Nothing happened. I know. It's turgid.
Yeah. You should spell that WEAK in review.
Yeah. It is. That's what we always call it, the week in review.
It was hilarious.
So, let's go into our topic at hand.
Okay.
Which is the litigious Howard. Oh, Michael, can you make me a Photoshop for tomorrow for the new episode?
I can do it right now while we're talking.
I usually use Todd Packer, and he usually does one for me, but he's kind of missing. He's a little MIA.
He is definitely MIA.
His YouTube Howard Stern channel has been taken off the air.
Yeah.
He's not around.
Yeah.
Like, he's a little MIA. I'm a little concerned.
Yeah, it hit me last week, too. I'm officially, it's milk carton time for Packer. We got to go.
Packer and Xavier, I'm a little concerned about, too.
Xavier, yeah.
Yeah, I know. He's totally gone.
Do you guys think he's been clandestinely fucked with?
I think the Illuminati have taken him. That's exactly what's happening. Yeah, so if you can make me something for this. So it's litigious Howard. And I did an exorbitant amount of research on this week for no good reason. It's not like I wasn't fucking super busy at work and had tons of shit to do, but I was on a flight to and from Seattle with 12 or 14 hours to kill. So I did a lot of research on how litigious he actually is. And we have another guy on with us, Mr. Frank, who is really just our straight man in this, if you will. Because unlike Carrie, with all due respect to Carrie is a lawyer also, and he's out of Arizona. And New York law is just a little bit different than Arizona law. And I wanted somebody to kind of talk to what the legalities are of what happened with a couple of these lawsuits and how he has affected the suing of different people. I can't focus on you at the same time, Grace.
Plus, Monique, Frank is wig-oblivious. He has no dog in the Stern hunt. He has no bias. He has you're just going to get the straight law for what he's not looking to appeal to any private sectors.
Appeal. I see what you did there.
Guys, please promise me you'll use the word jurisprudence at some point in anything.
Yeah, John needs to start stroking.
I need a jurisprudence. I got to chub up the jurisprudence. By the way, Carrie, you are the Matt Murdock of Arizona. I love the law you practice, and you are the Jerry Colangelo of dog shit.
What is he talking
Hey, I
about?
appreciate
I have no
that.
idea.
Okay,
Jerry Colangelo, come on. He's the founder of the Phoenix Suns.
he owns Arizona.
Oh,
pretty
gee,
much
we
now.
should have known.
What does
You
Carrie
can look
sound
him
like?
up.
He
Look
sounds
him
like
up. That's
somebody.
he is a major heavyweight.
Yeah, he's a
So-
big player. He's head of USA basketball right now.
All right,
Is Sammy the Bull Gravano still hiding out in Arizona, Carrie?
You know what? No, he's doing some time, I think. He might.
Oh, he's in the clinker again?
Yeah. He got in trouble out here.
Ah, okay.
Edits. I do want to mention, however, Graceful, that sitting in that bag right there is a shit ton of candy, courtesy of Schmiegel, who sent me a
Schmiegel.
box. I couldn't even carry it all home.
Thank you.
So I want you to look in there and let's start having a little snack action.
Thank you.
She sent us some chips and some candies.
Thank you for the candies.
I know.
I love her.
I know.
Thank you so
Popcorn.
much, Smickle.
And they're going to be yummy. Can you bring that over to
Gourmet
us
candy.
so we can start
Yes.
messing a little bit?
Thank you.
All right, let's go back to this.
Thank you for the
So-
candies. You
Okay.
rule.
Okay, shh. I just wanted to point it out to you, but let's not make it a big issue. We're going to go into litigious Stern. We can come
Then
back.
why did you tell me to pick up
Because
the
I'm
food
hungry.
for it?
I want you to just pull it over here
Oh,
so
you
that we can eat
bitch.
some.
You fucking bitch. Oh, you want to eat? Oh, excuse me.
You know,
crunch, crunch, crunch.
My assistant at work, what I used to do to her historically
Big Turk.
is, I thought it said big turd to begin with.
I
My-
love this candy.
My assistant at work, I was like, Kathy, could you come here for a second? And she'd come over to me. I'd be like, while you're up, could you get that paper over there for me? The copy
Yeah, everybody's your slave. I could stack you.
Classic Kathy. Vintage
Classic Monique.
Yeah, we need to use these Asian girls for good and not evil.
Sorry.
I'm going to eat something right now called Nielsen's Jersey Milk.
And there's
That
Kit
sounds-
Kats.
That sounds a little weird.
Hey, she dug into this chow, baby. But remember,
Monique,
she doesn't
you better
eat
start with
nachos.
Frank before we all get
This is
jury
David,
duties.
by
Get
the way.
cranky
This is
over
all David.
What are those?
It's
Holy
French fries
crap, I
with
just
gravy.
found a Howard
and potato
picture that
chips.
just turned my
Yeah.
stomach.
I can't believe you can multitask like that, Elias. You could use. I don't even
made a
know
whole
what Photoshop is.
David, these are all David.
Oh, David.
No, I swear to God, I brought these all home. He opened them all up.
Where's my candies?
Right? Look at all fucking candy.
Oh,
It's pretty sad. I mean, I have a whole hierarchy of folders. Well, here, I've got a folder called Beth Chops, and in there I've got a folder called Howard. And inside Howard, I've got folders called Big, Large, Monsters, Ostrich, Private Parts, Wig, Wig Blow, and Ideas.
I'm jealous you're that organized, man. I would do it if I had the brain for that. I need my Adderall and I could do that. I'm jealous of you, man.
Okay. Litigious Stern.
You guys sound like
the fucking
pedophiles.
Beth
That's fucking
episode.
empty.
we could never get around to something because we digressed into so many different places.
You're the one who told me about the candy.
I saw it sitting there. I needed some. Okay.
I'm going to be your slave.
So, I compiled a shitstorm of lawsuits. You're just going to go through them, and then we can kind of parse through the ones that are the most important to discuss. So there's a contract for his $500 million serious contract. Then we have the FCC litigiousness. I mean, there's a ton of those. Yeah. Then we have a fine for using the word Blumpkin. Then we have him trying to protect the Fart Man franchise, which is a whole nother story, by the way, John.
You could shoot that down.
Right.
The FCC stuff isn't him. He's not picking those fights, though.
No, he's not picking the fights. You're exactly right. Then we have Man-Cow and him fighting.
Gets under some thin skin. That's litigious. A good one. Yeah.
That was a pretty funny depot.
I mean, there's so many of them.
Monique, did they list Man-Cow's real name in that suit?
Oh, I didn't pull the paperwork on that.
What is it, Eric Moeller?
Yeah.
Okay, that's right.
That was the one where Man-Cow or someone supposedly sent Howard a box of turds or something like that.
Oh, right.
Turd actually sent a box of excrement.
Right.
Turd
right.
was his Turd was his lackey.
What I love.
Turd?
There's a turd person.
Turd, yeah.
Yeah.
What I liked about that was how Gary is supposedly a handwriting exemplar expert. Because Howard talked about that in that depot that, well, my producer Gary matched up the handwriting and it was the same. So.
Right.
I don't even understand
that's an example of a lawsuit you get into younger in life, and the serious money lawsuit comes later, like that Sirius XM.
Right. So,
I can hear
look, and it looks like the letter R is the same in both.
Yeah, so I mean, the guy had, in addition to 2 opposable thumbs, he's also now a handwriting expert. So good for Gary. Monkey.
He will never work in this town again.
Monkey, I love that.
I agree.
Hey, Bob, it looks like there's a poo fingerprint here, and the other one looks like it has the same thing. I think we have a pretty good case here.
He probably really did say it.
Hello.
All right, guys.
I don't want to scare you, but I think somebody sent us some poo. I checked the mail, and it smelled like my breath.
Stop it, Grace.
Why did you be mean to me?
I'm not being mean to you.
Do you mind if I fling it around a bit?
Can we get to the subject?
Beth called. She wants to do a commercial for it.
But she doesn't
You can send prescriptions to people. Maybe she can pose with it in a bikini. In the snow.
That's funny.
It's your next Photoshop.
Prescriptions is perfect for her. But she doesn't poo-poo.
She doesn't shit, that's right.
She only farts when she runs. All right.
God.
It's a full moon.
I
know.
Werewolf.
Did you guys see that that depot? It was it's from '96, but it just gives you a flavor of what Howard's all about. Where they talk about how, hey, listen, I fake.
Let me read that. I got this.
Yeah.
I got this. Please hold as I scroll through my million pages. So basically what happened is there was... Oh, wait, I'm on Jane right now. Hold on one second.
Yeah, this is Personal Publications versus Sagittarius Broadcasting.
Got it. Okay. So Howard did a declaration about this Personal Publications, right? So they were an advertiser for the show. And Howard, I guess... Now, why did he do this deposition? What was the
gist of it was the company was mad that he wasn't using or working in their product like he supposedly promised to do. So I think the one show that they talked about was where he interviewed Pamela Anderson or Pamela Anderson.
Got it. Okay, so it was something called Fantasy Cards.
Right.
And here's the declaration of Howard Stern. I'm going to read through it really quickly. I am the host of the Howard Stern Show at WXRK Studios in New York City. Stern Show has been number one for a number of years, remains today one of the most popular radio shows in the United States. Amongst the services offered to advertisers on the Stern Show are live promotions and advertisements of product that I read or perform. These promotions are popular amongst advertisers and listeners. One of the reasons for their popularity is that the content of the live advertisements often is blended into the entertainment portion of the show. In October 1994, several live commercials were broadcast during the Stern Show for a product called Fantasy Cards, an adult card game manufactured and sold by Personal Publications. I understood that PPI specifically had requested that I state on the air that I personally had used the product. Okay, this is where the bullshit comes in. I also understand that PPI specifically had requested that I use the game during the entertainment portion of the show in any way possible to achieve maximum exposure for the product. Live advertisements for PPI Fantasy Cards products were broadcast on October 4th and October 6th. During both of these spots, as requested, I stated that I personally had used the Fantasy Cards product. Bullshit. The next day, October 7th, I interviewed Pamela Anderson, a popular actress, during the show. In accordance with PPI's request that the cards be used during the entertainment portion of the show, during the interview, a portion of the text from one of the cards was used as part of a comedy sketch. Additional live advertisements for PPI's product appeared on October 11th, 13th, and 18th. I declare under penalty of perjury that the foregoing is true and correct. Now let me turn to Frank for a second, because we were talking about this a little bit earlier, and how he does these live advertisement reads, like for Mama Mancini meatballs and how delicious they are, or now he has something called Blue Apron, where you bring in the food.
I was just talking to somebody about Blue Apron last night.
As a matter of fact, I tried Blue Apron last night.
Well, she does the same thing. You know, whatever he's promoting, she does the fake. I was just using that last night, Howard.
Yeah,
exactly.
That's the marching orders.
I think this is
really
pretty
ethical?
This is more analogous to the whole Periscope thing, I believe. You know,
Yeah.
they're trying to mix it in like it's organic. You know, I could just imagine that interview with Pamela Anderson. So, Pamela, you know, I was just whacking off last night to these Personal Products Inc. Fantasy cards. Have you heard of them? You know, Personal Publications. I mean, it's just ridiculous.
Well, Frank, do you think it's ethically correct to actually state that you use a product or are intimately aware of a product when in reality we all know that he's never used it?
Well, I mean, I'm not going to talk about what's ethical, but when the FCC has rules on, endorsements, and when you say you're, first of all, because endorsements are persuasive, right? I mean, somebody you respect, and they say, "I'm using it. Wow, I might use this product." So they number one, they kind of want you to actually use it. Otherwise, they would see it as a false and deceptive trade practice potentially.
Well, he doesn't eat red meat, so I always use the Mama Mancini's as a point of reference because he says, "Oh, they're so delicious. I love them. Robin, don't you love them?" And we all know that he doesn't eat fucking red meat.
But everybody does that. They want to do the money. They're going to lie. They're going to say,
Who's everyone?
Give me some.
Who's everyone?
Well, people that eat meat don't really have anything going on.
He's like he's advertising a non-vegetarian product to a bunch of people that know he's a vegetarian.
Right.
He also did that with a product called SodaStream, where they were like, I stopped listening about 1.5 years, 2 years ago, but I can remember at the tail end of it, it was SodaStream out the wazoo about, this is great. You get to
mix in your SodaStream.
Right. But then in the same breath, I remember on one show specifically, he was going on and on and on about, Coke and Pepsi. I mean, they might as well just inject you with poison or whatever. Some words to that effect that if you drank Coke or you drank Pepsi or soda in general, it was just analogous to drinking.
You're an asshole.
He would say it was child abuse to give your kids pop.
Correct.
Right.
Correct. Yeah. And it's like, but getting back, Robin, have you heard about SodaStream? I mean, it's like, come on.
I don't know why you're advertising with him. Not you guys, but I mean, if he's saying stuff like that, why would you have him? Unless you think that the audience just doesn't care or doesn't connect the dots. This guy says, "I hate soda. I don't eat meat, but try these meatballs."
That's the lemming audience you're talking about. Like, Howard's audience too well. These people are zombified lemmings that will listen to anything and that's what they're preying on. They're preying on sort of the least cynical among us. The Marianne from Brooklyn's, the Bobos. I mean, it's okay. Soda is poison. But acid for your own daughter Emily at a Z100 concert is great fare.
That doesn't have anything to do with anything.
Yeah,
she's a kid.
And
that's the hypocrisy. I didn't do it.
The respect, he ever had for his audience.
Right.
He doesn't care about his audience.
No.
Frank makes an interesting point about the advertisers themselves. I mean, it kind of bleeds into this, how this next prank is getting ready to happen for Howard. But it's some of the same thing where I think these advertisers are, the way they look at it, they're like, oh my God, it's Howard Stern. We're going to have all this stuff on here. We'll advertise and we're going to sell out a SodaStream like you won't believe. And all they're doing, they're listening to his live reads cut up and presented to them when their assistants bring it in. They're not listening to the entire show.
They're starfuckers too. They would force it. Chiasano said they would have to force Howard to go to these sales meetings because they wanted him to be starstruck with him. He didn't want to do any of this shit. He didn't want to facilitate any sales. They had to force Howard to go to these. Well, obviously they had to force him to go to these just so his big fat fucking manorexic wig would just sit and he had to sit on the right side, obviously, would sit there and they would be so starstruck they would strike any deal with them.
Oh, there's money in it. The Sirius XM deal he went to court over, even though it wasn't the subject of the dispute, he's getting money from advertising. So, there's a reason he's going to do it. But, somebody's not paying attention. Number one, the audience. Number two, advertisers.
Right.
Frank, I was saying this to you off the air. You've been doing this for a while. I was thumbing through the brilliant research Monique did, sending us all these lawsuits. It's insane, this checklist. Literally, it's spanning only a few. This is like maybe a little more than a decade. Have you ever seen anyone, let's just say the world of celebrity, that has this level of lawsuits that just incessantly? It's insane to me. I'm not in the business. You are.
Two people come to mind, George Steinbrenner and Donald Trump.
Now that's some wiglomaniacal company, right? That's like...
I got plenty of friends that, I've been practicing in the Philadelphia area my whole career, but I have plenty of friends that practice in Manhattan. And, they're billionaires, those other two guys. I don't know what Howard's worth, and there's a lot of churn in their business. So... And they use litigation as a business tool to get leverage or to get out of bad situations. And there's also, and they're public figures and they're divisive public figures. So they're going to attract star fuckers or whatever you want to call them. And, so they're more prone to be in addition to the regular business litigation, they're going to be in that celebrity litigation where it's just sort of noise because people.
Like you said earlier, Frank, and I agree with you wholeheartedly. I don't want to get into the Sirius XM lawsuit, but we're talking about how much money these people expend on lawsuits. And I guess the gamble is worth it if you're spending about $1 million on your legal fees.
If I was in a situation where I could make $300 million, and I can tell you, I read the contract, and both sides had colorable explanations as to why they were right. It wasn't like Howard's side of the story was ridiculous to my eye. But he lost. But if it were me and I was already worth 9 figures,
that's what I was thinking.
I'd roll the dice. I'd spend $1 million to make 300. And the thing is, you don't have, just because you file a lawsuit doesn't mean you have to take it all the way to trial. You can take it to the EVA trial and say, you know what? He lost on summary judgment, which means the judge interpreted the contract and said, no, this isn't going to go to a jury. Another person might have taken it out of the judge's hands and said, let's settle this thing. Give me $50 million. Sirius might have said, okay, now 30. All right, 35, done. And so you spend $2 million and you make 35.
Hey, Frank, if you were representing him, like just biting the rigor mortis hand that feeds you, this company just paid you 9 figures, $500 million. If you were representing Howard, wouldn't you be like, Howard, look, man,
no,
they're really good to you. You really want to go through, you want to be that greedy? You really want to come off that way?
It's right really not after he signed.
I'm not that nice guy. I mean, I would say, look, here's,
Listen,
I wasn't in.
He had a 50-50 shot of this happening, and I know any lawyer in my life would say, here's the way it could go. Sure. It can either go blah, 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 and you lose, or it can go favorable to us and you win. And you have a 50-50 shot. You don't know.
But then the flip side, too, is, and this is one thing that Sirius didn't do, and Frank, you could probably talk to this as well. I mean, they could have, if you think about it, they might have gone after their fees and costs, or they were certainly entitled to. But, obviously they're not going to want to piss their talent off by doing so. But, when you talk about these conversations with clients, that's one of the things that I talk about. I go, look, if this thing doesn't go our way, you could really lose out big here.
And look really bad.
So they all had to take a bite of that shit sandwich. They did. Yeah. And Frank, I don't know, are you familiar with the firm that actually represented Howard? Because I was trying to get just kind of an eyeball estimate of what their hourly billing rate would be.
What's the name of the firm? I have it somewhere. I'm floating in papers here.
I love hearing you guys talk shop. I love
it. It's Hughes, Hubbard, and Reed.
Okay, well,
it is Hughes, Hubbard, and Reed. Okay.
They're a big, Manhattan firm, and if the lawsuit was filed in 2008, 2009, by that point, your typical partner's billing $800-900 an hour. And
it was 2011. So yeah, no, you're right. You were talking about maybe $895, $800, somewhere around that range hourly billing rate for the partner.
He's a partner, but he's only been practicing at that point for about 14-15 years. Sirius had the bigger guns, for sure. Like, very, very well-known litigators. They were the bigger guns in this fight.
He's going against Karmazin, though, right, in that instance?
No,
Karmazin was gone. This was the complaint was filed, let me see here, in March of 2011.
Okay.
But I thought Kapnick did an excellent job, and it speaks to something that Frank had mentioned earlier, the fact that, and Arm, I think you might have mentioned it too, that I think the judge was kind of reading between the lines and putting stuff out there about, look, didn't you get a $75 million bonus?
That's how a normal person thinks.
No.
Judges are people too, and
I know, that's exactly right. Exactly right.
Again, I didn't necessarily see it as so clear cut that he was wrong, in there. But I mean, basically, it's a lawsuit about a contract, right? So the first hurdle you have to overcome when it's about a contract is you have to tell the judge, you either think you're right or, if the contract supports you, then you say, okay, you need look no further, right?
Right. Yeah.
If the contract doesn't support you, you say, well, it's ambiguous. We got to look at what us lawyers call parole evidence, right? Not parole like get out of jail, but PROL. And that means evidence of the negotiations that went on before the contract was signed. So that's what Stern's trying to get into, because he was basically making the case, hey, it was a 2-horse race at the time. I picked Sirius. They ended up eating XM like a cheeseburger, and, I should participate in that.
But, I like
entire win for them.
I like the judge's reasoning, though, because she said, listen, for the only way, the way the targets in the contract were written, the only way that Howard could have gotten that $300 million payday was if every single $9 million, and they were saying that there were roughly $9 million in Sirius, $9 million in XM. And she said the only way that he would have been entitled to that $300 million is if they counted, if he would have hit that target, was if they would have counted all 9 million of XM's total subscribers. And let
me remind you guys too, what's the biggest pastime in America right now?
NFL football.
NFL football. And what carrier had the NFL at that time? Not XM, it was Sirius. So who the fuck do you think that, you could just, that alone you could throw in his face going, no. The NFL is the most massive entity in this, with fantasy football, with office pools. These are where they're coming from. You could shoot him down just off the NFL.
Oh, Frank, I was just going to ask you, have you ever, in your career, clerked for a judge before?
No, I didn't go the clerkship route.
Yeah, I have some experience, and one of the things that and you brought up an excellent point, and Arm chimed in on it too, that these judges, they are human.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying they do this all the time. A lot of times they will. They're like, okay, give me the facts, hand me the memo, let me look at the law. Okay,
that's how it's supposed to be.
Well, but every now and then, again, the human element.
No, you get human. That's how I would be. I guarantee I would get human out if I had the gap.
And just reading her decision, she talked about that $75 million within the first 3 or 4 pages. And it's like, God, that's not enough for your greedy, wiggy ass.
You know, she probably has a family member who's getting foreclosed on. She probably has relatives who are struggling, and she sees this greedy, wiglomaniac son of a bitch who is set for jillions of lifetimes over, asking for more money. She's like, no way.
And I'm not money thrown at her ass.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that the judge stepped out of the law, because I really, I do think it's clear cut. I mean, the way she ruled on it, I don't need to tell Frank what the standard of review is and, what a genuine issue of material fact is. And, I think it was clear cut, but I mean, that's why we're lawyers and we're differing. But, it really was. It was clear to me. And I thought it was a great opinion. And it was something, it was just so wonderful. Yeah. When Howard when he was ranting daily, and he was just saying, you know what, Robin, I just want a judge just to read it and just tell me that I'm wrong. And you know what? 2 judges told him he was wrong. And Frank, when it gets to the appellate division, what is it? Is it a 3-judge panel, 5, or how did they do it?
3-judge panel. And the standard of review for fact, rulings of fact, is clearly abuse of discretion, and then clearly erroneous for conclusions of law. So it's summary judgment. I mean, for those who don't know what that is, that's basically you're cutting the lawsuit short before it gets to a jury, because the judge is saying the facts are set in stone enough so that I can sit and tell you the legal import of the facts, because the facts are clear.
Yeah.
I think there were 2. I said from the start I was going to be sort of the straight guy or devil's advocate. I think there are 2 colorable interpretations of this contract, one of which would favor Howard and the other one which the judge bought. If I was a judge, I would have let it go to the jury, partly maybe for the entertainment value. But second, this judge, I think, can't be in her head, but I wouldn't be surprised if she was very much swayed by the $75 million.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
$25 million fee for the merger. Basically, the thing that pulls the other way for me reading it, and I don't have an axe to grind against Howard, maybe that's why it pulls that way. Basically,
the judge might be a pissed off subscriber that was pissed off. He went to it. Who knows? Who knows who he dealing with?
It basically says that he gets paid for serious subscribers, right? And serious is defined as serious, whatever that was called at the time. Well, by the time of the merger, it's, that combined entity is now the legal successor. And that's a common feature of contracts. Like if you assign a contract or one company becomes another, it's the new company steps into the shoes. And so I would bet that when Sirius talks to the capital markets after the merger about how many quote unquote subscribers it has, it's not going to leave out XM. It's going to say, our combined overall umbrella entities have 18 million subscribers. And so from that perspective, I don't think the contract was that tightly or well written for the obscene amount of money that was involved. I mean, you look at the last page of the contract, it says, well, this is a binding contract, but it's the intention that we'll put something in a place that's really, not so half-assed. And they basically say that. But they left it. It's $1 billion issue.
No, you're right. You're right. I definitely agree with you that it could have been written with a lot better precision.
Can I throw something in here, because I don't want to get too caught up in legalese, because I got to be honest with you, me and Grace are sitting here in our second REM sleep.
You just wanted to say you just wanted to get me hard.
You guys keep talking. I have insomnia.
No, I'm
a little Remulac reference.
I want to talk about a couple of things that I gleaned from the complaint and the answer. And it's just stupid shit that I think means a little bit more to her than the $75 million. So basically, for 112 and Buchwald, and the important thing here is what a sweet fucking deal that Don Buchwald got.
I was thinking that too. He
basically,
gets 10%.
Buchwald gets 10% of everything Howard earns.
That's what we're talking about.
Right. Those hats aren't free.
Right.
Yeah, 7.5 million for that hitting that bonus. That's not bad scratch.
That's exactly right.
Well, so in the answer from Sirius to 112, and I love this whole thing, it says, for Stern's meaningful role, 112 and Buchwald have received outsized compensation. Compensation that included a signing bonus, base pay, performance-based compensation, programming development fees, advertising revenue shares, and a fee upon the consummation of the merger. So he got $25 million just because they fucking merged, having nothing to do with anything he did to make this happen.
Right.
And the subsidiary of Sirius. Pursuant to the agreement, Sirius paid 112 over $500 million in cash and shares of Sirius common stock.
I mean, that's legally irrelevant, but yeah, it absolutely swayed the judge.
Of course. But here's the thing.
That was the bonus, though, she's saying. Like, that's the same thing as the bonus. We were talking about it earlier.
So
no. That's two separate. That's two separate.
No, I know they're separate, but that's the same fee. It's as if they gave him the bonus initial up front.
Right.
No, that was already written into the contract. It was a cut and dry number.
Exactly. That's exactly right. It was that they were saying that, look, it was contemplated that there would be a merger, and we compensated him for it, 25 mil.
Yeah,
right. But we want the 300
that
mil.
Argument doesn't. I mean, I absolutely agree that it swayed the judge, but it's not. The dots don't add up. I mean, just because you have a bonus, one bonus in a contract for something happening, doesn't preclude there to be additional compensation for some, for the same thing. I mean, it doesn't logically follow.
Yeah, 100%. I agree with you. Let me just finish what I was going to read here. Pursuant to the agreement, Sirius also paid Buchwald over $50 million in cash and shares of Sirius common stock. Now, it sounds good on paper. The reality is that at that time, I think the Sirius stock was maybe at, 50 cents? $500 million in cash and stocks, and it's not split up here so that we don't know how much was cash and how much was stocks. But realistically, it could only be worth maybe $200 million. And I love that we were talking about this like it's fucking pennies.
Yeah.
But the reality is it's a shit ton of money for anybody.
Really.
I'm just amazed that Buchwald gets so much out of this. And we were reading this earlier, and David said, that's a sweet fucking deal.
It is.
For a guy who just basically, looks at contracts for him.
Yeah, but it was a hard
maybe he's so much more. I don't know.
What I remember a employee layoff as soon as that lawsuit was levied, and he was dragging that on. They were letting people go. I think Sirius was prepared to lose it, and so there was this whole they were letting people go. All salespeople and all radio shows were getting dumped. They were dumping channels. His own 101 was getting. So they were. I think Sirius was being prepared that they actually might lose it, and let's shave that money off in in exchange.
Well, this kind of shot a hole through this whole fiction that Howard used to have about, I don't know who makes what. I don't deal with that.
Right. Bullshit.
Such a lie.
That is the biggest load of shit.
I mean, it pulled the veil back from that because we knew it's like the way Sirius compensated him was like, here's your money for your production company. You decide how it's spent. You spend it on promotions and however else you see fit. So, it did pull the veil back a little bit, on that BS that Howard was spinning.
Yeah,
Gary, I think that Gunky McCheckelstein knows what the fucking custodians make. I think he's that obsessed with other people's money.
Yeah. But
Totally
to Frank's point, the judge is looking at this stuff, as you know, in the light most favorable to the non-moving party, and in this case, it would have been Howard and Buchwald. So, I mean, she, legally she gave them their due, but it happened the way it did. But what would your total estimate be of how much you think he spent on this litigation?
I know you're obsessed with that, and I was asking the question earlier. And
Great question.
For a best case scenario for a lawyer in New York City, and Carrie, you and I talked about this earlier, he probably was shelling at about $2 million for this lawsuit.
What do you think, Frank? You think it's about right?
That strikes me as a little steep because I just don't know how many depositions and all that, but I would say $1 million, north of $1 million, maybe not $2 million, but they didn't get the trial.
It really was. Let's see. The complaint was filed. I can tell you the complaint was filed in March of 2011. Judge Kapnick's decision came down in April of 2012. I looked at the court's docket. There were a lot. There were a reasonable amount of pleadings. Nothing crazy. I mean, it looked pretty normal.
But it's Howard Stern.
Depots wouldn't show up on the docket.
I understand that, but on a contract case, especially like you said, if it's not getting into parole evidence, what's the point of doing a depo? It's the four corners of the contract.
Howard's legal team would have pushed that wagon. They would have pulled that wagon. They would have been the ones asking for the depositions because their theory, because you can see it from the judge's opinion. The judge says, well, Stern's team says it's clear that they win, but then that in the event that the court thinks it's ambiguous, the court should look at the history of the negotiation. So what that tells me is that Stern's team took a bunch of depositions, everybody who was involved in the negotiations, and they made this whole showing to the judge about where Sirius and XM were when Howard was negotiating, and it was a 2-horse race. Howard picked Sirius, and guess who wins? It's Sirius. So that's what they're spinning, and that's what they're saying. Judge, Sirius is where it is today because I made them. That's what you were trying to say.
Should have used Dominic Barber, right, guys? Is there a shame? Is there an embarrassment that goes along with losing a lawsuit like this? Not just for Howard, but for the firm that represent him. Like if you go in there and that gets thrown back in your face, is it embarrassing?
Well, I can only speak for myself. For me, it would be if I, went to all this trouble.
Me too.
If I went to all this trouble to put together a lawsuit and whatnot, I don't know, but I tend to take everything personal. I had a motion to release hearing this morning and got totally shit canned by the judge, and I was pissed. So, but as far as prestige to a firm, getting a motion for summary judgment granted is pretty bad, I would say.
Up until the time I went solo, like back in 2014, I worked, 18 years in big firms, and there's embarrassing and there's embarrassing. I've won big and I've lost big, and it happens, and I don't know. You want to be able to say, I be a bit. Summary judgment motions get granted sometimes, and you say, I was also involved in that, and boy, the judge really made the bad decision, and then you, off the record, you say, oh well, this or that.
What I didn't look at was, and I should have pulled the appellate docket, but I wonder if that same firm handled the appeal.
I didn't look that up.
Let me ask you guys something. What do you think? Do you think, I don't know, sometimes maybe I'm a conspiracy theorist, which I know I am, but I can't help but think that Howard's going to pull one on NBC as soon as this AGT thing is over with, for a non-performance type of claim. What do you think, Frank?
Look, it's as long as the money's good in the relationship, if they want to pull some way that he disagrees with, he'll sue. I don't think there's any romance there.
What do you mean by non-performance, Carrie?
NBC somehow failed to perform their end of the.
Yeah, that was when he signed with AGT. All the fans on like your dog shit stuff, we being amongst them, were just like, I hope you like getting sued, AGT and NBC, because he's gonna find a way to do it by the end of all this.
All right, let's move on. I want to move on to some other lawsuits because I'm bored. You know, I was at a soiree last night, and it was all lawyers, and there was a big party at the Rainbow Room, and I'm looking around, and there's bored wives and people bullshitting, whatever, and it's a gorgeous room. And I looked at a friend of mine, and I said, you know, what's more boring than a room full of lawyers? And you know what the answer is?
This podcast.
So there's a couple of things I wanted to bring up and a couple of lawsuits that I thought were kind of interesting. But first I wanted to go into the original contract that Howard had with Sirius. And there were just a couple of interesting things in there. And again, I'm going to go back to Don Buchwald and the amazing fucking deal that this guy has gotten from them. Sirius shall pay to Don Buchwald as a consultant or as an entity created by Don Buchwald to provide his services, parens, quote, Buchwald. A consulting fee equal to, and it's redacted, but I'm thinking it's 10%, of all compensation, whether in form of cash or stock, paid to you under this agreement. So then we move on to some other various and sundry bullshit.
You say redacted one more time in sundry. I'll jerk off right here and now. I swear to God.
So originally, when he signed this contract, it was a Monday through Thursday show, which, by the way, after this came out, you know, he was still trying to do Fridays, but saying he was going to give us 5 days of content. And that's what he said, 5 days of content, not 5 days of live Howard, just 5 days of content. And so they knew going into the show that they were only going to work until Thursday. And then the content that would be provided when he wasn't going to be on was going to be best of and all of that stuff. I think what happened is after this lawsuit and after his contract was done, the 2004 content. Wait, when was the lawsuit? 2011?
Yes, that's when the complaint was filed.
So after 2004, 5-year contract, that took him into 2009. He then re-signed. When did he start doing the 3-day show?
The 3-day show came around in the second contract, right? So would you say it was 2010, 2011?
Yeah. Because it'll be 5 years.
That dropped down to when they took Thursday off?
Yeah. Wow. Okay, so then here we are coming up on new contract time, where he is now the 3-day work guy. He gets 10 weeks of vacation. Within that 10 weeks of vacation, he gets paid $15 to $20 million from ADT to work a couple of hours a week and have to seriously work maybe like 2 or 3 weeks out of that time. And he bitches about it and complains about it and makes it like it's such a shit show to actually have to work that hard, Robin, to create quality content for AGT. It's fucking pathetic. And he's all about the marbles, obviously. So then I wanted to go into the movie, Jane.
That was all new to me.
I remember
Me too.
that.
I had no idea.
I'd never heard of that.
Yeah, so Jane.
Wasn't Melanie Griffith supposed to be in that as well?
Exactly right.
Oh, that's the one. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I got it.
So here he is signing on to do a movie. The movie was called Jane. He was going to be a character named Michael something or another. And it was being located in Canada. So I think it was just 3 weeks of filming, something like this. So they originally talked about doing a deal sometime in, let's say, April. Then around July, the guy who's the producer is saying, I'm not really sure if I'm going to be able to get the financing, but let's go ahead and do a binding contract. So maybe a week later, still July, they sign a contract. About 3 days later, the guy who runs the movie company says, you know what? It's not going to work for us. And I'm not really able to do this.
Which is the movie business. That happens to the best, the biggest A-list actors all the time. They pull the plug out of the financing and the movie goes away. Happens to everybody.
But that was enough reason for Howard to just throw out there a lawsuit.
Yeah.
That further supports my point. Oh my God, he is going to. I mean, I'd bet money on it that he's going to sue NBC as soon as AGT's over with.
I don't think so.
I'm with you. I'm just waiting for that to sign. We'll have so much fun with that. That'll be so much fun to watch him go down. That'll be I think he's so embarrassed now that I don't know if he can deal with it. But I think you're right, Carrie. I think it's coming.
up on the panel with like the 4 judges, and they've got the guest judge, and he's sitting off to the side just sulking. I love that picture.
Rebel, Howard's on the ride.
So let me just finish with this Jane thing. So according to him, and the reason he was suing for $1.5 million because of literally a 3-day contract. 3 days. Howard Stern has performed all conditions, covenants, and promises required to be performed by him under the contract, including, without limitation, appearing for a wardrobe session, reviewing scripts delivered by the defendant, and making plans to be available for principal photography.
Making plans.
That's all he fucking did.
He's such an asshole.
Appointments.
Someone came and measured him, saw whether he was hanging left or right.
Did he order a new overnighter for that movie or something? I mean, a wig?
Oh, the writer for this is fabulous. First-class trailer with all first-class amenities, including private bathroom and shower, TV, VCR, air conditioner, heat, refrigerator. No other cast member shall receive a more favorable trailer or amenities than Howard.
He's such a vomit. Can't stand that creep.
Was that back in the Louis the 14th wig days?
Yes.
Exactly right.
Yes.
That's Private Parts Howie. That's 97. That's right in knee deep and off the thinking that he's going to be Mr. fucking movie star after.
Right. I should have got an Oscar.
Hair, makeup, wardrobe, stand-ins, and replacements of any foregoing. Jody Rayner shall be engaged as artist assistant at a fee of up to US $500 a week for production. Colleen or Tony shall be engaged as artist hair person. Ralph Sorella shall be engaged as artist dresser. The hair personnel shall be first priority to artists.
Yeah, so
Ralph's going to decide his wardrobe on a fucking movie that he has no producer credit. That is
Doesn't
insane.
matter. You know what? Actors do this all the time.
they are. They're
They
spoiled
just bring in
brats.
their people.
Very spoiled.
You both know that I do a lot of business with a famous non-personality whose mother basically runs her business. And when you go out to LA to visit their offices and everything, the girl who greets you at the front door is said artist's former dog walker. Then the person who's doing all the managerial work to make sure all your samples are in and everything like that used to be the artist's personal assistant. Then the woman who does whatever used to be the artist's nanny. Then the other person, everybody who works there is on the payroll for no good reason whatsoever. But that's how they roll.
Yeah.
Monique, Debbie Gibson can afford to employ all those people.
She is groovy.
I mean, Tiffany.
One of the other lawsuits I wanted to bring up, which I thought was kind of fascinating, and this whole legal tirade, because fucking T has not paid attention to a single word.
I heard every word everybody's saying.
She's playing on her phone the entire time we've been on the podcast.
That is not true.
Very true. I'm going to take a picture right now. Right now, I'm going to take a picture.
That's not very 1945 of you, Grace.
I've been looking
Bullshit.
at all
Bullshit.
of
You
this.
just went there.
Oh, you're so full of shit.
So
I've heard everything.
the last lawsuit that I thought was pretty interesting and has nothing to do with Howard was the one having to do with Sal.
No, I don't
which
know
thought
that
was
one.
fascinating. So Sal signed up with a company to, I think, for about $45,000 in cash. He signed on to something called Regland, and he was supposed to do plugs whilst he was on the air promoting their product. And this was a side deal he made without Howard knowing anything about it. And I think this may have actually been the straw that broke the camel's back and made Sal really marginalized on the show.
Monique, where did you get this from? Because it's during his stint taking On's place?
This is the Smoking Gun, and this is whilst he was on the show for at least 2 years at this point.
Wow, I have no knowledge of this. This is all new to me.
All right, time out. Frank is going to be leaving us in a few moments. I was just wondering, Frank, is there anything else you wanted to add to our conversation? Because we loved having you on here with us.
Well, I had a lot of fun. I learned a lot about Howard and all his goings on. I don't know. From my perspective, I guess maybe it's just East Coast and being in that environment. I mean, none of the lawsuits for somebody that's doing as much business as he is, and also the personality. I put him in with Trump and Steinbrenner, like a guy who he makes money off of being a lot of churn. Part of the downside to him, I suppose, that comes with it is this background of churn and strife, and he's spending money on lawyers. But, there's a segment of his audience that wants to hear about it. And, I mean, you are talking about telephone number dollars here with this contract. So, I'd sue for $300, if I had a call.
Of course you would, because you can. That's exactly how it works. He's worth hundreds of millions of dollars, and he can. So we love that about him because we love making fun of him because
it's so much fun to make fun of. It really is.
All right, Frank, we're going to cut you off. We're going to say goodbye to you. Hold on, Carrie. Hold on, John.
Frank, thanks so much, man.
Bye, Frank.
Bye, Frank.
Bye.
Thanks, Frank.
I hung up on him. Let me just finish the Sal thing because I thought it was really funny. As if listeners to the Howard Stern Show needed another reason to dislike Sal the stockbroker. It turns out the grading guests negotiated a secret agreement with an internet firm to plug the company on a popular radio program. Unbeknownst to Stern & Company, in return for at least $45,000 in cash. Details of the pay-for-plugs arrangement are contained in a federal lawsuit filed by the stockbroker, real name Salvatore Governale, against Regland Inc., which Governale claims never paid him. So he sued them. So here's what happened. They had agreed that Sal would do 3 plugs of this internet company whilst he was on air. So what Sal did is he came up with a holiday-themed gag thing to do on air called Lightning of the Teeth.
Yep.
So in addition to the 3 December 2000 on-air mentions, Sal was also supposed to take credit for arranging links to Regland's website from 2 leading online destinations for Stern fans. KOAM, if you remember that, kingofallmedia.com.
Yes.
And marksfriggin.com. Apparently he had this arrangement with them where he would promote this thing, again, unbeknownst to Howard. Howard doesn't like it if anyone associated with the show is disloyal, if someone takes advantage of the show, said Governale. But I think Howard would be cool about this. I didn't think it was a big deal. Apparently that's not the way Tom Chiazzano would see it, since the Stern Show's bean counter prefers that on-air testimonials come in the form of a revenue-generating, producing commercial. So anyway, basically Sal sued them because they never paid him for his plugs, and he did do them. So he was seeking $200,000 in damages from Regland. And
well, Monique, he wasn't officially with the show yet. That's 2000. He joined the show in 04, 05 when he replaced John. So he had to do it.
Oh.
This is even tougher. Because this is even tougher what you're saying, because he had to do it either in phone call mode or busting Gary's balls to sort of work his way on air, which is actually way more difficult than being on the show.
Yeah, you're 100% right. I didn't realize that. All right, well, we're going to wrap up our little law session here. I hope you guys learned something. I also
Who was that, Carrie?
Yes, Frank is gone.
Elias left us, but he left you with an amazing.
He did a great Photoshop. Yeah, good job.
Yeah,
he's so good at that.
I did want to mention a couple of things. Last time we were on air, we really didn't get around to doing the best stuff that we wanted to do.
Oh, we had so much.
I literally have 30 pages.
Me too.
Of
so
best
much
shit that needs to be gotten to.
Yes.
So just so you know, and everybody complained, but we are going to do it in the very, very near future. Maybe even next week. But there's so much to get to in the timeline. There's so much to get to about our Pussy Princess that I feel we need to get back to it.
Oh, we do. We have to.
Yeah.
We can't just go to part 2.
Now,
part 1 was.
Now, we need to revisit part 1. And unfortunately, we had Johnson, who's always great.
He's fabulous.
But it derailed us a little bit from the topic at hand.
Yes.
So we will come back to that. So we're going to end this show as Mr. Sal's Master Shake wanted to, because he's been very musically inclined over the last couple of days on the Dog Shed. And
instead of working on motions, I'm sitting there posting these random songs, these R&B and funk favorites from the 70s and 80s.
I love
it. Yeah, we loved it.
That's my faves.
Sal, I got an idea. I'll sing you a song that you're not going to know. I know you like, and you sing your song. I'll sing it to you. A really quick blurb. I'll give you the floor after I'm done. This is
come on.
I mean, I'll do it if you want. I thought you wanted the Christmas. Okay. This is just to get this in. This is new edition, Mr. Telephone Man. This is the. Mr. Telephone Man, there's something wrong with my line. When I dial my baby number, I get a click every time.
Oh my God. My head hurts.
That was great.
Thank you. I like doing this.
You know what? I'm going to pull a fucked up Cirque du Soleil motion right now and shove my fucking toes into my ears so I don't have to hear.
It's a horror. It's a horror.
Let's just take some of Michael's candy and just like shove it into our fucking ears.
Let's Smarties.
Let's take some Jersey milk and shove it.
I think you should end every
Those
show.
candies are great.
Delicious. Yeah. All right, do your Christopher crusting. I can't even speak. Come on, do your Christopher crust.
Go ahead, Arm. You started off. I'm doing the Michael McDonald part.
It is the night, my buddy's weak. I'm on the run, no time to sleep. I gotta run like to be free again. All right, I'll do Michael McDonald.
Hello? No. You're supposed to start it, and then I follow into it.
Take two. I got it.
Do you want me to start all over again?
Yeah, do it over again.
Here we go. Go.
It is night, my buddy's weak. I'm on the run, no time to sleep. I gotta run like the wind to be again. And I got such a long way to go.
Such a long way to go.
And I ride like the wind, ride like the wind.
And I've got a long way to go. Such a long way to go.
The border of Mexico, and I ride like the wind, ride like the wind.
Da-da, 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 da-da.
That's a horrible song.
Horrible fucking song.
Blood.
Jesus. I thought we were going to do Don't Go Breaking My Heart.
I love that song.
I'm not going there now.
No, baby. But that's stunk. No
It's
offense.
supposed to stink.
Well, it worked.
Where's Cylon to give us a real musical interlude?
It's been a long night.
Swim boy. All right, Carrie, we are going to bid you adieu. Thank you, Sal's Master Shake.
Thank you, Mr.
for calling
Shake.
in.
Oh, man,
and
that was
thank
fun.
you. Thank you for the idea of this show. We loved it, and we really appreciate you coming on.
Thank you.
Anytime. Hey, I'm willing to come in on just regular bullshit shows, too.
Anytime.
Get in line.
All right.
Anytime.
All right, Carrie, we love you. We'll talk
Bye,
to you
Carrie.
soon.
Thank you.
Bye.
I really liked tonight's show. I was fascinated by it. I was so enlightened by some of the shit. It really did. You did such a good job excavating that, and the fact that you were in Seattle. I don't think I'd have the energy to do that.
You know what? I had 12 hours back and forth to kill on an airplane.
I guess I guess if the whole layover, lag time on a plane, still though, you kind of want to sleep and stuff. This was a Herculean task for this fucking podcast tonight. That's all I'm gonna say.
You're pooped, right?
Beyond. You do sound tired. Like, I mean that as a compliment.
You sound tired, and I mean that as a compliment. All right.
You did sound like you just said it.
I'm done.
Right now, you're out of gas.
I am gonna sign off, my love. All right, let's say goodnight, Gracie.
Good night. Good night. Good
Great
night,
job,
everybody.
as usual.
All right. Bye, babe.
Bye.
All right, we're going to get started, guys.
All right.
We're doing our Beth show today.
I've been waiting all week to butcher this bitch. I'm so psyched.
I know. So much fun. All right, so here's what we're doing. It's actually a redo of Beth Part 1.
Yeah.
Then throwing a little bit of Beth Part 2. And I feel like when we had Chauncey in, we didn't really get to a lot of the stuff we really wanted to get to.
It was so much fun, though.
It was
great.
fun. Before we get into Beth, I just wanted to touch on Howard News of the Week. Amounts to the Jennifer Aniston, Justin Theroux wedding that they were at this week. Which is why he wasn't on this week.
Howard went to the wedding?
Yes.
Oh,
they actually got invited. Imagine.
She got hitched? Wow. Beth must have been thrilled.
Well, she was wearing a fantastic metallic titty dress.
Was she really?
Yeah. I'm sure the cats were at home with Consuela. Who did you call in?
You there, Tisdale?
Tiz?
Sorry, I dropped out more than my brother Daniel at Massapequa High School.
Baldwin doesn't really talk like that, does he?
I think that was my... I don't... Did you guys start already?
No, we're just chatting.
We're done, actually.
Oh, okay.
Thanks, everybody.
I'm getting We're very excited.
Let's get to... did you have a point to add, Grace?
I just wanted to say, it was so funny, because somebody posted about Howard on America's Got Talent, and they had Piers Morgan in this week. It was hysterical.
And how'd that go? Do we know?
Oh, everybody had fun. And there's Howard sitting at the end of the table. There's a picture.
All antisocial, right?
And they're all having fun. And within 5 minutes, Howie Mandel pranked Piers Morgan.
Of course he did. Only
Howard pranks. But Howie did prank. He finally got the prank.
People look like they were having fun.
Exactly.
They were having fun. And Howard was like this miserable.
Rebel.
And Piers actually did what they wanted.
Grace, what was the prank?
I don't know, but
they staged multiple ones throughout the episode.
pranked.
One, the little the lifting platform that brings them out as they're introduced out of the stage. How he turned that off, even though he never left his seat.
Do you believe these pranks are real, Elias? By the way, you're the Bob Odenkirk of dog shit. That's who you remind me of. I couldn't place it last night. You were fucking Bob Odenkirk, my friend.
Fuck are these people?
Better call Saul.
I have no clue.
But Elias, do you think those pranks are fake like everything else in the show?
Absolutely. I'm such a cynic, I don't believe myself.
But the whole thing is, they didn't even do fake pranks with Howard. They couldn't even.
The show is just god-awful.
Can we get to the task at hand?
Beth?
Beth.
Okay, everybody, get out your tissues and lotion. We're all going to be beating off because we can't control ourselves.
I know. Even the homeless love that.
We do. I'm taking out.
Slowly I turn.
Beating off now.
So,
pull out your plug.
The two main points I want to get to, and I don't even give a fuck about her being homecoming queen or
big shit.
Or Dr. Bob the Felon shoving her 2 front teeth back in after they fell out during basketball.
Or the principal visiting her for lunch because she was sick.
And school just isn't the same without her.
Oh, dear me.
No, she was suspended for boozing.
That was after the prom.
Yeah.
When did that bad day?
So the principal felt bad and paid a little house call.
Oh,
she was drinking. God. She was drinking at the prom and was suspended 10 days after the prom.
She was doing tequila shots in the limo on the way over.
Oh, boo fucking hell.
And she had already made it into Penn. No, Pittsburgh? Where'd you go to school?
Go to Penn.
Where did she allegedly
What's the lie? Yeah,
allegedly.
It's Pittsburgh University of Pittsburgh. So she would have, let's say that
hour and a half.
The timeline, early 90s would be the lie. So
I have a whole timeline. I literally have 40 pages of paper sitting in front of me right now. I did extensive research on when she was where and how the lies have just kind of...
When did she become a hua?
Oh, man.
She, I think,
she was always been a hua.
She was born and bred to be a hua. Catholic
now, see, I'm a convert. I used to like Beth.
Really?
My hand to God, I cop to it all the time. And in fact, I was telling Cylon today, Howard even read an email I sent him on air about complimented her.
I got some nice email, too. This guy's email was great. Great job, Beth. Howard, you indeed are a lucky man, you prick. She looked stunning and came off very casual, charming, and funny. I leave you now as I must go upstairs and sleep next to the monstrosity I married.
Oh, no.
And try not to wake it as I cry. Pray for me. I was laughing about that all weekend.
Oh, my God. That's probably the funniest letter ever.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
He read it on the air.
Something to that effect.
Elias, what year is this? 06?
Was it 11 maybe?
Oh, that late? Wow.
I don't know. No, I'm sorry. That's when I put the video up. I don't know.
Okay.
Done it in 11.
It was when she started coming on the show and Howard started changing all the BS, you know?
Okay, that's like 07.
Yeah, my problem is
Yeah,
I believe people when they say stuff. I'm pretty naive that way, I guess. So when Howard was saying she didn't want to be, famous, she didn't want to be rich, and she had her own thing going, I thought, wow, how great, pretty cool. Maybe he'll be happier and stay on the radio longer. And then it was just, okay, if she doesn't want to be famous, why is she in the studio?
Right.
Why are we talking about her again?
Because she's a philanthropist.
I had no
Hashtag
idea
loser.
cats were an endangered species. In fact, is single-handedly saving the endangered race of house cats.
One pussy
You
at a time.
stupid, ignorant twat.
One adorable kitten at a time.
Exactly.
Oh, really?
All right, so
One
what I
adorable
would like to
blind,
start with,
crippled cat.
my friends,
What?
is the modeling career.
Allegedly.
Well, I've
Yeah.
done a little research on this, and then I asked some of I have a very, very good friend at work who was a model at the same time Beth was. She was also Miss Massachusetts. She was signed by
My friend is
Ford. She was running in the same circles that you would think a Beth would have been running in. So let's go through the Beth modeling era, because I don't really give a shit about her in school. We all know she didn't graduate. The timeline of that is impossible, because apparently after she got out of high school, I think she went to college for 1 year. She joined the sorority,
Yeah, she
and
was
then
with
she
the
dropped out.
Sis Boombach.
So she did, in fact, go to college, but I don't even think she ever got those 27 credits that were left.
No, she's...
Can I just say how disappointed I am that you made a Beth running in circles joke and nobody brought up horse?
I know. Trotting in circles.
I think we all expected the other person to say it. We sort of just sat back.
It just went by. It just went right
It was
by.
left unsaid.
That's what I did.
Okay, so modeling. So let's talk about this for a second. She left her hometown of wherever, Nowheresville, Flyover States, Pittsburgh.
Where's she from? Pittsburgh.
And she came to New York, where people, I guess, just fawned all over her because she was this beautiful blonde bombshell.
And they beat off on the street.
Because you need a Pittsburgh fucking 6 to come to New York.
Yeah, there's
Where
none of those in the
literally
city. That's
The fucking homeless girl with the cats from Occupy Wall Street that never left is just as attractive as she is. No fucking joke. And she's thin because she's starved.
Of course. But how
Completely
tall is
ordinary.
Beth?
I mean,
You
she
saw
is
Beth.
absolutely ordinary.
So Beth is ordinary. That's exactly right. There's nothing extraordinary about her. I went to the
fucking
AOL
hooves.
thing. I had on maybe 3-inch heels.
So
that made me about
5'11".
5'11".
Yeah.
She had on probably 4-inch heels.
Yeah.
And she was marginally taller than me.
So she's
I would
about
say
5'8".
I would even give her 5'8.5". She's probably pushing 5'9", but that's at best. That's at best. So anyway, let's talk about her modeling career. I love this Around the World article that was in some, Pittsburgh newspaper, some bullshit
World.
thing.
I think it was World.
Pittsburgh Titty Saver.
Beth is finding success in Europe after spending 2 years in New York City with the Wilhelmina Agency.
She's Carmen Sandiego going.
Classic Gatgirl. Classic GG. Vintage GG.
Yeah. She has spent several months in Greece, where I believe she learned how to speak Greek, right?
Five languages.
She learned how to say anal in Greece.
Was it Greece or was it vinaigrette in Greece?
Africa on modeling assignments. So several months to me is 3 months, where basically she probably circumnavigated the world and went to these places, but now all of a sudden she's fluent in all these fucking languages as well.
Right.
And I do believe it was in Greece where she flew on the pilot's lap.
Yeah, with his little cockpit. His little,
Right, she was in the
her
cockpit.
little bum.
Exactly.
Oh, please.
At the time, she said she was 5'10" and weighed 122 pounds. She was 27 credits shy of her degree.
Right.
And meanwhile, she described the $1,400 she can make in a day as an insane amount of money. She's saving it, she says, because she is getting anxious to settle down. This was at the time. So I did a little research with my girlfriend, who was a real model with Ford, and she said, I don't know her from any of the circles that I ran in. She said, out of all those places that you mentioned, she said Greece is probably the last place anybody would go to model. She said she was probably there as somebody's escort.
Yeah, definitely.
And that's the only reason that she was,
They go to Japan. It's
hanging in
big.
Mykonos. Exactly.
Japan. My
Japan
friend-
is huge. She said South Africa possibly, and Germany absolutely.
Yes.
but all the rest of these places are not really somewhere that models go to. She did say, though, that if they do, like, car shows, they would even do a lot of just waitresses that would just stand there dressed in outfits and stuff like that. And that's why you wouldn't see any pictures of her, because she was a non-entity.
She was in a booth. Yeah, she was a booth babe.
And you can technically call yourself a, quote, model in that instance and not look like a complete liar. You could almost sell that position. Like, it's the lowest form of it.
Correct.
In that case, I'm a model, because...
Yeah, right. But you're not looking to euphemize like that. That's all she does is desperately...
And I'm going to go if you don't have one.
She's standing in a booth waving her hand over steak knives.
Her giant hair.
Big fucking
Her
mitts
giant
of hers.
flapping hand, yeah. Her
So,
And changing the weather in Korea.
when I mentioned the $1,400 a day thing, she's like, highly doubtful. She's like, back at that time, she said, I was with Ford, and my best days, whether it was in Europe or here, was like $900 at best. So we think that the entirety of her relationship with the modeling world was just shit.
There's no pictures. She would put them out there if there were pictures.
She would be so... And as my girlfriend said, you know, since she was Miss Massachusetts, she said, shit, you could go on eBay and just Google my name and people are selling pictures of me online. She's like, I guarantee you, if there was anything...
Why would anyone want her picture?
That's what she said. She's like, why the fuck does anybody want my picture? If there was anything to be had from her, somebody would have put it online.
Are there guys out there that, like, buy old beauty pageants?
Yes.
Wow. That's really sick.
Listen, there's guys who buy pictures of fucking feet. You don't think somebody's going to buy a beauty pageant?
Yeah, I guess. That's kind of sad. It's like, you know, going to the back of the Sears catalog.
But why? I don't know. We're in a crown with bouffant hair? I don't know.
I think she modeled for the Marfan Syndrome catalog.
Marfans are us. Right, so the only proof we ever had of her modeling was basically an Ames catalog.
Right. Those ugly
large-size lingerie.
That we're lounging around.
Right. The leather, the wonky tit, wonky tit leather company. And that's it, right? And then until Howard came into her life, she did the FHM cover, which is the worst thing I've ever seen in my entire life.
Oh, the Auschwitz. That was the Auschwitz set.
Oh, my God.
Horrible.
Monique, what about her Amy Poehler-like ability as a sketch girl on Letterman? Because when I think of sketch comedy, I think of Beth Ostrowski. Are you leaving that out in the timeline? Because I think that's right in the mush.
You're 100% right. I was just really doing the modeling thing right this moment.
In my opinion, a case of Howard padding the resume.
Yeah, of course.
I mean,
he had to make
he's
her looking
petrified,
for...
frankly, to find out he's got a bowling alley. He's got to be doubly petrified to find out he's, dating a bimbo.
They met each other at a dinner where I am positive, they called in a couple of, like, the pretty model girls, kind of like what they do in Vegas nowadays.
Yeah.
My stepdaughter will go to Vegas. She calls up her promoter, and they set them up with all these different bars and nightclubs to go to and pool parties.
Yeah.
And they just have to look pretty and hang out with these guys for the day.
Party girls.
Yeah. Professional debutante party. Monique, we talk about it all the time. Every week we bring up The Scene, and it's Katie Lee Joel and these professional gold diggers who move here from the Midwest to get their hooks in someone, and there's a whole gaggle of them. Some can do better than others.
Yeah, what's that lobby that Katie Lee's like on the
Peninsula
record?
Hotel. No, she was at the Peninsula Hotel. Why would some rube from the middle of fucking Kentucky or where the hell she's from know to go to the Peninsula Hotel to hang out? Literally, a glass of wine is like $22 fucking. It's almost like going to see Jackie around the corner. Why would she?
She's from the
there?
only place Pittsburgh could fucking bust on, West Virginia.
That's right on there.
The only place. Not Grand Rapids.
Pretty much.
Right. So let's go into how they met, because it's such a wonderful love story.
It is a beautiful love story.
It's a beautiful...
tears to my eyes.
I know.
Very convoluted love story.
It's kind of sad.
There's going to be a movie soon.
So here's the story as I have it, according to 50 different conversations that have been had about how they met. She met him at this party. He was attracted to this other girl named Jen or something like that, who told him he had beautiful eyes. Beth was a little sad and jealous that he was talking to this other girl and not her. She went to the bathroom at some point and called her brother to let him know that she was at a party with Howard Stern. And she was so excited that she was meeting this fucking retard. They're at this party together. She decides she's going to start talking to Ralph because that was her conduit to getting to Howard. And at some point, Howard ran out of food or something
she gave
like
him
that.
food. Howard, so she handed some to him.
Right.
He thanked her for that and continued to eat.
She's Mother Teresa of horse.
She
It's
feeds
amazing.
our
He ran out of his
She's like
walnuts and needed some almonds.
She's like a bird, like chewing it up and vomiting it back into his mouth.
He said, Howard said Beth got up to go to the bathroom. Did she poo-poo? And he jokingly asked who said she could get up. She didn't find that funny.
Oh, just so serious, that one. Here's part of the thing. She said in one interview she was invited by a friend to the dinner party and she was single at the time. In another interview, she said she was dating a couple of different people at the time. In another interview, she said that she was seeing a few people, but she was really in a bad place. Then in another interview...
Yeah, she was in a bad place. She was in a party with Howard.
Exactly. That's always a bad
None of them were multi-billionaires, and
no, he was the only eligible single man for her to be. So they went out afterwards to another nightclub, spa, something like that. They stayed out till 1 o'clock in the morning. But then Howard likes to tell the story about how him and Beth just went back to his apartment and talked all night. But the reality is they didn't leave the club until like 1 or 1:30 in the morning. And then she realized, oh my God, I live just a half a block away from him.
Yes, it's amazing, isn't it?
So I thought that was kind of interesting, too, and I checked out what the prices are in the 60s on those brownstones over there. And I would say the basic rent, I mean, you get a shithole.
She had lived in
for
a shithole.
probably about
She made fun of
$2,000.
it, yeah.
That's apparently where she was living at the time.
This is 2000. What's the year we're talking about, Monique?
2000.
Because that's even hazy.
That is hazy. Because
that changes that 1 year. One time it's 1998, then it's 2001. Then it's, so what are we talking about?
She also interviewed or went for an audition for Son of a Beach.
Right.
Really? She said she was so happy she didn't get the part because she wouldn't have
never be together.
Howard.
Right. Yeah. In October of '99 is when Stern announced that Allison was divorcing him, and I find it really interesting that was October '99. And Allison was married as of February 2001. For her.
The divorce. I watched the 60 Minutes special, and they said their divorce was official in 2001. So did they normally take 2 years to go through?
If he's announcing it in October,
a lot of assets.
I don't know. Is that fast? Or
I would say
don't know.
a
In
good
New York,
year.
is that common?
I would say a good year. And plus, you're talking about a man with a lot of money and a lot of assets and 3 children that were still under his tutelage, if you will. So there's a lot involved in that kind of divorce. So yeah, I would say that would take easily a year and a half. He had 2 children that were still living at home, one that was in college. So he has child support and spousal support. But once she gets married, all bets are usually off. They probably had a deal where she would have to sell the house, and she would probably get the proceeds from that. And he would take care of the kids until they turned 18 and or got out of college, depending on how they worded the documents. And he had lots of money. So
she got a huge payout because this was all talked about by people who seem to think they know back in the day, and she just got some huge lump sum.
Yeah, I think Chauncey had said that it was a payout too.
Yeah.
Was there some sort of gag order put on it as well, where you can't talk about her?
They scrubbed all Allison content.
You can't put any roll clips on or anything like that.
Well, it was funny when Dr. Abloh interviewed he and Beth. They had that sort of fake marital session.
Right.
Beth brought up Allison in that interview, and I don't know if that was scrubbed or if that was it had been lifted at that point.
What did she say?
She mentioned the strife with he and Beth and the kids at the time, and would Allison have a problem with it? And would you and I? It's all about her. So would you and I be going down the same road you and Allison went down? And the name Allison was actually spoken, and they spent about 30 seconds on it, and it wasn't vague. It was the name Allison was said.
Well, I'm going to throw something out there as a hypothesis here. It could very well be. A lot of times women don't ask for the divorce unless they have somebody else in their life.
Yeah.
We're very creatures of habit. We want something else before we leave the something else that we have. So my feeling is is that she probably was already with this guy.
I think so.
So fuck it. Of course I'm going to take the lump sum. I don't need you to pay me on a monthly basis because the odds are that as soon as this divorce goes through, I'm marrying this fucking guy.
Yeah.
So here she is.
But if you're Allison, you have to be trepidatious that he's going to pull some Dominic Barbara lawyer shit as time goes on,
And he's got 3
you won't do
kids.
anything.
You know what? It's all about the kids. You could say fuck you to the woman, fuck you wife, but you have 3 kids involved who hopefully love you and you're supporting and you want them to be comfortable and happy. So I think you try not to make it acrimonious, but sometimes I guess you can't help it. But I think that she was already with this guy. And she said, you know what, this is fucking over.
Yep, he was living somewhere else
He was in
already
the
at that
city.
point.
He had his pad in the city,
there,
which was framed for the movie. But the reality is he was dating Mad Tare or Beth or a combination of Ralph. Ralph is what is out there. And then you get the wild...
Orgying.
Yeah,
right.
Orgying on hash oil.
Right.
Germaphobes love a good orgy, too.
Yeah. Make sure you had your condoms at the orgy.
So Beth had said that she would like to relive the night that they met because it's cloudy to both of them. She's not really sure what happened or, where they were or what was going on because it was just such a dream-like scenario.
I'm sure there's a lot of things that are cloudy to Beth.
Plus, she's always fucking drunk. I mean,
she really is.
Well, he said that she's only drinking 1 drink now. Yeah, right.
Right.
Until he goes to
She's
bed.
not drunk. She's high on wine.
High on wine.
Well, she's
Where did high on wine come
soon.
from?
Howard. We got
I
high
agree.
on wine. Beth and I were reading the tabloids, and we got high on wine.
Read the tabloids.
I want to kill myself when I hear that. High on wine.
I think it'd be a good move for her. If she were to go into rehab, I think that'd be a great career move for Beth right now. She could get out, write a book about it.
Great thought. That is. You gotta submit that to Buckwalk.
Meth Kitty and Beth go to rehab.
That's book 3.
It was a couple weeks before he had sex with her. Howard wasn't giving an exact time to Robin, but he was trying to keep this relationship going. He just didn't want her poon.
Right. So another interesting thing I kind of liked was she was on Watch What Happens Live with Andy Cohen, and at the time he had asked her how long they had been together, and she said 13 years.
Yeah.
And he said, 13 years? And she's like, yes.
Yeah.
That would take it back to 1999, apparently.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you're going on Beth's
she was
math
part of
skills here.
his... That's true.
The same mind that couldn't figure out how to save a document in the computer.
Just picture a horse stomping its foot down, counting. That's
When'd you meet him?
Spawned from her dad's Medicaid numbers crunching, too, so you might be right about that.
That's kind of all I wanted to get to in the timeline.
What's the Brian Von Holt, Amanda Pete story? When does that factor into all this? The love triangle with
She apparently was dating this guy, Michael something or another, who is a Broadway actor, and she was with him for about 2 years. There's like one picture of them
But she
online
cheated
somewhere.
on him.
She cheated
All
on
of her
everyone.
boyfriends.
She cheated on everyone. Right. And she had the right to cheat on them.
Because they weren't nice to her.
They weren't nice to her.
Except for Howard.
Right. That's
he's
the
so
love of her
handsome.
life. He's so handsome and so sexy. Yeah. So she was dating this Broadway guy. And I believe there was at some point, I think you might have mentioned it last time we talked about this, that she was at Howard's apartment and she called him to say kind of like a ha-ha, guess where I am?
Yeah.
Right.
Just to make Howard jealous.
Yeah, guys love that.
Yeah, it sounds so bad.
She wanted him to feel like she was really wanted. Like, I don't need to be with you. I have my own money. I have my own thing. I buy $35 dresses.
He believed it. He said, I'm not the richest man Beth's ever been out with. She's been out with billionaires. So
Right.
said, yeah, sheiks, whatever. But
Because that's a good thing.
yeah, but
One
you know,
night
he
each.
was
I'm
like,
not the first old rich bastard she's been with.
exactly. She had others to go for here.
I'm not the first guy
Lots
hung
of
like a
wrinkly,
camel that she's
Yeah,
going with.
really.
droopy, bald rich guys.
Ew. His balls sitting, and he sits on the toilet, so you know his balls are going to water there. Good.
I need drips.
Oh, we talked about it. Ew.
So there was an interesting article in February of 2001 that said the king of all media is unattached once more. Howard is no longer dating his 20-something gal pal,
No.
Beth Ostrowski.
You're kidding.
It's over, said one pal.
Wow, I didn't know that.
6 foot blonde.
I never 6 foot.
Yeah, What, Monique? What year is this again?
Exponentially.
Her feet are 6 feet.
February 2nd of 2001.
Okay.
The relationship pretty much crescendoed in November when the media took their photograph. She's very young. Stern, meanwhile, wasn't talking talk with model Kylie Bax, who bears nearly all in the March issue of Playboy, at Thursday night's taping at Hugh Hefner's mansion. So apparently he went to Hef's place.
Yeah, I remember they broadcast out of the Playboy mansion.
Maybe he was just sniffing around at other girls or something.
Sniffing? It doesn't smell so good. She takes 4 baths a day.
Oh, yeah, she's so clean.
She bathes 4 times a day.
I know, lovely, with false eyelashes.
All right, guys. So that's pretty much what I wanted to get to and talk about in the early years. I mean, there's so much.
The FHM getting the guy canned, that really bugged me. When Beth got all his. And he said, let's face it, nobody knows who she is. If she wasn't going out with Howard Stern, she wouldn't be on the cover.
100% though.
Huh?
100% that's true.
It was so true. But Beth got upset. She cried to Howard, and Howard got the guy canned.
Yeah,
I would never get between somebody, and their job.
You really? What a liar. Always.
She also mentioned that Playboy had offered her $1 million before she met Howard.
that factoid sends Monsoon. That's her Niagara Falls. She goes fucking ballistic when you bring up Playboy.
Well, that's Playboy wouldn't even want her, really.
Not even for one of the lingerie issues or something.
They wouldn't hire her to deliver the magazine.
Do you think she's attractive, Gatgirl?
Not at all. I mean, seriously, she's very, like I said, she's very ordinary. She's and over the years, the plastic surgery, the now the squinting eyes. It looks like she's always looking at the sun. She's got this squinty eye.
Yes, beady little eyes.
And
but you know
she's
what?
just not attractive at all.
In Howard's world, though, let's think about this. Because Allison wasn't a looker. She was just
when she was younger, she was a pleasant girl. Compared to him, she was a dream girl.
I know, but you know what? That's the first
a monster.
That's the first
She wasn't trying to be what Beth is trying to push on.
Exactly. I love Allison.
I don't really care about her one way or the other. I thought she was pretty nice.
I loved her on the show. I thought she was great.
Really?
She had a great sense of humor. She put up with so much shit. Love that woman.
Well, she's kind of like the wife who paid for her doctor husband to go through college.
Right.
So she paid her dues. She went through all the bullshit with him, and then he ups and leaves her for the nurse.
For the homecoming queen.
Well, that's the whole thing.
Yeah.
This was somebody to Howard. First off, he was dating a couple of schwatzes, but that's beside the point. But this
schwatzes or what? Robin Givens.
Right.
I'm shocked because she banged Mike Tyson. I can't believe a germphobe.
Oh, haven't we all?
Wait, Robin Givens.
And Mike is on.
She's so awkward too. Look how she's holding her. Every show she's on, she just watching her. You feel physically awkward just watching her.
I used to have so much fun when she was on that show, True Beauty. You have no idea the effort I went to record that show on my computer, so I could grab I could get screen grabs of her. Oh my God, she's the most awkward human being on the planet.
Yeah,
she slaps her arms like a crippled dodo bird trying to get up a hill. It's the
I love Eliza's screen capture her face, which is trying to look smart and thoughtful and pensive. She grabs every fucking emotion this woman has in it. She really looks like a retard.
We had True Beauty watching parties. Okay.
Well, give me an idea of what, for people who don't know. Can you just refresh us on what True Beauty was?
It was a game show with Beth and one of the guys from Queer Eye for the Straight Guy, whatever it was. Carson Kressley, whatever. Yeah. He was one of the hosts. I forget who the other bimbo was, but they were judging True Beauty. So they would have these women come in, and honest to God, I can't even tell you what the rest of the show was. I was so focused on Beth when she picture somebody is really dumb. And they're in a conversation with a group of people about politics, and you can see the really dumb person trying to act like they know what's going on, and they do that they grab their chin and nod their head, going.
Interesting.
I have literally hundreds of screen grabs from her.
Well, I think her best was what is those ones she did that Howard paid for? Mom Caves.
Yeah.
No talent.
That was
you had to pay to have them destroy your home. You know, they didn't even get it for free.
Because what does she know about being a mom?
What does she know about any of
what
this?
the needs are of a mother? That's honestly.
Well, you
that's
remember
like
she made the
asking me to
one
take
for
care
the
of your
woman, and
child.
she was like, "Oh yeah, okay." And the woman later on, there was like a follow up, and the woman said it's completely, inappropriate. I can't use any of this stuff. None of it's practical.
It was terrible. It was awful. And she kept saying chandeliers and pillows. That was her big thing.
Didn't Beth at some point try to do makeovers for everybody? Like, wasn't she trying to make
Yeah, in the
over
studio,
on
yeah.
Tyra?
Richard.
JD.
She took JD shopping.
She took JD shopping so that she could make him over
And
as well.
Richard as well.
And Richard
Got
as
Richard's
well.
haircut.
Richard worked. He looked pretty good. Did I say that or think it?
She's not hot. She does not exude an ounce of sexuality.
Well, this is why she probably gets along fabulously with Jennifer Aniston, because I think they're both from that same mold of absolute sexless,
Lazo.
Right.
Yeah.
unattractive, 0.0 sex appeal.
None. But I have to say Jennifer Aniston exudes
No.
3%
No.
more than Beth.
No. That's why she's a
you
fucking
think Beth?
failure.
She's gross. I can't stand the woman. I don't think she's funny. I don't know why she has a career. But Beth is, worse.
Yeah, Beth is
That
zero.
is weird. She's like a 43-year-old tween, like a
Very
she, like,
much
sprays
so.
glitter in her hair. She probably still
Little
giggles with her
Barbie
girlfriends
girl.
when she gets
Yeah.
her period.
Right.
I mean, she's
She writes it in her diary. Dear diary. Today I am.
my monthly friend has come again.
My friend.
I'm writing a wave of emotion. I don't know if I hate or love my one-eyed cats today.
How you doing, God?
Thank God Howard still has his camera to capture the moment.
That's a big day. Do you remember? Thank you.
Trauma voice. Arrested Development trauma voice.
She's the only
She
person,
always
she's the only
got her
person that does
period,
jazz
though,
hands
after
changing
a
it.
while. Do you guys remember she would always say Howard wanted to have sex, but she would be on her period. Yeah, she was on her period, and I told her I didn't care. But it was like every 2 weeks.
There's
she
no way
had
that
her period.
anorexic bitch was getting her period every day.
Not
for
that
8 days.
skinny girl with fur all over her for anorexia.
There's 14-year-old
That's what you
gymnasts
get.
that go
You get
through more periods than her.
her.
What'd you say?
So there's 14-year-old gymnasts that go through more periods than Beth.
I think Howard has more periods than Beth. It's
And if you
gross.
ask me, there's no way in God's green earth Howard picked photography out of the air by himself.
Oh, no.
You know, Howard,
Oh,
if
no,
you got a camera, we
Well,
could
she
work together.
All right,
She said she wanted them to have a hobby they could have together.
Exactly.
Because she
I
was
got it. He
pissed
went to his
about
shrink.
his chess. So
Because
this is
it's
about her. Me.
It was he went to his shrink and talked about. I remember this on the air that she was upset about him spending time with chess and other things, and so the shrink said, "Why don't you pick something she's interested in?" So he racked his brain. He's like, "What the fuck is she interested in?"
What narcissistic thing can I possibly do?
Now it's kitties.
Yeah, I love the fact how they make those like PSA announcements for nobody. Like nobody asked them to do a campaign about telling animals not to wear fur. Beth just decides one day, "Hey Howard, take a picture of me with no clothes on this bench over here," and then weirdly
that black
Photoshop
cat.
on the floor for no reason.
But meanwhile, she wears more leather than any human being. Do you remember that time I posted the baby lambskin dress she wore?
Yes.
That was like $4,000.
Beth
It
would
looked
never
like
pay that much
something
for
Betty
fur.
Rubble would have worn. It was very
With the $40,000 Hermes bag.
Ugh. Well, I did. The alligator bag, I think I posted it, Dawes. What they do to these poor beasts to
So
make
the
these
alligator
people
bag.
alligator bags.
I told you, I know somebody who has that Hermes alligator bag. It was $110,000.
That's obscene. Shame
for that
on
bag.
that
Can't
person.
hug an
Call them and
alligator.
make it
I'm imagining her like nuzzling an alligator, the way she nuzzles those kittens.
God, I would love to see her do that.
I mean, just think about it. He wears leather constantly. She buys every bag that ever comes out, every shoe that ever comes out. She's such a leather whore. And here she is trying to pretend that she cares.
Animal activist.
Well, no, and then the fact that I love animals, right? Remember that?
Yeah.
What made her become an animal activist? She said that her parents and her with her mother always were taking in stray dogs. You know that's a crockish thing.
Hermit crabs. Stories for everything.
Yeah, it's just convenient for them to have that.
I used to take in stray hermit crabs that used to go through our backyard all the time.
I want to ask Gat a question. Can you imagine someone who has less experience about how to treat an animal and raise an animal? I mean, she fed Bianca to death.
Yeah.
She gorges these cats. Every adult cat is. What does it do to an animal that's that obese? Like, what does it shave off their lifespan?
It does the same thing that it would do to a human, right? If you continuously eat cheeseburgers every day, you're going to end up with blocked arteries. You're going to end up having issues with mobility. You know, and that poor dog Bianca, the breed itself is just monstrosity. It's every genetic malfunction.
Well, she has that feral outside that happens to be
What is up with that?
Overweight. Why does she have a feral outside?
Miss Rescue.
Yeah.
Okay, little feral cat, you can't come in, but I'm going to go to Florida and rescue kittens.
I have a
and fly them back on a private plane.
I have a great animal story that I was reading the other day, and I thought it was fucking hysterical. She says, this is Beth, I don't know where this was, I'm sorry, I can't give the quote. He's a maniac on the radio. No, this is actually really sweet. We were living on the beach, and we were taking a beach walk the other day, and we came across a seal. So I called...
that was the Ellen episode.
Get this one. So I called the Wildlife Rescue Center. Should seals be out now?
No, they should be inside the house.
Usually this time they move to Florida for the summer.
Right.
And my friend said, no, seals are okay. So I'll just watch them for a while. So we just watched him this is her actual words. So we just watched him for a while. Now Howard's into photography and wanted to photograph the seal. So we walked back to the house, got his equipment. He went back to photograph the seal. So I went home. Hours went by, and I didn't know what was going on. Finally, he walks up to the house with all of his equipment. I'm about to let him in, and he turned around, and he went back, thinking he must have left his equipment on the beach. An hour later, he came back and said, "Ready? Hun, did you leave your equipment? When you came home?" And he said, "Well, I was photographing the seal I left, and I forgot to thank him." Yes. He walked all the way back to thank the seal.
And that's where the audience was dead silent.
Right.
No, they didn't.
Yeah.
They were dead.
This is
silent.
the shot. That's my Howard. That's my Howard. He's really into photography right now. I mean, that's our life. He went back to thank the fucking
Please, and equipment. All you need is a freaking camera. You can take a picture of a seal with a camera phone. You don't need to bring...
He was looking for any excuse to be away from her fucking yammering mouth.
And then I realized how polite that was of Beth to thank him, so I wrote the seal a nice thank you card. And then I took him out for a makeover and got him a nice leather coat, because he could be cold in the water.
So, I'm looking at a picture of Ellen DeGeneres with the I Love Animals
face
right now.
She was a riot.
Click on the link I just
from
sent you if you want to see Beth doing the I Love Animals.
I want to know how far away from Ellen DeGeneres Gat is.
I'll be honest.
At the moment?
I'm about 3,000 miles. But no, in all honesty, I'm very far from Ellen DeGeneres. It's not not my look.
Are you a little bit more of a lipstick lesbian? I am fascinated by the lesbian thing. I gotta be honest.
Really? Yeah. Well, so am I actually.
Hey,
the line starts behind me.
That makes everybody in the room.
Yeah. Hello, I think we have somebody else just who came in. Hold on, I want to come back to this conversation. Hello?
Hi.
Hi, Jess.
Jessisoncrack.
How are you?
Hi, I'm good, thank you.
So
John isn't here.
We lost John.
His computer crashed.
Yeah, we lost John.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I didn't realize he wasn't even here.
He's going to be devastated.
Not here.
That says a lot for his podcast career. Thank you very much. He's going to love that.
Why don't you text him the 917 number, Monique?
Oh, that's a really good idea.
Yeah. I don't know it, or I would.
I don't know what the number is.
You're a genius.
All right, hang on. You guys talk for a second. Let me see if
one thing I wanted to mention about Beth. And Ellen DeGeneres' face was priceless when she was saying that stuff. And she said, I'm so embarrassed. I said, I love animals. And she said, well, Portia and I were not discussing that in the car. It's not like we remembered it or anything, after the party.
Then again, Ellen is the one. Do you remember she went hysterical crying?
Oh,
she had to give up a dog or a puppy or some shit? What was that story? I don't even remember.
Howard
she had like 8 puppies or something and had to give one up. And
she
was
gave
freaking out. And Howard was if you remember, Howard was ragging on her for being a crazy lady with too many.
Yes, and for not being.
Well, just like Howard said, we're not getting another cat. I told Beth it's not happening. We get another cat, I'm going.
Yeah, right. Well, you saw that face.
Right.
The face she gave when she was in the office when he said, "I'm not going to get another cat," and her
In the studio.
cutting chin is
The
out.
jaw
with
jutted
that
out.
right?
Oh, I have that face. Hold on, I'll post it.
Exactly.
That face. Jess, so obviously we're talking about Beavis, and what's your thoughts on Beth these days? Because we're just doing all Beth all the time right now.
Okay.
My apologies. My wife, Ilaria, tried to put me in a yoga pose on the Sunday. And my sweaty balls had knocked my power, and I had to...
Sweaty balls.
My giant sweaty balls.
What happened to you,
Are
John?
glorious.
Computer crash.
Jess is on.
Hi, Jess.
You little whore.
Jess, really quick, your fans on Twitter want to know. You had this really super cool aviators and sunglasses you were running around in. They were Ray-Bans. What the fuck happened to those?
They're around.
That's an inanimate object. You can't use they're around on that. That's first time in history. They're around?
Right now, John.
You're saying it in an accusatory tone, like you don't believe I own 3 pairs of Ray-Bans.
Oh, okay. Okay, so you know what? They do deserve a they're around. God bless you.
Jess emasculates John, and he likes it.
Oh,
just so you know.
He just like.
I don't know if you know this cat.
No, Jess, Cat knows Jess. Jess is a what's good in the world of emasculation, Jess? Cat, do you like a good emasculator?
Sure, bring it. Let's hear it.
Jess is the master.
But is it really emasculating when you're talking to a lesbian?
That's the thing. Jess is actually very pro-lesbian, and in a joking manner, one of the best tweets I ever... I look at my Twitter, and a angry Jessisoncrack is looking at a commercial for Glee on Fox. I guess she was at the gym, and she tweets, Jane Lynch, we got it, in the red tracksuit, the megaphone, you're a big old dyke, we got it, we got it.
Classic Jessisoncrack.
That stupid tweet pulled me out of a depression.
Wait, Jane Lynch is gay?
Classic Jessisoncrack.
I don't know. Let's Gatgirl. Is Jane Lynch gay?
I think she might.
She's married.
She tweaks my gaydar a little bit.
I gotta go take my posters down.
She's divorced now. She got married and divorced.
You see, she's a Chicago broad. Elias defends her. She's a Chicago.
We represent.
That's right.
I think gay marriage is going to, Jane Lynch is a great example. It's going to destroy the entire lesbian culture.
Why?
we should just stay the way we were.
Yeah, next thing you know, you'll be wanting to marry your dog, Cat. By the way, I would marry my dog. If I could put a pen between his little fucking paws and make him sign a document.
I don't blame you.
That's a whole nother show.
Reacher's really hot.
Monique?
Hey, Jess, thanks for joining us. You had to work a really long shift tonight, so I'm kind of impressed you even got on here at all. Do you look at Beth?
That, who had to work a really long shift.
That's exactly what I was.
So we're just trying to figure out our rap dissertation here. I was trying not to get into the third part, which really is who they've become with Bianca's furry friends and trying to raise $7 million for the last 14 fucking years.
Jesus.
So that they could get the Pussy Palace built or the Kitty Cancer Ranch or whatever the fuck it is on top of that place.
Well, it all goes hand in hand with what Howard is today. I mean, Howard was always the outsider, was always the guy that railed against Hollywood. He was the common guy's, opinion of.
Everyman.
I can remember him railing against the Hamptons with John, when John was going to the Hamptons on the weekends. He was like, why you go up there with those assholes? You can't go to a public pool if you want to go swimming, But now he's got Beffy, who wants to be brown-nosed with everybody, so Howard's got to go back and rewrite history and kiss everybody's ass, because now they're bumping into these people at parties.
That's right. And he was looking at guys like Ross Zapin. Like, Ross Zapin's one of those dudes, like, in the music industry that sort of fails up all the time. He sort of fails into one great music job after the next, taking the entire summer off, from Memorial Day all the way to Labor Day. And Howard got jealous of that. And along with Beth, that's kind of when all the, the Thursdays off started and the Fridays off started. And she really is. So when people blame her for the ruination of the show, it's very valid. I really think it throws back to that.
I agree 100%. I think that the second she came into the picture, everything changed on the show. Everything. No strip clubs. I remember he would even, paint women's breasts for,
I remember the St. Patrick's Day painting green. Yes. But I think that went hand in hand with him then trying to reposition himself as well. Maybe, yes, Beth was part of it because he's now thinking with his penis and not what the truck driver driving across the country is thinking anymore. Like, he's thinking now how he can be more socially acceptable. He's got the trophy wife. He's got billions of dollars.
There's that, Monique, but there's also the entitlement of how a megalomaniac thinks. He feels entitled. After a while, he was like, oh, I deserve Thursday off, and I deserve Friday off, and I'm not going to... It wasn't a repositioning as much. It was just a bitterness of other people around him. He thinks he deserves everything everybody else has, no matter what the stipulate, no matter what the career. He wants what you got, even if he's doing way better than you.
Well, that's because he had Yoko Ono in his ear telling him,
With that.
You don't owe these people anything.
And that's exactly probably what she had. Monique, I agree with you, but I think it's coupled with that. I think there was an innate bitterness of looking at the friends around him, just insane, and then looking at, his talk show host friends. You guys have watched his late night shows. They're all off all summer.
Jealous of them.
They had the entire summer off.
So jealous of them.
Right.
And that's that way too. I mean, we grow up having off the entire summer, right, as kids. So
I think you're always trying to get back to those school hours.
And all of you have been listening for a long time. Do you ever remember him calling in sick? Ever?
Never.
Oh, he'd come in and bitch on the air.
Right.
Having a sniffle.
He never took a sick day.
I don't think so.
Right?
No.
Never.
Nope.
So he always expected everybody to have the same work ethic that he did.
It's easy to have a, quote, work ethic when you're getting driven to work. You don't have to move a muscle. I bet you the shift Jess just worked, I bet you she walked more in that that last shift she did than Howard walks in 2 months. I bet you if he walks more than 1/16th a mile in a day, that's generous. He doesn't move. He's a staff of 50, dotting his I's, crossing his T's. He gets driven to work. He doesn't do laundry. He doesn't cook. He doesn't move. He's a veal, like you said. So it's easy to have a, quote, work ethic and be there every day when you have absolutely nothing else.
No other life.
Strap him to a damn furniture dolly and push him around. I mean, it's at that point, he really doesn't do anything.
It's like Silence of the Lambs.
But have the audacity to brag about it.
Well, I want to go back to...
Gave the guys a hard time for not coming in during the hurricane.
That was horrible. That was one of the loathsome things
Well,
he
let's
did.
swing back to Beth for a second, because here's a fun topic.
Which one?
Wedding.
Fredericks of Hollywood
fucking
wedding dress.
Slut Marchesa dress that she had on. Quite possibly one of the worst things I have... How that didn't make the list of everybody's top 10 worst bride gowns. It's kind of like that fucking gypsy show that's on. I married a gypsy.
I never...
Oh my god.
Married an asshole?
That's the most whorish dresses you've ever seen in your life. Pretty fucking bad. I would
Literally
love
looked
to
like
have
it
been a
came out
fly
of
on
the
the
front room of
wall
Scores.
for the Chevy Chase.
It looked like the
Rose
curtain from Scores.
that I think happened that day. Does anybody know anything about that? When
Chevy Chase gave a toast.
Yeah, what did he say? Apparently he really
he was it was all about how Howard came over and banged him and
Yeah, fucked him in the ass.
yeah,
Yeah,
it was in front of all the wedding guests.
Yeah.
It just sounded like a
shouldn't have
lame
been there.
attempt to outshock the shock jock. Like
It was
he
horrible.
thinks
I remember
the
they
next sound
played
the
it,
root
didn't
of harm. Yeah, I don't know if they played it or they read it.
Pure revenge. It's pure revenge.
Yes, exactly. He treated him like shit. He should not have been invited to the wedding. Beth wanted famous people at her wedding. Who's your favorite comic? She said Chevy Chase about Howard.
Really?
Yeah, and she said, well, because he was at our wedding.
Here's something I think, though. Howard, in his own way, feels that having a wife that's 20 years younger than him, he can kind of be a little bit of a Svengali to her, and he can mold her in the way that
Learn
he
at the
thinks.
heels of Howard.
Exactly. Can mold her in the way that he wants his Barbie doll to be.
He believed that.
I can almost believe that he picked out that fucking dress. Like that he wanted
Right.
her to
Oh,
look
he
like
wants
that.
her to look hot. He
Right.
he called every one of his staff members in and asked if they had beat off to Beth in the FHM magazine.
Really?
Isn't Ralph directly involved in how she dresses?
Probably.
No,
I don't think
brags.
so.
She doesn't have
that
no
she does her own.
stylist.
Right, she brags that she does her own.
Yeah, no stylist.
Can you tell?
Yeah, really. No
Fucking
Ralph has
flowers in
nothing
her
to do with
hair at 46.
Oh, please,
Every
even
day.
that picture that she just did for Social Life magazine.
Which was
where
that?
she has on like this pink baby seersucker ruffled fucking bathing
Yeah.
suit. That
Yeah.
literally I would design for a 5-year-old.
A diaper cover. I posted a picture of my pink ruffly diaper.
Exactly. That's exactly what it looked like. Like, I think he's molded her this way. This is what he wanted her to be. Because don't forget, when we first met Beth back in the day, 99 or whenever it was,
99.
she just wore like fucking overalls and her Converse sneakers.
Or she looked like a skank
and
with that
Mickey
white
Mouse sweatshirts.
with the white
Right.
blonde hair.
The white, the dried white blonde fluffy hair. Skank.
Remember, like, the coke horn she had around her neck?
Exactly.
Exactly. With those
You know,
sad eyes,
the first
no
time
lids.
I saw her was at the Stuttering John cabbie fight. They had a quick crowd shot. I don't know if you guys caught this. And she was completely still under wraps at that point. And she was in the crowd sitting next to John's Susanna. And they did not acknowledge her. You know, Howard could see what's on his monitor, and he would not bring her up. She had a fucking straw hat on and exactly what you just said, overalls. And it was only until, I think, a couple of years later till he actually unveiled the beef. And that was the first time I saw her.
Everybody wanting to jerk off to her.
Yes, we all have to beat off or do whatever we have to do to Beth.
I'm trying to find the Chevy Chase roast of Howard Stern's
I
wedding.
don't remember
and
that.
I don't think the audio exists. I think it was Kimmel coming in reciting.
Yeah, they recited it.
I don't remember if they. What the heck is that? Are we being attacked?
Fireworks.
Oh, jeez.
Fireworks?
Where? For what?
I don't know. I think we're under attack.
I think so too. How weird.
Is it Rosh Hashanah?
Do you guys hear that at all?
I hear it.
Jesus. Hold on. I'm going to open the window. Let's see if we can hear it. Hold on.
Explosions going on here.
Hold on. No, it's got to be fireworks. I see them. I see them from here.
Huh.
Look outside. Oh, I want to go see them.
One of my favorite clips of Howard that I made a YouTube clip of it is him discussing being married. And he said he loves Beth Ostrowski, but he has no idea what he'd think about Beth Stern. He doesn't want to find out.
Right.
Yeah, that's a good clip.
Yet she never changed her name to Beth Stern. And he got all pissed about
Did
it.
she?
That's her now.
I mean, it's
Well, that was when
every
the
time I see
career.
it-
That was when like Casino Cinema and fucking Mom Caves and all that horseshit in like Deep Cable came out. That's when the Stern got slapped onto her name. There's no way she's going into battle with the last name of a fucking convicted felon. Jess, what were the nicknames you had for Beth's dad?
There was Molar Manipulator. There was Crown and Bridge Bully. There was I'll break the law with your jaw.
Did he go to jail? Or he just got his license
House arrest.
Revoked.
Did he have to wear one of those monitors on his
Bracelet, yeah.
Ankle bracelet.
Really?
She's still
Yeah.
Beth Ostrowski on Twitter.
Yeah.
Medicaid fraud.
Jesus. I also love, going back to the wedding for one quick second, the fact that Mark Consuelos married them.
Yeah.
They're
It's
not
like, are you
friends.
kidding me?
They don't like each other anymore.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, he
never
became
talks
a
about
he
that.
became a minister for that,
Yes.
an ordained minister.
She came in and they talked about how, or Howard was talking about how the mother cat, to get the kittens away, like took the kittens up to the high ledge at some windowsill. She had a foster mom cat that had kittens, and like every day I come in and the cats moved the kittens to hide them from fucking Screechy.
Oh, right.
They will move their kittens if they think they're in danger. So it's I'm not surprised by that at all. I mean, they sense it. They know. I mean, she has
Screeching
one
fucking
trying to throw
buffoon.
stuff out the window.
They're hiding behind the Louis Vuitton tote bag.
You know what the big anger on Dog Shit is? The fact that, just bring up the Thoreau Aniston wedding, that Howard blew off Richard's wedding in favor of what
Summer,
people
who
are
gets
so
married?
angry by that. You know, and I'm with it, but I mean, I was almost amazed how that's still kind of people. I guess people really like Richard, or just it sort of capsulizes what he is.
You know, he's done a ton of things like that. You know, Beth falling down and getting a boo-boo for Gary's dad's funeral.
You know, they analyzed that further with if you go back and listen to that the Dr. Abloh interview, they went about another half hour into that. They got a little deeper into the kind of what Mary was thinking, and he looked even worse. It was even worse than you think. And she's kind of in cahoots with him on all this. It just says so much. The glazed over eyes, and for Artie to turn on him, you are a dickbag.
Yeah, he pisses on his fans, but he pisses on his staff as well.
Yeah. And where was Richard's wedding? Remember, he didn't want to drive that far.
Chelsea Piers. It was
right.
Yes.
But Howard goes to Bel Air for her wedding.
He lives on 101 West 7th Street and Columbus. Chelsea Piers is basically what is it, guys?
It's a 12-minute drive down the West Side Highway.
But he was in the Hamptons because it was a summer wedding.
No,
right. How dare you get married?
Summer.
Right. How dare you get married in the summer?
You're a loser if you get married.
It was really odd because, you know, Liam Neeson's wife, Natasha Richardson?
Yeah.
When she died, they went to her funeral, and I was thinking, like, how did you even really know her? Just because it was
building.
A celebrity
elevator with her
interview.
a couple times.
And seriously, Beth Blade could have broken off, and they would have dragged her to that funeral. Like, she could have, been shot. She would have found.
Well, Robin wanted to get some ashes for her mantelpiece, so.
Vincent Price.
Did she wind up getting any Joan Rivers ashes?
No.
Did Melissa give her some?
No.
Didn't she ask for some?
I thought she was coming in to give her some.
I think she had. I think she was supposed to come in to give her
Really?
some. Swear to God.
Her ashy foot.
Coming out with
her
freezer.
feet. Those are vile. I can't believe she posted it.
What?
Her
Your feet?
ashy.
Her feet.
Who's
Robin.
Okay, okay. Let's just talk about Robin's ashy feet. She posted she had thorns, bunions, and ash.
I thought we were talking about Sharpie toes.
Okay. Someone said your feet look like sledgehammers. I'm not going to say who. No feet talk.
I was just picturing Elias Boy getting caught by his wife looking for the right pigmentation of Robin's feet.
Ashy feet.
Trust me, I got a whole.
This is Elias Boy?
Yes. Yes. What's the matter?
I didn't know he was so funny.
Oh, yeah.
How you mean funny?
You only know me from my photoshops. You wouldn't think so.
All right. Anything else we have to talk about?
Oh,
I think we're ready to wrap Beth up today.
Yeah, I think so.
I think so, yeah?
Yes.
Have we tapped on Amanda Peet at all?
Oh, she's worse than Hitler. That's all I know.
He
Worst
dated
person
somebody
in the
that was
world.
the same, or
It runs deeper than that because Howard just went on this. It seemed like for about 3 years he would just go on random
anytime she
tirades.
came up.
Yeah, and you're going. This is a C-list actress who works like every 3 years. It's really
I don't think
bizarre.
it's just about Beth. I think she said he was ugly or something.
Stole a boyfriend.
That's
Brian. But she's worse than Hitler? Come on.
Yes. Stole one of her boyfriends.
Brian Von Holt, who's an actor, and I think, I don't know if he's dating Courtney Cox or. But anyway,
right. She's engaged to the
And
lead
what did
singer
he care
of Snow
anyway?
Patrol.
She was cheating on him anyway.
because he's trying to white knight her, and she obviously.
No, I think I got the story. So Beth was in that movie with Ben Stiller.
Yes.
Stiller being friendly with Beth thing, because Ben also lives on the Upper West Side over here as well.
They went to dinner together, all of them.
But then 4 years later, she was tapped to be in a movie with Amanda Peet called Whipped.
Yeah.
And I think she was cut out of the final of the movie. I think she had one little
Such a good
scene.
actress.
I looked at it. Really? Yeah, I couldn't find it anywhere. I don't think she's actually in the movie, and Beth got really upset that she was cut, like her big major role in this movie.
And she blamed it on Amanda Peet.
And she blamed it on Amanda Peet.
As if Amanda Peet
jealous
and
of
her are even up for the same part.
No.
She's
She
like
was
a
fucking stand-in.
just a stand-in.
An extra.
Right.
We'll call her an extra to be kind.
Although her role in the Ben Stiller movie was critical. It was critical.
Volleyball.
Really moved the plot.
Yeah, retarded
She carried
volleyball
that
girl
movie.
number 2.
She did carry it, yeah. She's fabulous.
Retarded volleyball girl number 2.
Cylon, you gotta edit her Wikipedia page and put that in.
You got it.
See how long it takes them to change, because she's fucking looking at that every 10 minutes. I guarantee you she gets a Google alert. Go put retarded volleyball player and put that in.
And Secretariat stand-in number 3.
That should be in her IMDb, because audience, green room at Letterman or audience at AGT.
Audience member.
You'll be safe because she can't spell IMDb.
Right.
Did you see what somebody did on her IMDb?
No.
The fucking best.
It's for years people have been terrorizing that page.
Oh my god, it's the best. Like,
that would be a good show. Her IMDb message boards would be a pretty good.
Oh, that's true. I wonder if she does have message boards.
They can't touch those. That's completely out of Plughead's Wigamortis hands.
His jurisdiction.
That's a good one.
Her first credit is...
Think about that.
That was for Scott Mayer's penis, by the way.
Her first credit when you go to IMDb at the top of the page is Beth Stern, Self, the 2015 Hero Dog Awards.
Okay, wait. On trivia for Beth, it says her birth name is Scott. Whoa.
Oh my god.
No way. That's legit.
Wow, you can stay on this page for hours. It's
Easter eggs.
I didn't even think of the message.
Ranked number 14 on Arabian Maxim's Hot 100 list. Yes. Isn't that great? Yeah. And she has
people terrorize it, and they fix it, and then people go back in and terrorize it. It's a constant. It's like sand on the beach trying to keep the people from terrorizing that page.
What the fuck is actress Saturday morning? It's always Saturday morning in Best World, but what is that? Oh god, we got to check out Saturday morning and play a clip.
Does anybody know about the eBay thing? Because they had like a big
good
AGT. You could sit next to
with
Beth.
Let's see how much it's up to right now. Hold on one second.
But you could have no pictures of Howard. You're not going to meet Howard. He's not even going to look at you. Right. You can get a picture with Beth and sit next to Beth. Who the hell would
Well, why would you meet Howard when you could meet Beth? I mean, I can't.
Oh, really?
imagine.
She's so exciting and dynamic.
Plus, if you bring 2 carrots, you get a free ride.
Okay, on Beth Stern, AGT, eBay.
It must be over by now. Who really bid? Because Howard's
My
birthday
question
show,
is, if
no,
you're
she
writing
didn't sit
as
next to
herself,
anybody.
you have to put as Beth Ostrowski. So Beth
call her Yoda books.
Ostrowski played herself as Beth Ostrowski.
That's true. Like it's not.
We got you with herself. We got you.
She was in a short film called Parishioner as Beth Ostrowski.
Yeah, what is that?
How about Your Mommy Kills Animals? I'm not kidding. It says she was in a documentary called Your Mommy Kills Animals.
Beth Ostrowski has Manchester.
Maybe it's over.
What's it called?
What?
What's it called by proxy? Something by proxy.
Munchausen. Yeah, seriously. If she posts those pictures of that blind cat with those features on his eyes.
She's doing a story about it.
Wow. It's like eyelashes. They're so pretty.
She's a freak. Dollard.
Freako. I think we're done with Beth.
Yes, enough with
Yeah,
Beth.
Beth, they have a cure for blindness in cats. It's called euthanasia.
Exactly. For a kitten. The kitten had no eyes, and he's been in the hospital for a month.
Kat, what do you think, honestly? Is
I
that
thought about this, and I did a little research ahead of this. And I looked for signs, like there's no shave spots on this cat, which you would have an intravenous line going in, so it couldn't be an infection. So the first thing I think, all right, so there's no shaving spots, no infection. Typically, whenever you keep a cat in the hospital for an extended period of time, you want to limit its mobility. So I'm thinking that maybe the cat fell. Typically, it could be, if it's not a broken leg, it could be like a pelvic injury, and you want to keep them restrained. And you can usually send them home. But if somebody doesn't want to have to deal with that or doesn't have the right environment set up, they'll keep them in the hospital and leave it to people to keep the cat restrained. And I'm leaning towards that because now she has that like fortress built for the cat.
Oh, I know.
Yeah. Don't forget, this is a famous cat. It could be in rehab, and the hospital is just a cover story. You guys remember that night or two when people were sending her all the cat advice questions on Twitter?
Oh, that was so retarded.
She gave some of the advice of, well, you should hire a cat behavioralist.
Or a cat psychic.
Right, yeah.
I think she has both.
There's like a million questions. My cat won't stop stealing my car when I go to bed at night. What do you suggest I do?
She had a pet psychic for Bianca when she wanted to get a cat.
Oh, right.
And the pet psychic said, I feel Bianca really would love a friend. So, but Howard makes fun of
the other
everybody.
side, and she said, you're a bimbo.
Bianca's burning the Rainbow Bridge. She never wants to see you again.
Gatgirl with a Thor reference. I love it. Oh.
I just with a Thor reference.
I was going to crowbar.
Referencing something else.
I just saw, it's so appropriate. Beth's horoscope is a Cancer. Yes, you are, honey. Yes, you are. That is just too fucking perfect. Oh my God.
I enjoy it.
Cat?
She's gone.
What did she say? Thanks, guys. Bye.
Gotta go.
Did we lose her?
She left.
Sorry, guys. I was signing off. I was thanking you for letting me join you. I had a great time.
El Gordo Gato came back.
Porco Rico came back.
Some beans. Oh.
Again, Spanish.
Thank you so much for joining us. We really loved having you on. Thank you so much, Kat.
Thank you, Kat.
Bye.
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 Monique, I have a song for Cylon Alec Baldwin would like to sing.
Oh, fuck me.
Well, you know what, guys? I gotta go. I do gotta go.
Elias, we love you. Thank you for joining us
Later,
tonight.
boy. My pleasure. Love you guys, too.
Bye. Jess, you still there?
Yeah.
So, I don't think John has ever sung to you in person.
Serenade Jess, yeah.
And I think
Yeah, not me, pal.
I think that a little serenade's in order.
Both of you.
For
Yeah, both of you. And coming from Alec, this is the perfect song. This is the homage. Howard made the video for Beth's mom to Ryan Houston's Beautiful Day.
That was horrible.
Beth and her brother's ambulance.
Frolicking. Yeah.
Frolicking on the beach.
Frank, just like Ilaria and I do.
What are you singing for us tonight, John? I'm sorry, Alec.
Alec.
Beautiful Day by Ryan Houston.
I don't know the song.
I don't either.
I want to feel the sun. Our views. I want to see my friends. The old you.
Yeah, Broadway?
Yeah.
Insane.
We'll turn on the game and share some laughs. This and that. Now let's say goodbye to rainy days, to the colder nights, and to the empty trees. Now full of life.
What a horrible song.
Is it even a song?
Spoken
Well,
word.
he's speaking it.
Cloudless skies, summer days, feels just like it's on the way. Kids are out, safe to play. It feels just like a beautiful day.
Another
Cloudless
Benson who's
skies,
battling
summer
lament.
days, feels just like it's on the way. Kids are out, safe to play. It feels just like a beautiful day.
Lovely.
Gorgeous. Oh,
All right.
Reacher's Wolf.
Who is that? Even Reacher loved it.
That was brilliant. That was bravissimo.
All I could picture was Beth and her brothers in photos
Right.
going across the street.
Oh, it's
That's the
disgusting. Oh, them carrying their
Song
sister.
from the- yeah.
That is so
You guys
vile.
not know that?
It's the song from the incestuous YouTube. Yeah.
That is gross. That is one of the grossest pictures. And then she's doing the cartwheel and you see her white underwear. Yeah.
No.
And her brothers like lifting her up and spinning her around.
Oh,
Here we go.
John, you sounded just like it.
It's actually not that different than it's
Is it
No.
Baldwin? Is that Baldwin?
Yeah. Perfect. It's like John.
It does sound like it. It wasn't too far off.
It's the same gravitas.
It's a happy coincidence.
Nice work.
Wow. It's like a bar mitzvah video. It's amazing.
The only thing missing is a incestuous scissoring and a towel.
You insist you're scissoring. He is
Well, you and your
obsessed
cousin
with
can take care of that.
She thinks I'm gay for my own cousin, guys.
You kind of are. I've seen your Facebook page.
So we try to out Jeremy Renner. Don't touch Jeremy Renner. Come on, Jess.
Jess?
Yeah?
Love you.
She can't say
Nice.
Good
night.
I hug
Bye.
Bye.
Jess.
your Ray-Bans.
Bye. Bye.
Just like me, they long to be close to you. You slipped out. Come on, everybody. Valentine's Day. On the day that you were born, the angels got together and decided to create a dream come true. And they sprinkled fairy dust in your hair. I started it again. Why do birds decide? Now people are being subjected to it again.
Yeah, we didn't know what this was. Oh my God, he's doing it all.
I had no idea.
The guy should have singing.
You know what? The guy should have seen how many times you would have actually sang the song.
Yeah, you should have played it over.
I was mortified when I heard this. Be up here every time. Meanwhile, this is supposed to be Beth's line.
Right.
You are near, just like me. They long to be close to you. Stars sudden on the night. Every time you walk by. The words were dancing. Just like me, they long to be close to you. Not bad. Come on!
Hit it back.
On the day that you were born, the angels got together and decided to create a dream come true. So they sprinkled moon dust in your hair of gold and starlight in your eyes of blue. You. Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's wild girls in town. Come on. Come on. Follow you. All around. Just like me. They long to be. I'm loosening up. Close to you. Oh, just like. Thank you very much. Thank you.
What?
Reacher. That was vulgar.
All right, I'm going to start.
Go,
Hi,
baby.
everyone. Welcome to Radio Gunk, Grace and John, and we have our friend, Zachary is calling in right now. Zach?
Hey, you guys.
Hi, Zach.
How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Thank you for coming on.
Yeah, no problem. This is a fucking treat. Yeah.
Gay pirate to the rescue.
You were so great.
Zach, you do have a tinge of a Hawaiian accent. You're like you're the Dean Candy Cane of race Gunk.
Dean Candy Cane?
Yeah. He's a Hawaii guy, right? Dean Cane?
Oh, for real? Oh, Dean Cane. Yeah.
Superman.
How does he not know this shit?
Because this is stupid shit.
I know, exactly. That's our song.
Welcome to the Radio Gunk family, Zach. Diffuse you to get you on board with the gang.
Yeah, so Zach, we're just going to have you lay back just a little bit. I need to do a Marianne from Brooklyn tirade. We're going to go into the week in review, and then we'll swing back around.
To Zachy
All right.
Aloha.
So, this week on Tuesday, I originally was thinking about going over to AGT and interviewing whoever I could find.
Yes.
And then I had talked with Nemo online, and he showed me when the tickets were available for it. It was like 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, and I'm like, shit, maybe they're not taping at night. Our friend RP McMurphy out on the other coast, Seattle, sent me a message saying, are you going to go and interview any of the Whack Pack today? I'm like, gee, I don't really think they're going to be there. I'm not really sure what I should do. So he checked into it and saw that the Beth $10,000 sit with me at AGT thing on eBay was for either August 11th or September something. So I knew that August 11th was a key day.
Yeah.
So I ran home, threw on a pair of shorts and a t-shirt, took dog.
Go reach her.
And I saw the covered canopy where all the stars come in and all that shit. On the left-hand side. And right in front of Radio City, right on the corner, is Marianne. With her crown in hand.
What kind of crown?
Poster.
Is it rhinestone or is it
gold? No, it was a gold crown, like a gold Burger King.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Burger King with
That's
little
exactly what it was like.
Jewels.
And
oh my!
She's all dolled up, had her hair blown out, had a really pretty dress on,
she's wearing a
orange
dress.
heels. I was looking, Marianne. I walk over to her. And I said, "Hey, Marianne, so nice to see you. I was wondering if I could ask you a couple of questions for my podcast. It's called RadioGunk, and it's a Howard-affiliated podcast. We talk about Howard. We talk about all things Howard. That's the end of the story."
Yeah.
She said to me, "Oh, I don't really do interviews. Is it like a Spreecast or a Periscope kind of thing?" And I'm like, "No, nothing like what Elisa does with Benji. There's no videotape. I'm actually just going to do it on my iPhone. So, I just have really, really innocent questions for you." She's like, okay. So we start the conversation. So I'm going to play it now, and I'll fill this in with the actual when it comes
This is my first time listening.
Oh, let me call back. Something's going on with your voice. You're too echoey.
I'm in love with Don Ho. What can I
don't hear an echo at all.
I'm having a hard time. You're kind of going on. Can I call back?
Me? Call back.
You're just fading in and out on me.
Call back,
every other word seems to be
back. Goodbye. Hung up on him.
Okay.
Zach, you still there? Hello?
Both of them are calling.
Hello?
Guess who? We meet again.
We
Zach,
missed
you there?
you, darling.
Zach, you
Guess
there?
who?
Zach?
Alec Baldwin, baby. Zach, are you there?
There's no way my connection cut off, Zach.
Zach,
There's that sound again.
So I'm going to play Marianne for Brooklyn audio.
Can't wait to hear it.
All right, here we go.
Hey, it's Monique, and I'm here with Marianne.
You ran into me. I'm standing in front of Radio City Music Hall.
Exactly.
Like it's my job with my crown. Right.
It's your job.
And your dog who wants me, of course.
Reacher wants her.
And the dog wants me.
He's sniffing in inappropriate places, just so that you know. So I really had simple questions for you. I'm just curious, what do you think the future is for the Howard Stern Show? Like, do you think he's going to resign?
I think Howard's going to give us a couple of more years at Sirius Satellite Radio. I think his best gig in his life is the radio. That's what he's passionate about. Even though he's great on America's Got Talent, there's a very big bond between his audience and him, the fact that people could call in on a daily basis, and there's that communication and open line. When you go on a TV show, you don't have that open line with your fans.
You don't, but do you think that he's a little tired of it, like with the 3-day work schedule?
No, I think he's got a little more in him. I think now that he's said he's definitely not doing America's Got Talent, he'll have more free time for radio, and it'll be better, and then he can draw and paint on the weekends.
All the good stuff that he loves to do.
Right, which he deserves.
I think so, too. I mean, he's 61 now.
62 in January, and the contract is up December 16th, and I'm hoping, and I think if I'm correct, I think we have him till 65, and then I think he'll go off into the sunset.
And just do whatever.
Right.
And move down to Florida and be happy.
Right.
Exactly.
And enjoy his coffee, and maybe 2 slices of pizza, because he's always on a diet.
It'll never happen. It'll never happen.
I just saw him, yes. He looks amazing.
It'll never happen.
He had a beautiful suit on, a wine coaster, which Merlot is a new color. So Ralph is doing it to his job.
He's too self-conscious to actually ever eat for himself. He's never going to do it.
But, well, I think
he's a little skinny for my liking. Just a little.
Gained a little weight back. He's put a little. We're regular people. We're not. Nobody's watching us on TV.
So people always ask the question and always wonder whether or not you are prompted by the show before you call in to always do the plug.
No,
which we think is amazing.
It's like, only me. Who would even think that? Whoever thinks that is not a fan, doesn't know me, doesn't know anything about me. I'm passionate about. First of all, I'm a regular housewife, so for me to take my clothes off wouldn't be good for me. It's not my bad.
Right.
So I enjoy the things that are good for me. I think now that Howard's on America's Got Talent, it's more mainstream. I'm not a regular housewife, but more people can relate to me. I'm plugging things I like. I'm not plugging anything I don't like. I've been a North Shore Animal League member since I'm 10 years old. I'm going to be 57, and I've been donating.
You look fabulous, by the way.
I've been donating since I'm, 10 years old. I've rescued dogs. It's things that I'm passionate about. I don't just hook on to somebody and say, I'm plugging this and plugging that. So what you see is what you get. So
I think it's awesome, and I commend you for doing it for as long as you have been. I mean, it's like
it's passion,
and it's true fandom. Like it really is.
Well, it's something you really love, and it makes you feel good. Why not?
But look how committed you are. You've been here since 3. It's hot as balls outside. It's humid and disgusting.
My blowout just went down.
Went out.
Well, what am I going to do?
So who are you waiting on?
High Pitch Eric and Joey Boots went in, and Medicated Pete, because they're pre-taping, which they didn't tell us.
I know. I saw that there were tickets at 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock.
Right. Well, no, that's the usual pickup time. But then they decided to do a pre-tape, so whoever's here, they'll put us in a pre-tape, and then they'll release, then they'll scatter the seats again. And so Medicated Pete, Joey Boots, High Pitch Eric. I'm waiting for Jeff the Drunk, Ethan Ullman, Christina Palumbo from the Jay Thomas Show, and her mom, and that's it.
Do you like the greeting party? You like the...
You don't get more real than writing a name on a piece of paper and carrying a crown.
You're so funny.
And bringing snacks to the group. And Ham Hands, and look, check on Ham Hands, because I knew he was coming, so not to forget.
You hear from them? Is anybody coming?
They all went in.
Oh, so everyone's here.
I'm just waiting for a few other people. You're not listening to me. I just told you. Half went in and the other half I'm waiting for.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, that's it.
So should I ask you a question?
You can ask me anything you want.
Where were you born?
I was born here in Manhattan, born and raised. I live 3 blocks away.
Oh, that's nice. Because you're writing the Serious Satellite Radio?
Yeah, I know.
What made you decide to have a podcast?
I do it once a week. I was a little frustrated at work, and it was a great outlet. It's great to be able to talk a little bit and just get out whatever you want.
So that's perfect.
So we laugh, we have fun. I had Stuttering John in a few weeks ago. Grillo comes on all the time because we're friends, and he works right here as well. I'm friends with Jackie. So we just hang out.
The other day.
I love Grillo.
Me too. Somebody he needed a ticket got it, so I'm happy because my
good.
Well, yeah.
But yeah, that's what I do. And you know what? It's fun. I live here my whole life.
Good. And it's like your outlet, right? Like mine, I take care of my family, and Howard's my outlet.
Here's your outlet, which is a good thing. I've been listening to the show since I'm a child,
Me too.
as we all have.
I started more notes, Channel 9, about 24 years ago. That's when
I'm probably a little bit earlier, actually.
Yeah.
Actually, when he was on AM radio, I didn't listen to him because I never got AM, like in my house.
Yeah.
It was actually weird. It's kind of like watching Saturday Night Live when you were a little girl. Like you're sort of not allowed to, but you do anyway because you're not supposed to.
Especially on AM, because AM was so regimented. With because my grandmother had John B. Gambling and all those. Right. On her.
And I was like an LIR girl. I used to listen to like Depeche Mode and all that stuff. And that's it.
NEW.
Oh my God, I lived for NEW and then KTU. Because I was a disco girl.
That's
But we did.
Good, I'm glad.
All right, thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it. That was awesome. I don't know how to stop this thing. So after I did that, I decided, you know what, she was really nice, she was really friendly. I'm not going to put it on the RadioGunk show because she's going to be so upset that she did an interview with somebody who immediately after the interview is done is basically going to talk about how Howard likes big fat black cock. I wasn't necessarily sure she would appreciate being on that type of podcast. Correct. So I decided instead that I was just going to post it on DS and just leave it as something just for us. End of story. So after that, first thing in the morning the next day, Marianne from Brooklyn addresses me on Twitter and says, "To the woman that lied, too bad you are so pathetic." That's what she wrote to me.
You're pathetic.
Yeah. First of all, I never lied. I told her we did a Howard Stern-related podcast. She had all sorts of concerns about it, but whatever.
She's wearing a crown on her head from Burger King, and you're pathetic.
So let me just address Marianne.
Go ahead.
Okay? So let's discuss who exactly is in fact the pathetic one. Let's discuss Marianne for a second. I look in the mirror every day, and never does the vision of Howard Stern come dancing into my head. Because I have something called a life. A real life. Right? Not a fantasy one, like she's built on 30 seconds of fucking fame here and there. Not sub-existing by writing basically on the coattails of some fucking freakish Barbados coat that he wears on a weekly basis. She's been breathing in his every word and movement for a lifetime.
So my question to Marianne is, do you think when he leaves he will ever give a fucking rat's ass about you? Do you think he'll ever take your phone call? Do you think he'll ever look at an email that you send? Do you think he cares about you at all? And the answer is no. Because you know what you are, Marianne? You are content. You are fucking content from Brooklyn. That's all you are. You are filler and you are content.
And you're free.
And you're free. And that's all that matters to him. So you can be the sycophant's sycophant.
She's the queen.
With the whack pack, with everybody that you take care of, because you truly are the mother of the whack pack, and you do take care of them. But what are you going to do after he leaves? What are you going to do? Call into some show and let us know that fat diabetic fuck John Hine is at McDonald's stuffing his face to capacity?
Oh, with no ketchup on his hamburger.
Are you gonna call in and let us know that JD is directing a commercial for a fucking used car salesman service in Ohio? Like, what the fuck are you gonna do with yourself? You have lived your life almost exclusively, to the exclusion of everything else, for this man. You are just merely a cog in his fucking watch. Not even in the beautiful mantelpiece clock that he has in the Hamptons sitting right above Bianca's fucking barbecued remains, that fat little shit that he had. You are just a cog in his fucking watch.
That's fresh.
And it is fucking tick-tocking. Tick-tock, Marianne. Tick-fucking-tock. Tick-fucking-tock. And to quote what I said to you about fucking Depeche Mode and LIE, enjoy the silence, Marianne, because that's what's coming.
Enjoy the silence.
So, suck it, and you're on the air now. So welcome to Radio Gunk.
Yay! She thinks who she is, Marianne from Brooklyn.
Reach out and touch base, Marianne, you're Monique's own personal Jesus.
She's 57. Holy
she
shit.
Sees the world through gunk cataracts. That's what it is. She's a clouded fucking vision of the world.
But did you hear her on the radio? She said, Howard, we've been through AGT 4 years together. We've been through this for 4 years. He's like, yeah. Click.
We.
Yeah, we.
Yeah.
Grow up,
We
Marianne.
are not getting paid $16 million
Right,
to
Marianne.
show up for free with your fucking cardstock posters that, honestly, I think Reacher, if I shoved a pen in his fucking paws, can probably do a better job.
Reacher, lick my toes.
Stop it. So, I just want to say that you were the pathetic one.
Yes,
because
Marianne,
you know what?
you are.
I have a real life, and I will not think a fucking scintilla of Howard after he is off the air.
I love Scintilla. That's
the
a
only
great word.
reason I think of him is probably an hour before we do this show so that we could have our own content and so that we can amuse people. The reality is he hasn't fucking amused us for over 10 years.
Easily.
And he's done. Okay, I'm done with this. Sorry.
Okay, I just want to say one more thing to Marianne.
Love the anger, and before I forget, just off Scintilla, and I'm sure I'll be using that later for a visual, but I jerked off last week. As we got off the air, I jerked off to you saying circumnavigate and acrimonious.
And also, incestuous scissoring.
Say, I incestuously scissored.
You know,
I think to Marianne, I just want to say one thing to Marianne, or two. Okay, Marianne, you didn't meet me, but I want to tell you, you are pitiful, and I kind of feel sorry for you. I really do. I know you don't. I do. Howard saw your house. He said you look like you live in a slum.
Right.
Then you start redecorating. Then, Marianne, on Howard's birthday bash, you had the audacity to have a picture taken with Robert Downey Jr. He was horrified and chastised you until you went to the 5th ring of hell so you could look down upon his celebrity
on the real
friends.
people, on his real friends.
Yes, his real friends.
He doesn't care about her.
Come on, Marianne, grow up. She wouldn't let you come into Costco's back in the rain when she was doing
didn't have a
stupid
membership,
Yoda
right,
thing.
or something like that.
Yes, it was ridiculous.
Yeah.
So, Marianne, get a clue.
Sorry,
Sad.
content from Brooklyn.
Yes.
Your 15
Grace,
minutes
that's
are
so
up.
funny. I noticed that look on Downey, too. So horrified. He's going to have Tony Stark make a Marianne from Brooklyn Iron Man Buster armor just to take her on, just to fly to Brooklyn and just to blow up fucking Bensonhurst with his repulsor.
I can imagine that Marianne's husband has just fucking given up at this point.
I'm sure. She's got
That's
2
the
kids
interview.
as well.
How old are the kids? Do we even know? Well, she's 57. They have to be old.
Well, I think they're
Yeah.
35 and they're living at home and eating her meatballs and shit. I don't know.
Whatever. All right, so I'm done with that tirade. Let's get on to the week in review,
Week
shall
in
we?
review, yay! As Nemo would say, Mungay and Tuesday. Yeah.
So,
thanks, Nemo.
Listen, there's so much to be said about Monday that I
Oh.
think we could fill an hour
Oh, my
with this
God.
shit. But let's cut to the chase. So, Howard decided to start drinking coffee again. BFD, you may say. But apparently he has not had any coffee since he's 19 years old, which apparently is the same time that he quit smoking.
4 packs a day.
Call me crazy, but why do I think I remember that he used to smoke in the NBC days?
He did.
He did.
Right? But
I think there's shots of him doing it. Like
everything I've read.
It's part of the rebel kind of fake rock star persona. So I think he tried
Well,
to
it's
take
the
on.
revisionist history that I'm a little appalled at right now.
Shit.
So he says that he quit smoking at 19 and he quit drinking coffee. Right, and he had a 4-pack a day, which
habit.
would mean
Yes.
how many cigarettes are in a pack? I've never smoked
20,
in my life.
I think. I haven't either.
20. So
Yes.
that's 80 cigarettes a day, which would mean he'd have to be smoking every 12 minutes, basically.
What a fella.
Yeah.
What a man.
Disgusting stink breath. So he started drinking coffee again, but not just any coffee. No, because there's no great special coffees in New York. There's not Joe's. There's not all these great little Cafe, which is around the corner, which is delicious. No.
And I like Dunkin' Donuts.
He
Call me
goes-
old-fashioned.
Oh,
Well, he brought them up. He brought
He
up.
goes-
Dunkin' Donuts, let me get to say, Dunkin' Donuts is a AGT sponsor.
Right.
So that's part of
So he's
the.
basically
I feel like that's
spitting in
part.
their
Yeah.
face. Somebody, I think, also discovered, maybe it was on the Bethman blog site, that he bought a Starbucks franchise
For his daughter. I read that, yeah.
Is it
Wow.
Oakland
Do you know
or
where?
No, yeah, Oakland.
You know what?
Oh, it's Deborah. It's Deborah.
I'm always confused with who's who. Is she the Jewess who was
No,
in Great
Emily
Britain?
is the
Deborah's
smelly
probably the
Jewess.
most normal one. Deborah's the one who's probably following in Allison's footsteps.
So she's the one who is
She's
engaged?
a social worker.
Is she
And she's
Kind of
engaged
a
to
social
some.
worker. Something tells me it's not full time. And
She
she
doesn't
got
have
engaged
to.
to a guy named Colin Christie, which sounds made up.
No
And I
way.
think
Is that true?
She's the one who lives in the Bay Area. There's no question that's her.
All trust fund babies are social workers. I mean, that's what they do.
That's so true.
It's so
Well,
true.
that's not really true.
Teachers and social workers, 100%.
Because they want to come
Ivanka
across as
Trump.
philanthropic.
Ivanka Trump's just ugly. Oh no, Ivanka, not Ivana. Ivana looks brutal. Ivanka's gorgeous. I saw her at the airport at LaGuardia, and here comes this gorgeous.
She's very tall.
Tall, flowing blonde hair, jeans, thigh high, gorgeous Stuart Weitzman boots, and a fucking chinchilla jacket. And she looked ridiculously
Chinchilla?
stunning. Yeah.
How dare she?
Yeah, that's like a $30,000 chub that she was working
You think I can fed my own daughter, huh? She graduated from the Wharton School of Finance.
This is what he said. My daughter is one of the most beautiful women in the world. I've married the most beautiful women in the world. Donald said that.
Let's be honest. If he gets into the White House, Melania in the White House is going to make fucking Michelle look like some goddamn piker. I mean, she's going to make Michelle look like Cecil. She should be shot on fucking sight.
Melania has the personality of sawdust. She is Botox. She is everything. She is sawdust.
Monday, Starbucks. So we went through coffee. He's so excited. He's drinking coffee. Starbucks.
There was also a plug for the Keurig maker. You know that coffee?
Oh, yes.
Right, that's what they have in the office, but they'll never do.
And Robin is drinking coffee, consequently, as well.
It's not
How
coming
would
out of
you
her
even
ass. It's
do
going
a
into
fucking
her
show
mouth.
at that
drinking
time
it.
and not load up on caffeine? I'm scared of anyone who doesn't need some kind of caffeination at that time. It made no sense.
It's
I
weird.
couldn't believe him. And Robin was drinking coffee for years, and somehow she needed to get off it, and it was threatening.
Let's talk about the Aniston wedding.
Oh, what
Shall
a
we?
horror.
This will be a nice segue into what today's topic of conversation is going to be.
Gay Howard.
Well, as I'm going to entitle it, 50 Shades of Gay. And that was given to me by somebody online, and you know who you are, and I thank you very much.
That's okay.
So, yeah, so 50 Shades of Gay Howard. So at the Addison wedding, clearly that is the reason they took a week of vacation. Not for any reason whatsoever, other than to fly to LA just for 2 days, which exhausted him so fucking much that he couldn't even think the day he got back. Like, he couldn't even, like, wrangle himself to get out of bed. He was so exhausted.
Poor baby.
Poor baby. I've done Seattle as a fucking day trip, and the fact that he can't go on a private jet to LA for what amounts to basically 36 hours and fucking fly home and be okay.
He roughed it.
He really roughed it. Even doing the AGT show that went on till, what, 11 o'clock? You can't rally yourself to fucking get up at, what, 5:35 to take the 5-minute fucking drive to Sirius to do your show? Are you kidding me?
No kids, no errands to run. You could sleep on the plane the whole time. There's absolutely no reason.
No pussies. There were no pussies.
Yeah. Nope.
But we heard so much about his gay love
what a
and
work
joy.
ethic.
Oh, my God.
Orlando Bloom.
Orlando.
Holy Toledo.
Blooming asshole.
He just was in love.
Oh, my God. He
How
said,
handsome.
so in works this stunning man. I didn't know who he was, Robin.
He was at his table.
Kim said, right? Yeah, okay, hello, the B-list table. Basically.
Portia and Ellen.
Okay, so you got somebody from Middle Earth and a lesbian who probably looks nothing like Gatgirl, by the way, and some lesbian with her anorexic fucking wife. Big deal.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, they put Howard at a decent table, but it's no Clooney table.
No, but it was like, oh, he didn't go. He was in Italy.
Oh, that's
Well,
right.
you know, the Friends male cast didn't make it. The strangest thing ever.
They weren't invited, right?
Nope.
How could you not? That is so bizarre. It's almost as if
this is why he lives in this circle, John. This is the circle of kiss-ass. And let's be honest. What the fuck is Jennifer Aniston? She hasn't done anything
I can't
of any
stand
note
her.
since Friends.
John.
She's asexual, just like Beth.
Yes,
So
but she's hotter than Beth, which ain't saying much. Yeah.
We've had this discussion before, and I don't think she is. I think they're equal in
Really?
their unsexy attract. She has a square fucking face.
I don't
It's
like
just
her
a square
face.
with eyeballs and lips.
she was the queen of the butterface for many years.
Absolutely.
Her and Cameron Diaz were kind of fighting it out for Queen of the Butterface all through the 2000s. As soon as she left Friends, pretty much.
Cameron Diaz has more holes in her face than fucking 8th Avenue does right now.
Yes, she does have pockmarks.
She's Hatchet Face from Crybaby, right? Right, Zach?
Wait,
You're a big John Waters guy.
Exactly. So, sitting in the background and just kind of listening in for this portion of our show.
In Hawaii.
I don't know if you want to listen to that or not. Is that okay, Zach? That we mentioned that you're in Hawaii?
Oh, of course.
Okay, so I wasn't sure.
What is Rupert Pumpkin going to track him down?
I don't know. I mean, dogs is pretty, like, scary, so.
Oh, it can be.
So
You can
I was totally segue. So John reached out and basically put out fucking rainbow flag.
Right.
To find
Yeah, he calls out Gatgirl and Allison bank account that represent the lesbians.
Exactly. And
where's our gay boys?
Zach represents our gays, and then I think GL Gartner is basically token. But
that's
Guy
Gardner.
There are other black people on the line, but
I don't know.
Secretive.
I don't know.
I thought Tall Tyrion was black for a long time. He's 6'7".
He's 6'7".
Loves the NBA. I just thought.
So you just honestly assume that he's black because he's a fucking tall guy.
And he has beer can thick. That's what I heard.
And my primitive caveman line, anyone who's 6'7" and loves the National Basketball Association is in fact a black man.
You know what? You can get away with that, and I will tell you a story. When I used to go out clubbing all the time, if you were like a 6'4", 6'5", kind of chunky black guy, or a 6'7", 6'9", anything guy, you could basically lie to any fucking bimbo that was out there and tell them that you worked on the Giants, the Jets, the Knicks, the Nets. Nobody would ever fucking know the difference. But guys used to get away with this shit all the time.
Where did you meet these people that are 6'7" and 6'9"?
You stand out.
Saying, and basketball is my game. When you're that tall, you're almost forced to play basketball at some point in your life.
You're almost forced to lie that you play basketball so that you can get the little fidget fucking spinner blonde chick who's latching on basically to your penis because that's all she reaches.
Yeah.
Let's be honest.
Icky poo.
Icky poo? That
Big
was the
time. Icky
that was
poo.
the answer to that? Icky poo?
Yes. Yes. Let's talk about Howard giving the speech. What is up with that?
Again, he's running in a circle of people. It's like actually a circle jerk. That's what's going on there. They're all holding on to each other's cocks and just jerking each other off and fawning
Pulling
over
each other's
other.
taffy.
Just fawning over each other.
Yeah.
And to bring Howard into the mix, which I find amusing because he's not fucking fun or funny.
No, he's not.
Yeah, I'm sure he called Louis C.K., his BFF, to help him write something for it. He basically went into, he said, a 10-minute tirade.
All about him.
Having to sit on poofs, and they took his phone away from him. So, oh my God, how is he going to be able to call his limo driver to come pick him up when he's ready to leave? Because you know he was ready to leave like two hours after the fucking thing started.
And everybody laughed uproariously, he said.
What's the real reason he's worried about not having camera phones?
Yeah, what's the real reason?
Yeah, what's the real reason?
You know, Twatso couldn't do selfies.
Happy.
Let's be honest. That's the only time he is banished into, like, the back room. And what do these people talk to her about? Although they are a bunch of assholes.
Vapid,
What the fuck do they have to talk
horrible,
about? It's the same conversation.
spoiled creeps,
Exactly.
yeah.
But you don't see Jennifer... Actually, you probably don't see anybody that was at that wedding posting as much on fucking Instagram as Beth does.
Nobody.
Nobody. You're a middle-aged pussy wrangler, and you feel that everybody on Instagram needs to follow your every breath. Oh, and by the way, Howard did a bunch of photographs of her.
The one with the elephant?
I cannot wait for a lice boy to parse through the photoshopping there, but she's been posting them every day or so. Calendar is in the works, for
definitely.
sure.
And the face she makes, like it's supposed to be sexy.
All proceeds all proceeds go to Beth's furry friends.
That was a riot by Michael
Rappaport
Rappaport, yeah.
So we'll come back to that on Tuesday.
Monday, also. Jimmy Kimmel.
One second. Go, John.
No, that Gidget Gash. Have you ever seen a faker beach background than in those photos? What? I mean, this is like when a sitcom shows the ocean in the background.
Of course, there was beach in the background. Worse. But he faded it out because it has to be all about Beth, and he basically faded her face out until now she just looks like. You remember the aliens in Close Encounters of the Third Kind?
Yes.
They just had slits for eyes and a little bit of mouth.
But it's
That's
so
what she looks
unsexy.
like.
I mean, she just puts her face back. I can't even explain.
She
it's like a
exudes
goonette
wonk.
face.
Everything is fucking crooked on her. Everything.
She's a goonette.
Fucking mess. So,
Jimmy Kimmel married them.
Oh, he was the pastor, if you will?
So I'm sure Howard was saying, he stole that from me. I invented having people that are celebrities
married them. I
Yeah.
wonder if he even talks to them anymore.
He
He never
them.
mentions them.
No,
ever.
They don't like them. Also,
I wonder if Whitney Cummings went to their house and squished.
Ew,
all
did
over
you hear
their
about her
couch.
grotesquerie at the wedding?
Oh, right. What was
Because
that?
of Orlando Bloom, he's supposedly single, so Whitney lifted up her dress.
So she could fuck him right now or
yes.
something like that?
Oh, isn't she funny and hot?
Disgusting animal. His fascination with Orlando Bloom was just... It's actually what spurred us on to do the gay thread.
It was unbelievable.
To do the gay
and then
podcast.
pretending he didn't know who he was.
Yes.
I find that amazing, right?
He's in massive hits, and Howard's seen all these movies 100 times with his Ralph, and fucking Lord of the Rings and Pirates of the Caribbean. There's no way he doesn't know who he is.
No way. I'm sure Beth knew.
Of course she
Oh
did.
my God, here comes Orlando Bloom. And weren't there little cards on the table, like every...
Yes.
Don't you check out everybody who's going to be at your table before you pick up your card?
Well, that's what Howard said. Oh, we were at a really good table. Brag, that,
Right, and there was some artist that was there whose name he still couldn't figure out.
Yes, he asked, and what do you do? And the artist was all pissed.
Right.
Like,
You're an artist. How should I know who you are? Honestly.
Isn't that the ultimate, Howard, too cool for school move to pretend you don't know an A-lister and to do that shit? I don't really know, like that. Is that not ultimate and too cool for school, Howard?
Veal knows nothing. Okay?
But the stanky wife
Let's be honest. He watches Bachelorette, Dancing with Us. He knows nothing. And unless he gets the fucking movie for free, there is no way that he knows who these people are. And I honestly believe that he doesn't know. Because he's so insulated.
Orlando Bloom?
I don't know. What the fuck do I know from Orlando Bloom?
I don't either. I have to be honest with you. I couldn't pick him out
of a lineup.
I couldn't. Yeah. I don't know who he is.
He's like a pretty boy with blonde curly hair. I don't know.
That's allegedly. Whatever.
Well, allegedly. The most beautiful boy he has ever seen in his life. I'm sure he got floored just seeing him walking towards the fucking
Major
table.
bonathon.
Yeah.
What happened was they had the first dance. Howard did not cut in on his Justin Torso body, Mr. Potato Head guy, who has a great ass.
He's short, I heard, though.
Yes, he is. And he said he wasn't looking, he had a great ass, but he said, I really wasn't looking at him because Jen was wearing a miniskirt, and I was looking at her like, yeah right, Howard.
Again, he was just trying to make noise that the press would follow, because he's the only big mouth that would actually release anything. Oh. And he said that they were invited to the Bora Bora trip.
Yes.
Or wherever the fuck they
the
went.
The whore and the boar. Yeah, not quite.
Yeah, that they were invited on that trip, but he said, no, there's no way. And, he's such a, what's the word? What's the word for somebody who doesn't leave their...
He's a party pooper, boring.
No, but there's a good word that John could
Who doesn't
go
what?
to. Let me think about it for a second.
What's the description?
Somebody who
doesn't go anywhere. Mr. No Fun. Party
Oh, well, agoraphobe.
Oh, right. See, something John would know about.
Sorry you don't jet off to Seattle on a whimsy like
day trip.
Miss Jet City woman. I'm an agoraphobe because I don't go to fucking Seattle 3 times a week.
Oh, shut up.
She doesn't. But the thing with Howard is, it's funny. They knew he's contracted to AGT for the summer.
Of course.
So he couldn't have gone anyway.
No. I'll tell you how that invite went down. Kimmo saying to him, "Oh, you should come on the trip. It'd be so much fun." And he's like, "Yeah, no, it's not going to happen." I don't even think he may not even have a valid fucking passport. Oh, he goes to Mexico. That's his big fucking trip. That's all he does.
And he was complaining because they put blankets up so that nobody can see them and walk anywhere.
We couldn't see how beautiful it was outside because people wanted to take photos of us so much.
Oh, grow up.
But it's a very Americanized part of It's like right on the fence.
And would he walk outside of it? He's like,
no. Yeah, it's not like the cartels taking over.
Right. They have real Coca-Cola there and Kentucky Fried Chicken made of real fucking chickens.
Yeah,
there's no way. That's like real Salmonella Mexico. Way.
But the thing was, he danced with Orlando Bloom.
Oh, right.
And the first dance...
Did they make up a dance? Because he did that at the last wedding he was at, remember?
He did.
They made up a dance.
Yes, he was so funny and wacky. He and Orlando Bloom danced together on the first dance.
You can see it being like the fucking mating ritual of, like, egrets. Like, sitting on the fucking banks of a golf
really
course.
Big time egret there.
Flapping his fucking big gangly wings.
Icky.
Pulling his knees up and like, pushing his neck out. Like, doing stupid shit.
Oh, when they were wearing skinny jeans, Howard noted.
Oh, no, right, Thoreau was wearing jeans.
And so was Orlando. Skinny jeans.
Orlando. Hey, Zach.
Howard's got 2 dances. He's got the Rock'em Sock'em Robot Wiggle.
I love that one.
And he has the Messiah dance where he just kind of puts his stupid fucking all straight and then kind of wiggles a little bit. You know,
King should be playing in the background. Yeah.
All right. What else happened on Monday? Anything that we're missing, John?
Let's see.
Sour Shoes.
Was that on Monday?
That was Monday. There's only 2 days this week in Sour
Later,
Shoes.
yeah.
Fucking Sour Shoes. All right. So here's what we find out about him. And at every corner, Howard tried to just say, "You're fucking crazy."
Yep. God, you beat me to that.
Yeah. And here's Sour who went to Pepperdine.
Did he
went
really?
to St. John's, got his master's.
Really?
Yes. He's actually, he probably has Asperger's. Like, he's probably on the border of brilliant fucking genius.
Or pathetic
and
genius guy.
antisocial behavior all kind of rolled
Yeah.
into one.
Yeah.
Like, he epitomizes that type of person. And so what he does is he does these childlike type of things, but his parents adore him. And they're like, we are so blessed to have him in our lives because, you know, what he does is he brings joy to people.
It was how Lieberman explained it that way. You're right. Like, he's kind of like this kind of like comedy angel who's not asking for any kind of monetary reward. He just kind of runs around.
We ain't going to get it from Howard, that's for sure.
He works.
No, he can't.
He works with autistic children.
Does
during the day.
Oh, that's so nice.
Yeah. I mean, he's fucking batshit loony. But at the end of the day, Howard tried to kind of disparage him a little bit.
Such
but
an asshole.
He came off as probably one of the most intelligent, funny, ridiculously talented people that Howard's had on in a long time.
He has an opinion on any topic you throw
So
at him.
smart.
He could almost not even just launch into the oppression, but politics, geography. I mean, insanely well read.
Right.
Like he memorizes like National Geographic. And Lieberman was like, at one point, he said something like, and if you go into Sour Shoes' room, all you see are, like, toys from the 80s. So there's, like, He-Man, action figures, and there's G.I. Joe over here, and he has these little battles with each other.
And which is a little loony, I mean, let's be honest.
Yeah, so does Ralph, though.
Yeah,
Ralph
that's right. Case has lots of fucking toys. But he doesn't touch them because he's going to have to sell them one day when Howard fucking quits and he has no money.
He has a 401k.
Oh, that's true. Yeah,
401k.
401k.
Right, Zach?
Yeah.
So Sour just kind of lives like the boy in the plastic bubble.
Poor thing.
You know,
But he's nice.
But he's nice and he's sweet and
He works with
people love
autistic
him.
kids. Come on.
I know. Okay, so Sour was on. I thought he was really interesting.
He did the Vietnam shit again.
Oh, wait, no.
I'd say, yeah. Go ahead, Grace.
Yeah, Vietnam. Let's be honest, okay? First off, Howard is 61, which made him a year after even being eligible to go into the Army. And I'm positive his father would have bought him like a fucking ticket to Canada immediately. So
Or he
that
would have done
get out of
that horrible Ted Nugent shit.
It's actually an affront on anybody who has served
I agree.
in the
Yes,
Army
ma'am.
or in
God bless
any
you. Yes,
services
ma'am.
for him to talk about cutting off Gook's ears and all
Yes.
that shit. Because you know what? I know a few people who went to the Vietnam
So do
War
I.
who are older at this point, and they still to this day don't fucking talk about the atrocities that
Can you
happened
imagine?
there.
Post-traumatic stress disorder.
big time. Horrible.
And it's
Can't
very
even
legit,
fathom
and
it.
it's one of the worst times in American history. I think it's worse than mocking. Go mock 9/11. I would have more respect for you if you mocked 9/11 in the same way. He'd never do that because it's like somehow we think it's cool, and he's gotten a pass of mocking Vietnam. It's
Absolutely.
nothing.
Totally Teflon when it comes to mocking that shit.
Bullshit.
It just amazes me. All right, so we had Sour Shoes, funny phone calls, blah, blah, blah. That was the day. So what I also found... Oh, this is Tuesday. We'll go to Tuesday right now. What happened on Tuesday? Anything?
Not too much. It was
Michael Rappaport was in, which I thought was fucking hysterical.
Best furry friends.
That's right. So Michael Rappaport was a breath of fresh air on that show because he was unfiltered. He could give a shit what he said. Howard, does your house stink like fucking
That was funny,
yeah. All these fucking pussies.
Beth
running
is
around.
fastidious. And then he had Gary come in. Gary, you were there. Does it smell?
Right, that also happened on Monday. He invited Gary and his wife. Louis C.K. was there? Who else was there?
That was really strange. Louis C.K.
Well,
was
of
at
course
his,
he was there because he had to write Howard's fucking thing for the Aniston wedding.
Oh, good connection, Monique.
You like
Very
that?
nice.
You like that?
That was, and Robin was
person that wrote
invited
Joan
to
Rivers
17th
thing.
Squabble.
Right. That's my theory. I'm sticking with it.
Robin was invited to 17th Squabble Lane, and she blew it off again for no reason, too.
No,
There's
I'll tell you why she blew it
absolutely
off.
Nothing.
I'll tell you why she blew it off. Because it was her birthday the week before. And
Oh,
she had a
that's
big
right.
fucking boat party, and Howard didn't come to that because he had to go to the goddamn wedding. That's why. She was upset. She asked him what he was going to be doing. He said he was busy. Never mentioned that he had the wedding to go to.
I didn't hear that.
And she was a little bit upset. Reading between lines, that she was basically snubbed by Howard for his fuck you circle jerk sycophant friends. So,
that's a great. Well, that's kind of like the Richard wedding. It's like in keeping with what we've been killing him for.
Yeah, funeral,
that's
everything.
Aggressive.
Everything.
Yeah, that's.
So here was interesting. So they had a big Yahoo Sports commercial, was running. Then, interestingly enough, it was actually for Yahoo Fantasy Football, which, by the way, just don't think for a second, John, that I'm not going to kick your fucking ass all the time when you and I play each other.
Trash talking, Zach.
Just saying.
It was my pleasure to get emasculated by you. And honestly, I'm not trying to be like Mr. White. I'm not trying to be Mr. White Knight. I hope you win. I kind of like when broads infiltrate this thing and do well.
Go, broad, go.
I want Grace to get a fucking team for Christ's sake.
Summer's tight ends are going to take your fucking coal and turn it into a diamond. I'm going to squeeze you so goddamn tight.
You know 101 West 67 in Columbus doesn't go down without
So they had this big Yahoo Fantasy Football advertisement thing all day long, and then shockingly, in come the boys to talk about fantasy football. Another nice backhanded advertisement for fucking Yahoo. That's what happened. Oh, and then Rappaport, who's so fucking funny, he's just slurping away on his drink, slurping. And Howard's like, what the fuck are you doing over there? He's like, are you drinking your Starbucks in here?
Yep. Oh, that's Starbucks. Oh, you know what cracked me up? They talked about Piers Morgan being on AGT.
Oh,
when
right.
Howard
How
was
horrible
on.
he was, right?
Yeah. How mean he was. He was so mean to the contestants. And Howard said, well, I think they hired him for that. They hired me to develop talent.
Bullshit. They hired him to be the
be
big guy.
Piers Morgan, you big wimp.
That's why his ass got canned. He definitely got fired, by the way. I don't believe for a second that he left them.
They needed to know by July 4th.
Yeah,
please.
right. Very important.
Yeah. Ballroom dancing 8-year-olds. Oh,
exactly.
Boy, develop that talent.
That he makes and you know what's interesting? I only watched that show once, but he just sits there dead silent. Like he's the
easiest
meaningful one. Like he's the thoughtful one.
I am America's judge.
Yeah.
Well, that really caught on, didn't it? Ha!
Yeah. What happened to that demo?
It's also crazy what Benjamin pointed out about his insistence on being on the right on every photo too. Like it's he gives it such a level on.
He has no good side. Hate to tell you, Howard.
Well, that's the thing.
That's his non-witchy poo side.
He's just witchy, not poo. But do you remember? Also, he talked about Ted Cruz. This cracked me up. He talked about the president of the debates, and so he's saying how Ted Cruz looks like. I hate Ted Cruz.
I hate Ted.
I think he's a horrible beast. But he said he looks like a monster, and he dyes his hair black.
Right.
And I'm like, isn't this the monster who dyes his hair black, calling the kettle monster black hair? Black. Exactly. I'm like, how dare this homely monster who dyes his hair black talk about this horrible monster who dyes his hair black as well.
All right, did anything else happen on Tuesday that we missed? Because it was just a boring
It was really boring.
Oh, and then he tried to make excuses and say, you know, I have to do this AGT thing. I'm going to see how it works out for the next couple of weeks. And I'm going to try really hard to test out whether or not I can get in here on Wednesdays.
Oh, poor baby.
Who fucking who?
Yeah.
Who fucking who? Your 5-minute fucking commute that you can't come in and provide content from Brooklyn just for a couple of hours there. All right, so that's all that happened on Tuesday. We're going to go into gay, but I have to do a pee-pee, so I'm going to pick.
I have to pee, too. All right, so this is the first time I've ever peed during a podcast.
That makes two of us.
Monique, did you I almost crashed Karl Malone's Hall of Fame induction 3 years ago.
Did you really?
You're not allowed in. Like, I was going to put a suit on and try to crash it. I really was. I couldn't.
This from the man who won't even come meet us for dinner. Notice how he never answered that email.
I said for my birthday on Monday, I wanted John, Monique, and I to get together, the Gunk man and the Gunkettes.
And I said we'd come to him.
Or we'd go to him. That would be a blast.
And I said, I guarantee you he will not reply to this email.
I knew he did. Yeah, I saw.
Yeah.
What? When was it? What?
Oh, please. Oh,
No, I
feign.
didn't. What?
Ignorance. He's feigning ignorance.
No, I have no knowledge of birthday.
Oh, he's so full of shit.
What do you? I don't know what your birthday was.
Yeah, it is on Monday. We just had that.
And I said I would
I'm sorry. Happy birthday.
I would love to have a little gunk party, and it would be a thrill for my birthday to meet the gunk man.
Okay, let's get into Jay Howard. What is he to say? Cock talk.
Beer can thick.
More cock talk.
Homo room. Now
9 inches or more.
homosexual room.
Right.
Backside boys.
Out of the closet, Stern.
This is a little bit of a. His first act when moving to Sirius was to incorporate George Takei onto the show. That's the first thing he thought.
Why?
For a full week.
You're right, because his demographic was supposed to be the 18 to 34-year-old male. That's where he started. Okay? What male in that demographic gives a shit about cock talk at all? And I get the weird thing
Unless you're gay.
Well, no, I get the weird thing about men is certain types of men, perhaps from Springfield, when they get upset and they get angry with people.
Oh, no, guys, it's Provincetown, right? Isn't that the big New England gate?
Well, that's the tip of the cake.
But I'm just throwing out there.
Yeah.
The guy at the pizzeria, you get him upset, he says, yo, fuck you, suck my cock.
Yeah,
fuck
right.
you.
True.
They revert to this weird macho gay
Suck my
thing.
cock. We never say, lick our love zone or pubis mound. Women, we don't say that when we get mad.
No,
Guys
my
get
ass,
angry
maybe.
and use cock talk as their anger mechanism.
That's
and not
fine.
all men.
You're right.
But
Everything.
Suck my cock.
severely macho douchebag guys tend to do that. Right? I mean, it's just a natural thing.
It's a go-to uncreative way to sort of unleash something. It's horrible. You're right. And they go to it every time.
And it's because they're inarticulate and they have nothing else to say. So it's just like, yeah, fuck you, suck my cock. Right? That's what they say.
Why do they do that? That's fresh.
So anyway, I think Howard maybe tapped into that guy. But
he's such a wimp. We can lift him up with one finger, you and I.
know.
We're like more manly than Howard times 20. I hate to say it, but it's true.
So I wanted to talk about what he's written in his books.
Oh, I love
on
that.
homosexuality.
About it being...
Because there's a lot
I have that as well.
to delve into. So
he's evolved.
Out of the Closet Stern, which was from his first book, he said, the truth is, I am one of the world's leading authorities on homosexuality. I would like to take this opportunity to set the record straight on why men become homosexuals. Become.
This is from Miss America, ironically?
Was it Miss America?
I think it was Miss America, yeah.
Okay. That's fitting.
Because you're not born that way. Like, all gay men will tell you they knew that they were gay when they were playing with the Barbie dolls with no genitalia.
Barbie dolls?
Barbie dolls. No genitalia, as opposed to the G.I. Joes.
I played with G.I. Joes.
I did too.
You guys have some drink.
Many people today lean towards the revisionist theory that homosexuality is biologically determined. In my opinion, homosexuality is just another way of delaying adulthood. So weird. When you're with another guy, you don't have to deal with the responsibilities of a traditional family. You extend the joys of your prepubescence. You're stuck in the phase of your life where you just hang out with boys. It's a simpler time, and a gross sign of immaturity. I believe homosexual behavior is not genetic, but rather a deeply rooted defense mechanism that allows the human mind to ward off outside pressures. Like obsessive-compulsive behavior, alcoholism, or gambling addictions, homosexual behavior can be changed. I have nothing against homosexuals and support gay rights, but I can't fathom the ass as a sex object. I mean, why don't I just go and put my dick into a garbage pail? I could shower my backside 90 times a day. I could clean it all out with a wire brush that smells like a road flare to me.
Ew.
So, what the fuck?
What do you think about that, Zach?
Yeah. How much of that did Judith Regan write, and how much did he write?
Now, that's it.
When the first couple lines there, it was literally like you were describing Zuzazu herself, Emily. Like,
Yeah, you're right.
and I know that predates it all, but it's crazy now when you think about that applies to Emily. The first, third of that, the whole thing is crazy. Eerie.
Wait, let me just finish one more thing. I forgot this part of it. Frankly, I cannot fathom how any man can look at another man's buttocks and get turned on. But this is America. And I will defend to the death the right of any man to insert his penis anywhere. And as for transsexuals, I think these sex change operations should be outlawed. These freaking doctors should spend less time carving vaginas out of penises and find a cure for cancer already. Words of wisdom from a stupid fucking man. Like, seriously,
Oh, man.
how enlightened was Howard of 15, 20 years ago?
But he's evolved, because Hansy called him in on that.
Yeah, right.
Well, you know what, Monique, it's exactly, he thinks he's talking to the demographic you started this segment with. He thinks he's talking to the 1834s homophobes.
Yeah.
And that's
You're
where
right.
that comes from. It's not, we know
not
what it is
him.
now.
But what do you think, Zach?
I mean, I hadn't read Miss
You never
America
heard
or
that?
anything like that. Reading it online on the link Monique sent me, I read it all and stuff, and I was just like, he was really referring to it as some sort of like almost OCD type of mental type illness.
Mental disorder.
You know that this is why people are gay, because they're fucked in the head, and they can't deal. They don't want to grow up, and they just want to like fool around with guys and whatever. And it's just like this person has no idea what he's talking about. He has no idea what it is to be a gay man, and he shouldn't be writing this kind of shit because he has no idea what he's fucking talking about.
But he hurts the progression forward by saying things like this.
Well, it's horrible.
And it does 100% go back to the demographic, John. You're right on the money with that.
It was also at a time when coming out was very courageous. Like when Miss America was written, what was that, 95 or something like that? Yeah, it was very, very hard to be a gay guy in that. So it was fashionable to bash it, and you'd have it. Now, like, it wasn't, you know what I mean? Like, it wasn't, at that time, it was
It was
the way
easy
to reel
to
those
hate.
people in.
It was
yeah,
easy
it's a
to
very,
bash.
yes.
Right. Okay, so I'm going to continue on. So, from Private Parts, which I thought was really interesting. Then, at the tender age of 13, I had my first homosexual experience. One day, at my house, my stupid friend suggested that we masturbate each other. I wasn't interested in him seeing my little dick, so I reluctantly agreed to help him out. He pulled his pants down around his ankles, I started to rub his dick up and down, and he told me I was doing it all wrong. He took his penis between his two hands and started rubbing his hands together like he was starting a fire. This shit was all too weird for me, so I got the fuck out of the room, and I never again thought about guys.
Never again thought he was writing about it in a fucking book.
Liar, liar, pants. Zach, how old were you when you realized that you were gay?
I started getting made fun of before, like, I even realized it. When I really realized it was when I was in junior high, so it was like 6th, 7th grade.
Oh, that's the worst age. See, junior high is the worst time.
Well, they're such meanies.
You really are at your meanest back then.
I mean, the entire time I was there, I was basically made fun of either verbally or like,
why?
Get my ass kicked and shit. So, well, I was very quiet, and then I had a couple gay friends that were very flamboyant, so I was automatically like tagged with it.
Yeah.
And that's sort of how my middle school.
Zach, did you grow up in Hawaii?
Oh yeah, I was born here.
How homophobic or not homophobic is Hawaii? Because we're in the tri-state area, and it really is the most tolerant gay area. I mean, I literally live in a town where the ferry goes to Cherry Grove.
Ferry.
I mean, these broads are 20
Fire
feet
Island
away from
Ferry.
Chelsea, for Christ's sake. So how homophobic is Hawaii?
There is homophobic stuff going on, but I mean, a lot of people here are understanding of a lot of different things and cultures and people,
That's now, though. How was it then?
Oh, I mean, well, when I was in middle school, I'm sure it was worse.
All right, I'm going to continue on. There's a couple of just interesting gay moments in Howard's life, so that's what I'm kind of forwarding into here.
Yes, it's gay Howard.
Howard let a transsexual feel his penis, and he got a huge erection.
Did he really?
I didn't know. When was this?
Where'd you get that?
Take off your pants, she said. Let me see what you've got. I don't have a problem with any of that. You're a guy. I stood there in my underpants, and she grabbed my balls and cock with those manly mitts of hers.
Like
that?
Right.
Sloth hands. Some things a doctor can't change. I popped the biggest fucking boner.
When was this supposed to be?
Some guys really don't know how to handle the goods. This is what he said. This is all from the books.
But when did it happen, supposedly?
Oh, I don't know. I'm sorry. I just took little clippets. Okay. Howard desperately wanted his wife to stick fingers up his asshole during sex.
Isn't that funny how he makes fun of Ronnie about it?
And his desire eventually got so bad that he had to do it himself.
Oh, my God.
By the way, a lot of this comes from our friend Benjamin, who is basically the Howard Stern book historian.
He's
and
amazing.
I thank you so much for actually helping me out with this research.
Also, too, you don't realize the nuggets you can still find in Private Parts and Miss America. Like, when we read those books, we took it as sort of gospel, and we never were cynical.
Right.
If you go back and read them now, you can find so much incriminating shit, contradictory.
I don't have it anymore.
So many.
I
never
lost it
had
in my
them.
divorce.
I don't even care.
I read it, yeah.
Okay, so here's what he said. What I figure is someone did fuck Allison in the ass, and it was a disaster. All I know is that there's no drug or liquor strong enough on the planet Earth to get her to do that. I even tried to ease her into it by sticking a finger or two up there, but she freaked out and said she was uncomfortable. Finally, I asked her if she would do it to me. I even went on my TV show, and during a takeoff of the Newlywed Game that we called Sternly Woods Game, I said the only thing I'd like to do sexually that my wife won't do is to have fingers up my butt. Still nothing. So far, she's gotten as far as spreading my cheeks apart. It got so bad that I tried to do it myself one night. When I was in the shower, I lathered up my butt and put a finger up there, but I didn't get it done. Are you fucking kidding me with you? I know,
But he laughs about this now because Ronnie's young whippersnapper girlfriend puts, like, her fingers up Ronnie's butt. That old, disgusting degenerate.
I don't want to know that. This is more
But he
information
makes
than
fun
I
of it. I can't believe he wrote that all those years ago.
Okay, here's something else. Ready? For some reason, a girlfriend had the impression that Howard would be interested in a foursome with her and two gay men. One morning when she got up, she was nude and grabbed my hand and said, "Come with me." I stumbled out of bed and got my underwear on because I was totally self-conscious about anybody else in the house seeing my little mushroom. Which, by the way, if he's a normal-sized man, which is what, 6 inches is
6
norm?
inches, yeah.
Unless you're in Korea where it's like a fucking turtle head. So 6 inches is normal, and you're, what is he, 6 foot what?
6'5".
6'3".
He looks
5'5".
7'5" with that body.
He's like
6'5".
at least 6'5".
He's not
he's right.
that tall.
Gork.
But that penis has to look small on a 6'5" human being.
But it's a normal.
It's probably a normal penis for all intents and purposes.
As Allison
I think
has
it's
said,
under
and
5.
Beef has said
that it's normal. Well, Beth will say anything for a fucking new Hermes bag, so it doesn't matter. Whatever she says is irrelevant.
But remember Houston, the porn star?
Yeah.
They all went into the bathroom and supposedly
The homo
got
room?
boners, and they got measured. And Howard was like 6 1/4. And Houston said to somebody in the paper that she gave Howard a blowjob.
Really?
Yes.
We should get Chauncey back in here.
I know, I love him.
Okay, from Miss America on calling gay party lines to pick up boys for his own private enjoyment. Remember you used to make like crank phone calls to gay...
Oh, I have that. Yes.
Phone.
Or saying he's David Letterman
Right.
and wants to come in.
Ooga!
Yeah,
in my
big
office
time.
alone, a 41-year-old man with 3 people waiting outside to see him. I'm not doing this as a radio bit. I'm doing this for my own private enjoyment. I'm calling gay party lines and picking up boys. Are you fucking kidding me? I don't understand. Can anybody explain his reality to us?
Any idea?
Zach can't explain it to us. What the fuck does
I
he know?
can't explain that.
Zach, I think Zach might be smoking a little Maui Wowie right now.
Hey, Zach, do you think Howard's gay or just a creep?
Hello?
Huh? What? Stop it.
Gone home from Hawaii.
What do you think about Howard's bizarre fascination with all things gay?
Do you have gaydar for him?
No.
Gaydar, is he gay?
Yeah.
No, I don't think he's gay. I just think he has a lot of...
Hang-ups.
I don't know. You know, like, well, I mean...
Oh,
Reacher.
This is what I get for letting him in the room.
Okay.
That's my
Marianne from Brooklyn out there.
That's my Korean Viper Hound that's barking right there.
I don't know. It's just what would you call it? Homosexual tendencies?
I'm not sure.
When you connect all the dots, Zach, when you look at just like George Takei is the first impulse he has at Sirius to make sure he gets a full week just so he can talk gay and talk about guys' cocks. He's wearing scarves and skinny jeans. He's 61. He's got fucking earrings. He spent an entire week, the 3 hours in this cockpolation, talking about guys' cock. Chris Rock's dick. Well, who talks about Chris Rock's dick?
Who talks about
I never heard that. What happened?
Listen, honestly, we have all dated, T and I have dated men our entire lives. I have never had a boyfriend or any significant other that talked about cock.
Nor I.
Ever brought it up as a topic of conversation.
No.
And I feel like a lot of the times where he would interview people, talking about cock was like the fallback for somebody who's not fucking funny, basically. Somebody who has nothing else to say, and that's the default. And here's an interesting thing that happened this week, going back to Week in Review just for a moment. On Tuesday, I guess they had time to kill, and Robin was doing the news, and he wasn't rushing her through it. And here's what happens. Just so they could get right to that fucking 10:59 and 59-second point, that's when he starts doing all that stupid shit, like the Vietnam shit and all that stuff. Right? The Kennedy stuff. That's when he goes into that.
He's so...
When Robin doesn't have enough news
Current
information,
eventing,
so he goes... So this week it was Bill Cosby, and all he could do was talk about Bill Cosby's cock. And he just went into this enormous tirade. I mean, it had to be like 15 minutes
I didn't
of filler.
hear that.
It was
the auto-tune, too. So it's like anything you say is kind of comical, and that he has, the auto-tune sort of, disguise. That's what we wanted to do with Dame Bethman, where you sort of disguise the voice, and he did that for a half hour straight, right? And that's how he killed that last half hour.
Yeah, he killed the whole last half hour
doing Bill Cosby.
Doing Bill Cosby and talking about his cock. So I started doing some research on homosexuality and Jews. Duality. Yes.
And Shaq, are you Jewish, by the way? I will ask.
No.
Are you sure?
So according to this article, ready? Catch this shit. Jews are more than twice as likely to be gay as are likely to be lesbian. So homo and bisexuality is another example of deviance that Jews are more likely to indulge in. So this woman did a research study, I guess her thesis
it wasn't
for
Howard
school.
doing it. It's some broad.
No. Yeah. The General Social Survey asked whether your sex partners were male, female, or both. She then restricted respondents to whites who had at least 1 year of college education and who lived in an urban environment. And what she found out, based on partners from a past year, was that the percent of non-heterosexual males, Catholic 4.3, Protestant 4.3, no affiliation to religion 8.9, Jew 11.3.
Wow.
My God.
Oh.
How crazy is that?
It's like an Israeli estrogen injection, like that coming from the chosen
being
one.
in the army at fucking 16. You have nothing else to do. You with a bunch of guys.
Well, chicks are there too.
Oh,
the women have to be in the army as well.
It's just as hairy as the guys. Fucking that is like,
We got to get Scott Baio's penis to comment on that at another. I think he would love to dig into that.
He really gave me.
Monique, I really want to commend you. That's crazy. Just sort of obscure, idiosyncratic research you did there. That's fantastic. I don't know. How did you even know to go that direction?
You know what? Because I was looking up whether or not there was a correlation between Jews and gayness. Because I work in the garment center, and I obviously work with many, many Jews, and there are a disproportionate amount of married men who work in our business who you would 100% have a little sphincter pucker for. Like, you would know that your gaydar is fucking pinging left and right. Yeah. They speak effeminately, they sashay, they dressed ridiculously.
You're right.
It's true. It's true. Sashay. Are there chickens in the background? Is that what I'm hearing, Zach? Am I still hearing fucking chickens, Zach?
Yeah.
Or those kids? What is that I hear in the background?
Next on ABC, Bestiality with Don Ho.
Tiny bubbles in the chicky bum bum.
In the bum bum.
Do you want? I'll try to move someplace else.
That's okay.
Okay, Zach.
That's okay.
Thank you so much for being on. Hey, Zach, do you have an SO?
No,
Significant
right now
other?
I'm single.
Why? You're a handsome boy.
And he's so cute.
Oh, thank you guys.
Yeah, but that's always been the best part of gay relationships is you guys don't play around. You know, you're moving in. I think Monique made this point about lesbians. You're moving in with each other in 3 days.
That doesn't happen with gay guys.
Don't play games.
That's a
You just
lesbian
get right to
phenomenon.
it. You know, and it's efficient, and you don't have to.
It's efficient.
But I definitely use like the gay sex apps and stuff, Grindr and Scruff.
I meant Grindr.
The real
sorry.
good stuff. Heavy duty, hardcore.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
So you have indiscriminate randoms. Oh, I'm sorry, John. Did you want to go into a... I'm sorry.
Do you have random indiscriminate sex? Have you ever gone to the Bramble in Central Park?
I know what that is.
You know, it's so funny. I was walking with my sister when I first moved to New York, but I kind of knew what the Bramble was. And we got lost in Central Park, and all there were a bunch of guys, bushes moving, things like that. And my sister's all scared, like, oh, we're going to get raped. I said, honey, we're in the safest
no rape
area
going on
we
here.
could ever be.
Zach, when more than 3 gay men are involved in Hawaii, is it in fact a poo-poo platter?
Oh my god, dude.
You're horrible.
That's hilarious.
It's horrible. We love Zach, and we're not trying to be mean at all.
No, I know
I
you're
love
not.
Zach.
That's
I've
why I'm
always
like
loved
laughing.
Zach.
She's a fag hag, Zach.
I am. I am the biggest lover of gay men,
I have
honestly.
so many gay pals.
Me too. I'm
So you got-
almost
so
exclusively
you guys-
a gay man. Honestly. I hate women.
She does. It's
I do.
amazing that
I
she can even
fucking
deal
hate
with me
women.
because she hates broads. I have my best friends are women. My sisters are women.
I am purely a
She
man's
loves
girl.
men.
I am a man's girl.
It's amazing she hasn't thrown me out of the 33rd floor yet.
I have several best gay friends, honestly. I am very, very committed to my male friends, and a lot of them are married, and none of them, interestingly enough, have children. That's a big LA phenomenon. But here, like, a lot of them are just really committed. And the thing is because I don't have children of my own, it's much easier for me to associate with other people of my same
ilk.
Good one.
Really, for lack of a better fucking term, who don't have children and can do things and go out for nice dinners and indulge ourselves with whatever the fuck we want to do. So it's very easy to have those friends, and most of the time it leans towards gay males. They're extremely successful. I mean, in my building alone, there's like Broadway producers and musical directors and pretty famous actors and pretty famous sports stars and stuff like that. And they all, gravitate towards each other. I can see how that happens because, what do you default to? Going to your girlfriend's house who has 3 screaming little snot bags?
Yuck.
That you have nothing in common with anymore after they've moved out to the fucking suburbs.
But here I am.
Oh my god, yeah.
I don't have snot bags, and I live 2 blocks away. She still hates my guts.
Zach, I know you had some things you wanted to kind of get to. What would you care to add to the conversation of our little gay Howard.
Gay Howard thing going on.
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess I just came to this conclusion that he's just really likes this whole gender bending shit, like Nicole Bass,
right,
and Caitlyn Jenner and Tula and Siobhan.
You're right. He's obsessed with that.
All right, let me ask you this: how many other heterosexual males?
Riddle me this, Zach.
How many other heterosexual males? Assuming you think.
How would he know? There's a lot of
right. That fetish, not having Nicole Bass on. Come on, Grace. Just that fetish.
I don't really hear a lot about it. So,
no?
Not really. No, I don't think so. I mean, I guess there are transsexuals and transvestites on like things like Grindr and stuff like that, but that's definitely not something I'm into. So
I think straight men go for that.
Right.
There's a fascination of banging somebody who looks like a female yet has a cock.
Yes, exactly.
And they're
Eddie
doing
Murphy.
Anal.
Remember, he's so kindly.
Hugh Grant.
He's so
Hugh Grant?
No, he went with that really scuzzy black broad.
Divine
she had
Brown.
a
She
had
cheated on
vagina.
Elizabeth Hurley.
Yeah,
She had a vagina?
Yeah.
She wasn't.
She just looked like a man. Yeah,
I didn't
she
know
was
that.
a chick.
I thought it was a.
These trannies look
gorgeous.
More women than we do.
Yeah.
They're more feminine.
They're hyper feminine.
Yeah, so much so. It's like, geez.
How much do you guys think him not coming out? I'm saying he's either gay or he's
not coming out. He's not
bi.
gay.
How much do you think?
You don't think Howard's gay? He's just a fembo.
Well, let's go around the table. Let's go around the square table. Grace.
I think he would do it if he wasn't such a pussy. Yes.
Or as OCD as he is,
right.
Or as germaphobe as he is.
I think he would like to try it.
I think that he would like to experiment. I mean, and I get the straight man maybe wanting a couple of fingers in the hey nanny nanny. You know,
a lot
for
of guys
a
get it
sexual
up the
experiment. Well, that's what I'm saying.
With girlfriends, they wear dildos and
guys
their bum bum.
Like that to some extent, but to go full gay with having an actual penis in your
bum bum,
anal hole
cavity,
in your reacher bung hole. The largest penis in the whole wide
sure
world,
loves talking about wiping his ass too, and I don't think it's.
He's really.
Yeah, but you know what? That comes from a repressed mother and father who grew up in a depression age. And
depression age. I mean, he owned a fucking recording studio in Manhattan. It was doing animation.
No. It's the generation. John.
That generation.
Yeah,
generation.
Slightly repressed, I think.
Yeah, but we never. My parents never put a thermometer up my rear.
No, but I think everything to them was a little bit on the nasty or dirty side.
Yes.
Well, that's why I think he's suppressing. I think his parents can't handle that chapter in his life if he actually came out. There's no way he could broach that to them.
He can't come out, and he will never come out. And, I like, those whole truth about Scott Ostrowski pages and all that shit.
Who did that, Wentz?
Yeah, I think what he's really just leaning towards is that Howard does, in fact, like to dress as a woman. I mean, that's obvious, because that's all he's ever done.
Yeah.
He dresses as a female. He loves to kiss males just for shock value.
And dance with them and hump them on it.
And
America's Got Talent.
I don't know a single man, gay or straight, who does that. I mean, let's be honest.
Right.
All my gay friends, they would never dress up.
Well, I know some that do drag. I do.
But not my friends.
He's psychotic.
I'm talking about a normal man who just lives his life day to day. Not somebody who does this for a living, not somebody who dresses for a living, but just a regular guy.
Yeah.
Would
I
never
can't even
do
fathom
that.
it, no.
Just do the math. I mean, look at what kind of Tata Toothy.
I love Tata Toothy.
He's great. I compiled the checklist. Just do the math. He's publicly stated he thinks vaginas are gross. He doesn't like blowjobs.
He doesn't look at them.
He's obsessed
He looks at
with
the cocks
weight, and he's an
during
anorexic. He gets his nails done. He has a dude shaving his belly. He wears scarves. He doesn't go anywhere. He's a 24-hour
A lot of guys
hairstylist.
who think they're
he wears,
handsome.
I'm not done. He wears
Johnny Depp.
He wears two beards.
Yeah.
He dry humps and kisses guys any chance he gets. He asks every male he interviews about the size of their cocks. He watches TV completely geared towards women. There's not a single ounce of testosterone in the TV he watches. He hasn't driven a car since the fucking 80s. He doesn't watch sports. He doesn't drink beer. He doesn't ever pass an opportunity to wear women's clothing.
He's a gay veal. That's what he is.
He's more of a cat than a if he's not gay, then Bruce Valanche has fucking...
No.
Bruce Valanche?
Listen.
What's up with that?
I know many straight men who are... I mean, let's give them a little something. You live in New York City. You want to look good. You can be slightly metrosexual. There are tons of men who get their nails done. There are tons of men who
I wouldn't
dress
go out
perfectly.
with them. I'm sorry. I have Amish toes. Why would I go out with a guy who gets his
Scripto
nails
toes, my friend. Colored in with fucking Scripto.
Look how cute my toes are.
Oh, you want to compare toes right
Different,
now?
yes.
Because you have almost the same color on as I do.
See? Isn't it pretty? Yeah, look
It's
at my
not
toes.
pretty. What the fuck goes on with your toes?
Your toenails.
My toes are gorgeous. My toes are gorgeous. I do not have sloth toes like you.
Oh, my toes are really
Jesus
cute.
Christ.
Compared to Robin, so.
Oh, Robin's fucking toes with those
corn
orthopedic shoes that she wears.
Ashy with corn.
By the way,
What?
can we just say enough with the fucking Robin
Hot.
sex music?
Ooh,
Did you
love
notice,
it.
actually, he's trying to digress away from Little Mikey and all those people that do all the Robin Titch things and go into other people now? What, John?
They're going to want to get...
Oh, really with you?
What is
really?
he doing?
Zach,
Really,
you're,
Zach? Zach's going
What
to
was that?
Zach's going to check out the chickens.
No, I'm here.
That was
Sorry.
John. What's John doing?
John, what are you
No,
doing?
nothing. I couldn't... No, there was a...
Oh, that was Zach.
The Pearl
No,
Harbor?
it's just really noisy. It's Pearl Harbor going on right here. It's fucking Pearl Harbor.
I'm sorry, guys. Monique, I was going to say, because of the Sykes and the Little Mikeys, the more you play them, they're going to want to get... I mean, isn't it the big thing now, music residuals and playing my shit over and over again? And every artist is complaining about not getting paid. Even, like, when we put up a Gunk... When we put the corny, soft rock, cheesy shit, 80s stuff, I actually get a warning on YouTube. They're that sensitive now about music rights and shit. So Howard knows Syke and Little Mikey and all these guys are going to kind of be looking for a piece, even if it's $100, You know,
it's interesting to me. I think that they went through a phase of about a year and a half where I'm almost 100% positive they would call them and say, we're going to be doing this, that, and the other thing this week. Can you do a song parody about blah, blah, blah? Yep. And that's how they kind of ran for a long time. And I think that Howard even realizes that he got so insulated with the way the show was running. No more whack packers, the same routine over and over and over again, that he even started to realize that he wasn't doing enough to make his audience happy anymore. I mean, when people exit Sirius Satellite, when you cancel your subscription, that survey they give you at the end, why is it that you're canceling your service? And one of the main things on there was, I thought that Howard Stern would be on more often.
It's the first thing, I think, right?
How about we thought Howard would be funny?
No, that's not on the...
No matter how insulated he is, with that fucking freight elevator and that limo waiting, at some point,
and the door shut,
he has to have been dragged into a meeting and told that very thing. There's no question. He has to know that.
But his rendition of trying to make the show as good as it used to be when there was a comic in the chair is not working. It's not fun. It's not funny. Fucking Benji is a horror in that next seat. There is no reason to have that blob of
He's
life.
lost 70 pounds.
He's like a piece of square Jell-O sitting in a seat. There is no reason for him to exist in the world.
Unfunny pig. And when he goes to him, he's literally telling the audience, this guy sucks. But you put him in the studio.
Well, this is what Benji said. Do you remember this on the show? He said, if I looked like Orlando Bloom, you would be so much nicer to me.
That's
and
true.
he said, what Howard said was, and he stopped in his tracks, he said, if you look like Orlando Bloom, and then he stopped. He was like, I'd blow you.
Yeah,
he said, I'd let Robin blow you.
Yeah, well, you know what?
Yeah.
Do you hear that?
What the hell is that?
Sounds like Scott Baio's penis bong.
Zach.
1999.
He?
Continue.
Yeah, you continue. I can't believe you're fucking bonging in the background. Was that a bong?
Yes! Bong hit Zach.
Fucking bong hit Zach.
I got a fucking contact tie on this razor head.
All right.
really crisp.
I'm gonna start slowly wrapping this show right now.
No, Wody.
Yes, it's 10:15. My dog has to pee.
God. Yeah, he's very much.
It's 4:15 in Hawaii right now.
Yeah, he's got plenty of time to kill.
No, we're just gonna walk.
5 more minutes, dude. 5 more minutes.
He's got chickens to kill. He's got little Filipino chickens to fucking kill.
Dog. Look at the dog.
I know. All right. So let's wrap up about Howard, because clearly we all have theories on whether or not he's gay. But I'm just going to go out there and say that I think he just has very big phobias about homosexuality, and I think that's what makes him the person that he is. I think that that's his fear of homosexuality is what makes him almost embrace it as a joke. He embraces it as a joke, or what he perceives to be a joke, but the reality is he's so fucking scared of it that he would never do anything to make us feel that he was in fact a homosexual, and he's not. You know, he clearly is not that guy, and plus he's not attractive enough to have anybody want to fuck him in the ass.
He's really ugly.
He is as ugly as they come.
So I'm saying full blown gay. I'm not wavering on it. I'm not even saying bi. He is gay.
Zach?
He's gay. I'm not giving you ambiguity. He is gay. Grace says bisexual,
and I say no.
I say trisexual.
Trisexual.
And he's afraid.
Okay. Zach says.
I think I'm gonna say trisexual too.
All right,
that's gay.
And you're saying straight.
I'm gonna say scary.
That's pretty
straight.
much gay.
I'm gonna say scary straight. Honestly.
Yeah,
All right,
God,
that's
I
it.
couldn't disagree more.
Okay, you can disagree.
And his hair is
you
real
can agree
too.
to disagree. It's okay.
This
That's
is
what
so
the show is
meet the
about.
press. This is so meet the press.
Chicken exactly.
Bong hit.
Bong hit, Zach. I'm gonna be bidding my little lover adieu. Then thank you so much for coming on and giving us your gay-spective on things.
Thank you, guys.
You're fabulous. We love you.
It's actually courageous for you to step up in the way that you did when no one else would. And no one else
loves him. We don't know him enough to love him. I mean, I love some people, but I don't know Zach enough to love him.
We like him.
We like him a lot.
We really like him.
We really like him. Thank you so much for coming on. Johnny Boy has to, I don't know, surprise us with something.
He should sing a birthday song for me. I want him to sing something good.
And,
yes, you've done good with the chickens and the bong hits and the doors and basically the fucking Japanese internment camp that you live in. I don't
know. It's always delightful to hear from you, Zach.
All right, Zach, have a great night. We love you, and we'll talk to you soon.
Thank you, Zach.
Okay, you guys.
I might lose you. Okay, bye, Zach.
Aloha.
Okay. Is anybody still there? I may have lost both of them. Anybody there?
John?
Oh, we always have to have John call back.
Mr. Tisdale.
No,
look at the dog looking at you. Look at him. Look at the face on Reacher.
Yeah. We have to get...
Mommy, I gotta go poo-poo.
Where's Tiz?
I'm Tisdale.
You think he'd call us back, right? Like, immediately?
He's such a baby. Probably peeing and getting ice.
Be nice. Is that a baby?
He said he didn't see it. Yes, he did.
What?
He said Gmail, that it's like a conversation.
All right.
And he didn't see the thing about getting together.
Let's wrap our shit up.
Okay, Rams.
Guess who?
Who?
Hello.
Is it you, Alex?
I have a app called 5 O'Clock Shadow where Hilaria.
Can I run my fingers through your back hair?
It contacts Hilaria to shave my back when it gets too long.
And to go order some schmetty balls so I can...
Hilaria.
I would like to sing graceful happy birthday as Sour Shoes.
I love it.
I think there's no better way. It'll be quick. It'll be painless, but it
I can't even.
Do I even remember the lyrics? I'm so agoraphobic, right, Monique?
John, we love you, warts and all. And honestly, we would love to actually meet you one day.
Oh my God, we'd have so much fun.
I want Grace in the fantasy league.
Would you? Grace doesn't know shit about football.
That's the beauty of it.
Would you come to?
And I'd win, I betcha.
That's what I'd want to see. Yeah, I would love for you to win.
Come to a Yankees game with us?
Mets game.
Can we go to a Mariners game in Seattle?
We can do that if you want to come out there.
I like the Mets. I'm more of a Mets person.
Me too.
I am too. I'm just asking. I don't know. I was throwing it out there.
We're Mets people.
I'm actually an Angels fan.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
No, not sorry to hear it.
Do the Mets play the Angels?
Every now and again they do an interleague thing. It's got to be scheduled. Don't worry about it. I don't have to.
So if I got a Mets v Angels bunch of tickets for us, would you go?
Yes, I would. Yes, I would go.
You heard that, Grace, right?
I heard it.
Right. There's no.
He recorded it
on tape.
There's no Gmail.
No.
He did say that, right?
Yeah, he did.
All right, Johnny boy, take it away for us, baby love.
Okay, so Sour Shoes at home in his baby voice singing happy birthday to Grace Teehee, whose birthday's on Monday.
Correct. Yeah. And she's
turning
only going to be
34 years old.
You said 34, I said 32.
Well, I'll
We're regressing.
I'm going to be 36.
We're regressing.
True story.
True story. All right, baby, go.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Grace and Teehee Adoption. Happy birthday to you. Wow, yay!
That was awesome. That was actually probably one of your best ones. Yay!
Thank you.
Happy birthday, Grace. We love you.
Happy birthday,
John,
Grace.
Love you too.
Love you.
Talk to you soon. All right.
Baldwin loves you too.
Bye, guys.
Night.
Bye.
CP time.
Oh, stop.
I'm not kidding.
Oh, that is so untrue.
I'll ask him about it.
Oh, please.
All my black friends admit to it. I make jokes to them all the time. All the time. Fucking on NBA radio, they have the white lead host who does all the, the lead broadcaster, like he's like the white guy, and then the second guy will be the black ex-NBA player, and they are late half the time.
Rem, are you there?
And they're at home. They're at home too. They're not even coming into the studio.
Rem, are you there?
Y'all are hilarious. Yes, it's true.
Hi, Mr. Krispy Kreme.
I am late to work every day.
You heard that?
You're listening to him, this racist.
I am late to church.
Are you Jewish as well?
Anything.
That's your dream job.
Yes.
He just said
black
church.
and Jew.
Yeah, right.
Rennie Davis
Blue.
Church is a great thing to be late for. I love being late.
I haven't been to church since the moment I was basically married to Jesus when I had my confirmation.
I never made my confirmation.
I was married, so I never had to go to church again.
Well, you don't really, you give yourself over to Jesus. You have to be a nun to get married to Jesus. They wear the wedding gown and the whole thing. It's so freaky.
Did you see that woman who, what is she called? Like a perfect virgin or some woman virgin? You should know this. You post all this second shit.
I haven't been on since my birthday.
Virginal woman. She married God or something.
Oh, yeah. I saw that. Yeah.
Yeah. She laid down on the floor, kissed some.
Well, that's what they do. They get on the floor. They get in front of like the crucifix. They get down on the floor. They kiss. They get the wedding ring on, and God bangs them, I guess, from behind in their wedding dress. I don't know what happens. And then they're married to God. And God has bad taste.
How does God bang you?
The Holy Spirit comes through you.
Is it kind of like that movie, The Entity, where all of a sudden you see something squeezing her breast, and it's like
heaving the Jesus, the whole Our Lord stuff. Father, Son, Holy Ghost.
Do they all enter?
Wham, bam, thank you, ma'am.
Is it kind of like a Jesus gangbang?
Yes, it is a Jesus bang. Jesus, the Trinity. Father, Son, Holy Spirit. Get down with you some bad self.
Isn't the Father also a spirit, ergo not a...
No, he's God.
I know, but I don't
God's not a spirit. He's God.
I don't understand the concept.
God is God.
God is God. All right, Rem?
Yo.
Okay, so we're going to come back to you a little bit later on and give you a proper introduction.
I want one of those donuts.
Sounds good.
So bad,
So
Rem.
bad, I know.
Oh, my God.
I know. It's so funny. I was talking to my work today, and my girlfriend comes over. She's like, You talking a fucking Krispy Kreme?
I'm complaining. There was not enough jelly in my donut, damn you.
I know.
1-800 Krispy Kreme.
She walked away. She's like, tell Boston Cream I said hello. She walked away.
It's always about New England.
What's always about New England? I didn't say that.
I'm sorry, Springfield cream.
That was her. That was Monique who said that. I didn't say New England.
Okay. I actually got ice. I didn't even hear who started from.
Yeah, thanks. We all sound alike.
I'm good at that.
Broads.
I'm sorry, Greenpoint.
Greenpoint cream. Greenpoint jelly.
Greenpoint jelly.
I never talk about New England.
And Rem gets the chocolate covered, of course, because he.
No, he doesn't. He gets double stuffed Oreos.
Sorry, we're probably going to be just slightly mean to you. I'm not for no good reason at all, but because we're just being silly. And you know this, so just... Well... All right, hi, everybody. Welcome to yet another episode of Radio Gunk.
It smells like peanut butter.
I know, I'm eating it in the jar.
Oh, this is like... I've smelled urine. I smelled B.O. walking down the street.
Peanut butter
is the first time I
delicious.
smelled peanut butter.
Peanut butter is a delicious treat.
There's nothing a radio audience loves more than the host eating peanut butter on air and sucking their fingers. It is the greatest sound. Almost as good as gum snapping on the L train.
Or eating popcorn while you're watching a movie. Crunch, crunch, crunch.
Eating popcorn that's straight out of Compton.
I would get into fisticuffs. Somebody kicked my ass there.
Oh my God, and you know, everybody watching that movie got like 5 tons of fucking butter and extra salt on that tub of popcorn.
I just hate people who eat tubs of popcorn. It's obscene.
Tub. You know what it is? You just can't help yourself. You just keep fucking eating it. What up, babe?
Would you want to get in on, and we'll all share the profits, Trigon can as well. I want to create a movie theater headphone jack where you can opt to bring your own headphones and you can ride it in and you can listen to and you can cut out all that ancillary shit in the background.
Kind of like
noise
on the
canceling, like you can on an airplane and headphones. You should be able to do it in a goddamn movie theater by now.
I agree 100%.
Every seat has a headphone jack.
Should be.
I would never do that.
Why?
Someone could walk in like Dark Knight style with a gun, start shooting people, and I've got my Beats by Dre on, and I don't hear anything going on, and I'm dead.
Here's my first racist joke, Trigon.
Doesn't he have a lovely voice?
Ram, I love your voice.
He doesn't sound black.
thanks.
I can't tell. I can't tell. I can't tell if you sound like Tim Duncan, Tiger Woods, or Darius Rucker.
I love that you always compare him to Darius.
You know what? Yeah, man, you people love talking to the movie in the theater, so
you
people.
See, look at him. He's such a racist. You people. Hey, Rem, you're supposed to be on mute. You're not.
I know.
supposed to
I
be
couldn't
part
help.
of this
I couldn't.
That was great.
Look at that! He just butts his 2 cents.
And isn't that funny? I see like these pulsating donuts in front of my face.
Pulsating donuts. Fresh now.
Really? Yum. Dripping with jelly.
Stop. I'm so fucking hungry. Stop it.
I know Donald Trump would have trouble with that. It was bleeding from its jelly donut.
QD made us a news week in review.
The mean fuck.
Mean fuck that he is. Doesn't even participate in our gunk conversation anymore. He's so rude. But okay, so we're going to do Week in Review, and we're going to do our new Week in Review entry music.
I'm excited.
Okay, let me cue this shit up right now. Here we go. The news. The Week in Review.
Or the 2 days in review.
So I did delete some of that because I don't think we need anything.
No, that was perfect.
It was nice and quick and to the point.
Perfect.
So it's kind of cool. All right, so let's see what happened this week. So Monday morning, of course, began with Starbucks.
Did he talk about Starbucks?
Yes.
I heard coffee.
No, but before I forget, shout out to, I know it was somebody on Dog Shed. Maybe it was Trigon. Maybe it was somebody got to Plughead because he got called out on Twitter for plugging Starbucks.
For shilling it, I know, and he mentioned that.
He would not acknowledge where it came from. He clearly got pelted on Twitter.
You know what? It couldn't have just been one person. It had to be
I think it was a gaggle of people, but it came from
gaggle. I love that, John. Gaggle, gaggle, gaggle.
How many is a gaggle?
I don't. It's got to be 30. Yeah. 30's our gaggle.
30's a good gaggle.
This is a good gaggle number. I do. I think it's great.
I'll give you something to gaggle on, honey.
And the interesting was that all of a sudden, that now that he's drinking coffee again,
he's so manly.
No, he knows about coffee. So now he's
telling everybody.
Now he's a fucking connoisseur of coffee.
Mr.
And he started saying to Robin, I don't really understand how you can have a big cup of coffee in front of you and just sip it, and it
like
gets
his
all
wife.
cold.
Like his wife.
And, you don't really get to enjoy it nice and hot and, the way it's meant to be. And Robin basically said to him, are you kidding me?
Yes,
like,
she
all
did.
of a sudden.
That's retarded.
Right, that's retarded. All of a sudden, you're a coffee expert. And he just railed on
About
people drinking
Beth doing
iced coffee or lingering with a cup and then microwaving it, and you're ruining the flavor.
This is a guy who just drank tea.
Mint leaves with water. What
leaf.
tea? No tea.
Oh, please.
No tea.
Exactly. Well, I had to plug
wasn't
myself.
our Tico tea. It was like
hot water.
All right. Yeah.
Like Rachel's urine. That's what he drank. Just hot
Rachel's urine has flavor.
This is true.
Good for you.
True.
It has like a protein.
Uricness to
it. Uric acid, baby. Very good for you.
So,
yes, he did.
He was really upset about AGT, obviously.
What a fuck he was.
Such a pussy. And the fact that he had to work on Thursday, I guess it was, out in Long Island for some... was it in Long Island? For some extreme AGT
some stupid acts, yeah.
And what's the reality of a guy being shot out of a fucking cannon ever being anywhere in the world except at some fucking county fair in Pennsylvania?
Once every 3 years.
Yeah, right. Where they're right next to, like, the cow flipping contest. What's it called? What's cow duty called?
Cow chips.
Is it cow chips?
Cow chips.
It's manure.
No,
well, they call it chips.
It's not manure?
It's called manure.
They do this
cow chip shit.
Isn't
it's
it like
nasty? Yeah.
Shit chips of some sort that they do, and they raffle it?
Yes, cow chips. Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm thinking of cow tipping.
Oh, well.
Where drunk assholes go into the middle of, like, some farmland and the cows are sleeping outside.
Baby.
And they just push them over.
Oh, that's mean.
Oh, I think that's a funny
Fat enough to be a hamburger, you got to be pushed over in a cow field?
It's not bad that he is my hamburger. It is not fucking bad. We are the higher species.
Well, until
they take over.
And I hate it.
Until they start hoofing down 8th Avenue.
And they will. One day. You'll see. Planet of the Cows.
I will
yes,
not.
They will.
Planet of the Cows.
Yes, baby.
Pigs are more intelligent, though.
That's why I don't ever eat 3-year-old. They have intelligence of 3-year-olds, they said.
Yes, but when fried up, they are delicious 3-year-olds.
Oh, yes.
About it.
Their bacon is good, but I have to tell you.
Come on.
You ever see Green Acres, Arnold?
No. No, Green Acres, no.
Oh, please.
That was one of those shows that, honestly...
Nick at Night, baby.
It fell into that realm of shows like... John, what's the other one? Oh,
Beverly
I know.
Hillbillies.
Beverly Hillbillies, Green Acres, Petticoat Junction.
Well, they were all created by the same guy.
And deserve to be in the middle of fucking nowhere to be viewed. Honestly,
Hooterville.
Who in New York ever watched Green Acres?
Well, I didn't, but I watched it as a kid on Nick at Night.
Right, John?
Yeah.
Never.
I couldn't embrace it. I couldn't. Yeah, I just zoned out on that. I was just not. It was a test pattern to me.
No, I like David Gabor. I thought she was a riot.
All of those shows,
you like her now? I
honestly.
mean, that's
F-Troop.
you like her now. That's who you hang out with, Grace. Of course you love her.
Ava Gabor's dead, honey.
There's 10 Gabors.
Jaja's alive. She's still Princess Jaja, who's married to that horrible
They're like
guy
fucking,
who said he banged Anna Nicole Smith.
They're like fossilized Croatians. What are they? What are the Gabors?
Yugoslavian.
They're kind of what the Kardashians are now. It's like
exactly.
Yes.
Ava, Magda,
they didn't act in anything, right? They didn't have a job.
That?
They were just kind of. They just kind of floated around, and they would be on Family Feud and all the various game shows, and they would pop in on Love Boat once in a while. And you're kind of like, what do they do?
Are you fucking kidding me?
They're rich. Jaja married a lot of guys.
She killed them all off, didn't she?
No.
Yes.
Her daughter just died. She was really fat.
Why
Francesca
do you know
Hilton.
this?
She was a stand-up comic. She was a fat chick. And she had fights with that horrible man that Jaja got married to who banged Anna Nicole Smith and said he could possibly be Danny Lynn's
Prince
father.
von Asphalt?
Yes.
Prince von Asphalt?
Yes.
I right, let's get back to Plughead. Do you think a black man wants to hear you talk about your white people talk about the Gabor sisters?
So Fluffla Gabor's, they had great wigs. Fluffla Gabor's daughter was a cow.
Oh, Sui. And you knew about Jaja, big time. Not attractive at all.
Delicious.
And she was a stand-up comic for a while. She was a nice woman, actually. And she died.
You know what? When you're that big, you can't really be a comedian because people are just laughing at you and not with you.
That's not.
Let's be honest.
That's not really true.
Come on.
It helps you to.
They live off their chubbiness.
Well,
they ride that as their badge of funny honor.
Well, it's like that Louis Anderson who looked like I hated him. He's not funny. He's gay.
It's like an inner tube. I hated him.
And he was not funny. And then he'd say, well, I refuse to do jokes about being obese.
Why?
Well, you know what? You are obese.
He's like a fucking Oompa Loompa. Like a 5-foot-tall Oompa Loompa.
He's an Oompa Loompa, Michelin Man on Thanksgiving. And the poor slob.
I always felt that was the real tragedy of Artie, because I really felt like he's more talented than being that fat comedian. He's got a lot more chops than that.
He's
but
actually
he always
not.
goes to that, and he crutches on that still. I never
Does he
felt
really
like
talk
he
about his
needed to be
obesity
that-
still? What's he talking about? Being a fatso?
Well, none of us have seen him
that's
live.
that's just become like his, the drug addict, fat loser,
Woe
and
is
he doesn't
me, worked at the docks, became successful. I'm still a fat heroin addict. Wah, wah, wah. And I saw him at Carnegie Hall that one time that he was there.
Oh, yeah.
And
Greg Fitzsimmons?
Yes. And Howard was in the audience, sitting about 4 rows behind me. I had gotten really good seats. And I was dying to see Artie. I drank the Kool-Aid like we all did. So we went to see him. And Joey Boots was there. And
was your BFF Marianne from Brooklyn?
Yeah, I didn't know her at the time. I didn't really know from her. So the first guy came out, which was Greg. But he was so fucking funny. I mean, just spot on.
I heard he was good. Yeah, I heard he was
just
very
amazing.
good.
And then on comes Artie.
Yeah.
And we're all ready for Artie, And he's just standing there like a fucking slug, with that 4-day growth, smelly man beard.
He didn't shower.
Dirty
either.
hair, his cargo pants that he always wore,
Blue
t-shirt.
cheese balls.
And he was not funny. It really did look like a homeless man got lucky and got in the back door and came on stage. It was horrible.
But a lot of time people just laugh.
That's exactly
people
what I was
just
going to
laugh.
say.
Yeah,
You
but
can
not
say
really,
anything.
because we were all kind of expecting more, I guess, from him. And the problem is, he had basically shot his load on the Stern show, so he didn't really have new material that we didn't know about.
Yeah, it was all he does. He always repeats
and
himself.
everybody in the audience was a Stern fan, but most of us were more Artie fans than we were really Stern fans. We came for Artie, not because Howard
I'm
came in
surprised Howard was there.
We knew he was going to be there. I mean, it was a big deal for Artie.
Oh, to be
there was something about it that was bigger, and it forced Howard and Beth to go, I think, if I remember right.
We're literally talking 6 blocks from fucking Howard's house. So
yeah, right.
There is no excuse for him to have not.
Was that there?
Right.
Beth was there. Yeah. I don't know.
But let's just not because Monique was in the middle of something. He has to go to. You're saying he's got to do a cutaway on Thursday out in Long Island to fill some water thing. So, think about the working schlub listening to him complain about this. I know you guys don't watch AGT, and God bless you.
Not at all. Not once.
It really is. It really is embarrassing that I'm so caught into it. But I love the talkback threads and everything. And so his job at these things is to sit there with the other judges and just stare.
Just sit there.
Just stare. If he stands up, that's hard work. Like the Wigamortis, Wigabod crane body that can't bend his limbs, and he points and he kind of does the Messiah pose. That's all he's got to do. He doesn't have to talk, doesn't have to comment on it. Just stare there with the sunglasses, stare into space, and then they go back to the thing, and that's what he's complaining about. And even on the other days, on Tuesday, to talk about Buckwald promotions for 3.5 hours and then literally walk across the street. They uprooted this fucking show from LA to move to your backyard so you wouldn't complain, and all you can do is walk across the street and sit there.
Meanwhile,
and the results show is easier than the other show.
No,
he talked for 90 seconds on the results show.
Mm-hmm.
How could you possibly complain about that?
I don't know, but he did. He said to these people, this isn't my only job. I do have another job. Oh, really, Howard? Do you? Why do we give a fuck?
I don't know that anybody anybody's agreeing with him anymore on this. Like, he tries so hard.
Robin couldn't take it. I could hear Robin not even.
Oh no,
now
not
Robin's
at
over
all.
it too.
She's sick of his whining.
Yeah,
Robin's over
it
it.
was very noticeable this time.
I really, a very, very small part of me really hoped Marianne from Brooklyn would say something about our show. Like, it's just a small part of me.
She didn't, of course.
She couldn't. You know, there was no way.
You get a lot of feedback. That interview was brilliant.
Marianne has her book of events. Like, this is what she does.
And
like,
she is the queen of the,
wakes
mother
up,
of the whack
She
pack.
wakes up in the fucking morning.
Yeah.
She checks, Beth's Twitter feed. She checks what's going on, like, Entertainment Weekly and all these other shows and Today's Show and all sorts of shit.
Yep.
So that she can be the one. And Howard uses her as his foil.
As his plugs.
And he knows that when she calls in, she's going to be prepared with whatever the information of the day is.
Yes.
Whether it's the fact that he never knows when AGT is on, by the way, but whether it's the fact that AGT is going to be on at 8.
That's such. Oh, I love
know,
that.
it's
He
ridiculous.
pretends he doesn't know what time it's on.
He
oh,
loves
God,
not
that's
knowing.
Great.
End of story. He just loves not fucking knowing anything. So she'll say whether it's on at 8 or 9. She'll say Beth is going to be on the Today Show, even though she doesn't warrant the Today Show. She's on with
Kathy Lee and
Huda and like
Trinkles. You and me.
Huda and Contrickles, right?
Sit your drunken wine drinking, cackling old broads.
We're not that old.
We're not. We're a lot younger than Kathy.
And I think
Lee
we're
and
actually
Huda.
funnier. I'm just going to go there. Yeah, so I think Marianne this is her way.
But you know what?
It's worked for her.
She's famous.
We know Marianne. Is a relative concept, babe.
Yes, of course it is.
If she walked down the street,
nobody would know who she was.
Anywhere.
Yes,
nobody.
Of course.
She's just a fucking housewife from Brooklyn.
Of course. But she's been in, did you ever see the article? She was in the Daily Beast, which is an offshoot blog of Newsweek. And they did a whole article on Marianne. And I think that's where Howard saw how her house was, and he told her she looked like she lived in a slum and
Content
it was ghetto.
from Brooklyn. That's all she is.
Pig.
Anyway.
Also, do you remember him saying, what he said about the ratings was that they had gone up this year, and they had been going down every year, but this year they went up, and he's leaving it in a good place. Did you hear that one?
Yes.
No, but I'm sure
Yes.
you're right.
Yes.
I'm leaving it in a good place.
By the way, last night's results show is the lowest rated results show in the history of AGT.
Right. And
The lowest rated.
Other show
Statistically
on
proven,
CBS.
it's right there.
What is that, Big Brother?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
How do you lose to that? That's like, right, it's millennials whispering to each other for 48 minutes.
Whispering millennials.
Do they have beards? What is her name?
Oh, Julie Chen. Julie Chen.
Yes.
Thank you, Trigon.
I saw Les and Julie Chink walking down the street not long ago, but full face of makeup. I mean, she wears, you literally could spatula it off of her face. Kind of like Stepford Wifeian.
Well, the Stepford Wives sort of had a dewy look about them.
Okay, sort of like Yul Brynner in Westworld.
Oh, that was
where
a
you
good
could just
movie.
peel
Did you know
the
that's going to be a
fucking face
series?
off. I know. I'm so
I
looking
am
forward
gonna
to it.
watch that.
I saw that coming attraction. Somebody posted it the
Loved
other day. I
it.
loved it. All right, what else happened? Oh, so then he wanted to go through the controversy of Megyn Kelly being on the Howard Stern show and Donald Trump's incredibly offensive comments about her. Basically that she must have had her period. She was so snippy and shitty to him during the debates.
Because she's a woman, and she's not a 10 anymore, by the
And
way.
then he goes up 10 points in the polls. So what else happened? Well, it was curious that he did, in fact, come out of nowhere with the whole ISIS raping a 12-year-old thing. Like, he decided that ISIS was going to be his cause du jour for the day. And
ISIS raping the 12-year-old, or was that the abortion thing?
No, it was... Oh, that's another story that is disgusting.
With that horrible Huckabee boy.
Horrible. He's such a dick.
Horrible man.
You know what? Every person who agrees with him should sign something that says, I will adopt every fucking child that is born out of wedlock into, save the child non-abortion clinic. You must adopt this child.
Oh, I think
or
so.
2, or 3, or 4.
Yeah.
Adopt them like an all.
Beth
They
will do
never
it.
would.
Beth will do it. That's right up her alley.
Oh, yeah. Well, if she could
loves it.
leave
She
them in a
loves taking
fucking
care of
crate,
kids.
it would be perfect.
Yep.
If she could feed them with a little fucking syringe and then leave them with Consuela for the rest of the day, game on.
But she does so much work. Howard said she falls into bed exhausted at night. No, she falls into bed drunk, Howard.
She doesn't go to sleep. She just passes out.
Honey. She ain't tired.
You know, it kicks your ass when you drink in the sun all day. Of course
it
it
does. I know the feeling.
Yeah, so do I. Monday, I drank in the afternoon, and I had an early lunch, early dinner. I was out, man.
Yeah, you were working on the early bird special that day.
I was like Miss Early Bird, big time. And
did you get the bargain? Buy one dinner, get one free.
Oh, please!
You were eating at like fucking 4:30. Nobody eats that hour.
Wow.
You're usually up at 3 in the morning. So for you, that's like 9.
No, but I didn't go to bed till about 10. I did pass out into the bed, but it didn't mean I fell asleep.
You just fell right in.
I didn't. I did go to
sleep.
You
just went thump.
No, I did. I fell and I text. I drunk text. And
what do you guys realistically think Beth's first drink is? 11 o'clock? 11 a.m.?
Yeah.
No, that's a little early even for her.
You think?
I have a friend who, I told you, I have a friend who sees her in the Hamptons. And she does things during the day. Like she goes to play, yes, she goes to play tennis. She does. Yes, she does these things. She's not drinking at 11 o'clock in the morning.
What's the joke? Mixed doubles by herself with Scottish coffee?
She just drinks more than he does. I don't think she's a drunkard per se. I mean, we love getting high on wine.
Of course we do. I get high on wine all the time.
Are we any worse than the stay-at-home mother of pussy? Are we any worse? Anything at all?
You're way busy, because you're way busier. You have a way more active lifestyle. You have to do chores. You have to do your own errands.
I don't do chores.
I have to do chores.
You have to cook.
I have to work.
Yes, it's
I
way
cook,
harder for you.
I do the dishes. I'm a woman.
They don't live a dicker.
W-O-M-A-N.
I say it again.
Jesus.
We have to do it all. I'm every woman. So it's all in me.
So then we had a little bit more about Orlando Bloom because he just won't go off
again.
Right.
And you know what? I'm going to bring this up again when we get into our feuds and when we talk to Token. I want to get into.
Oh my gosh!
I love him.
Oh my god!
I love his voice.
He has a really sexy voice.
Very.
Yeah, wait until he really starts talking to us. He's delicious.
Why does everybody have a better voice than us? This really irks me.
It's
broads. All the women that are on the show have nice voices.
Well, you know, I was going to read some angry mail from the website. I had posted some of it this week.
I thought it was a riot.
And somebody called me a limp-haired linebacker.
And you said I don't defend you. I said, you have no clue. I always defend you.
But it makes me laugh, and I've decided I'm not going to delete those posts.
God, it's funny.
Because it makes me laugh.
It's funny.
Because people have no idea, like, what we look like or who we are.
No.
And I love that. Like, I embrace that.
I do, too. I laugh. I told you. Doesn't bother me at all.
Fuck yeah, I'm a manatee with limp hair. And I said better limp hair than a limp dick.
They were comparing.
That was good.
They were comparing you to Kathy Ireland in Necessary Roughness and Goldie Hawn in Wildcats.
Thank you, lover. See? That makes it all better. You're so right. Okay, so what else happened? All right, so then he had in the... Oh, right. So he was just felling over himself about that stupid award they got, the Webby.
Oh, the Webby, yeah. The Webby Award for his birthday show.
That's a full year ago, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Almost a year and a half.
I'm positive that Buck and Company tried to push that out to every single fucking network to see if they wanted to
Whoever
broadcast
heard of it.
That's why they had like a 5-camera setup. Yeah, I heard that the audio there was horrendous for everybody except for the people that were on stage. But apparently they tweaked it and they made it into a true formatted event.
Did you see it?
Never.
Me either.
And they tried
Would you guys like a copy of it?
No, thank you.
No, that's a lot of good dirt. There's a lot of good in the audience shit. There's this great goofing on Beth in the audience.
Really?
Yes, totally worth it. Just watching her embarrass herself is worth the price of admission. She's drunk. By the 45 minutes in, she's drunk, dancing with Whitney Cummings.
By the 5th change of clothes?
3 changes.
It's
and then
so
she changes to
fucking
the ugliest thing.
Yeah, that's right.
That silver frock.
She has no taste in clothing.
None. And she's proud.
We're going to do a Beth fashion show, I decided. It's right up my fucking wheelhouse.
Okay, good.
The Beth fashion show. And also somebody had a great idea, our friend Jay Counts, of doing a music show. Just all the bands he's had on.
Train.
Yeah, all that shit and all his talking over people when they would fucking play music and ruin such a good thing on a constant basis.
Losers.
So I want to do a music show. You're right, Losers and them playing against
Fred's
other
guitar,
bands.
the King Norris band.
Oh, that's great.
Hey, you know what? I got an idea. Let's have John on for that. Stuttering John.
Not only would I like to have Stuttering John on for that, but I'm trying to get Dee Snider to be on
I was
as
thinking
well.
of him as a guest. I wonder if he would ever come on.
I met him at Costco 2
We had a
years ago.
giant
In
mustard ketchup.
He and his wife Babette were loading cars with bottled water. And I talked to him in the parking lot about Howard, and well, we'll go into that when we talk about his enemies later.
Did you
but
see my
there
tweet?
Is something going. He's a very nice guy.
Did you see my tweet I told you to go look at?
I have not looked.
Oh, you're the worst.
You tweeted?
You said it an hour ago.
No, it was earlier today. Okay, so what else happened? Oh, so we had those. Oh, right, there was a promo for the Bowie special, which I guess is happening this weekend.
Continuous promo.
Yeah, so let's
25
just
years of
fast
Baba
forward
Booey.
through that. 25 years of useless cog in the wheel of society, doing absolutely nothing for anybody except for himself, wearing those fucking chiclet teeth like a badge of honor, and all of a sudden, the golf world is just abuzz with Baba Booies, but I almost guarantee
what is up with that?
I almost guarantee you that any 25-year-old that's in the audience there has no idea why they're saying Baba Booey. Like, it's gone beyond, it's transcended Chickle Boy. It's transcended the Ape Boy.
Who knows who he is?
No.
We do.
We
but
do.
Younger people
And I'm a little over hearing the Baba Booey shouts. It's over.
One thing about Monday, there was a Kimmel versus Leno.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Kimmel versus Leno. Apparently, Jay, Grace, where was Jay interviewed?
Oh,
That
like a
doesn't
Rolling
matter.
Stone
Doesn't
or
matter.
something?
Leno was, was talking about, and Leno's the nicest guy.
And the late
he
night
always
stuff.
takes the high road. He won't say mean shit about anybody. But he basically said about Kimmel, I think he's kind of kissing Letterman's ass and Howard's ass, and he's kind of a mean guy. I don't really feel like getting in the dirt with him. I think he likes to play mean, and I'm not too fond of. That's all he said. And it sent Howard into this half hour.
Of course,
just
it's
give him an
tirade.
excuse to go after Leno. And it's like beating up on the guy who's
Why
too
at
nice
this
and
point?
won't hit back. And he's because he knows Jay
It's
won't
so ridiculous.
feud him. Howard argues with tapes and people that don't fight back. And when you fight back, he's a fucking yellow-bellied, big fucking anorexic pussy. And he knows Jay's not going to say anything about him.
The thing is, I think, is that he just can't reconcile in his mind that Jay is, in fact, actually a nice guy.
Very nice guy.
Shit ton of money for a show that he did for. He hates the fact that basically he did a show for an hour, 4 days a week, got paid a shit ton of money, and on top of that was a nice guy. He dislikes people like that because he doesn't understand that at all.
Yep.
He doesn't understand why that person could exist. And Leno was beloved by his staff, as we heard from Stuttering John. So is there anything to say about the SNL guys coming in? Do we care? No?
It was Bill
I thought they were
Hader,
boring.
Fred Armisen, and Seth Meyers.
I'm not necessarily sure that they were very into Howard. Like, I felt like they were a little snarky towards him. It was interesting. Not necessarily sure they were fawning over him like
no,
he
they weren't
expects
fawning
everybody
by
to be.
any means. No, they weren't fawning.
Yeah, so I thought that was kind of interesting on that. What else happened? Oh, God, nothing else happened.
No, it was really dull.
He has this new character study that he does, other than the Vietnam guy. That's his go-to when he needs filler before Robin's news. Because Robin basically has no fucking news whatsoever. I mean, the news that Grace posts every fucking morning is more interesting than the shit that Robin goes into on a constant basis. And it's not even news. She gets into nothing that's in-depth, nothing that's important. I bet you she makes a list of like the 10 things she's going to talk about, and Howard probably goes through and says, yeah, no, yeah, no. He never wants to talk about race wars. He never wants to talk about things that are happening in towns across the
reality, what
states.
is really.
Like, he doesn't want to talk about these things, and he doesn't want to get into anything that might be a controversy. He loves to talk about fucking Orlando Bloom and some stupid wedding he went
How
to.
hot he was, and that Orlando Bloom is said how
That
he's
he'll
in love with
talk
Howard.
about, but he won't talk about anything of any context. That
Teeth.
He's
That has,
evolved.
you know,
No teeth.
yeah.
No
Yep.
teeth.
He's evolved.
So, I think that was pretty much it. Oh, and there's some donors sat in that are contributing
Oh, some
to
freak.
the Kitty Cancer Pussy Palace.
Did they
second
really say
floor,
that?
And NSA.
We have to have him called out on that. This is enough.
Again, so we're working on what? 2 years?
3 years,
3
Monique.
years
3
for $7 million?
years. 3 years.
So let's amortize that. So 3 years, $7 million. That's
all the things that are going on.
$2.35 million a year she needs to garner in order for
to get the stupid thing. For groundbreaking.
Has there been pictures of them even breaking ground or starting?
No.
So nothing's happened. So nothing.
Tuesday's interesting. Just one thing about that. Where
This is a
Howard
write-off, right?
Announced,
Yes.
Yeah, of course, but it ain't even going to happen. What happened was Howard is announcing
Where
my
are
wife is writing she's writing a series of books about Yoda.
Oh, the Frankenpussy
Yoda
book.
and his buddy.
Frankenpussy book, right.
Yes, about Blind Buddy. And he said it's going to come out at Christmas, and it's all going to go to charity. He didn't even mention, though, that it was going to Bianca's Furry Friends.
That's
He said
Furry
just
Friends.
charity.
It's like double
That's Furry Friends.
So
when was that, on Tuesday?
Yes.
Let's move to Tuesday, because
Let's
there's
go to
nothing else
Tuesday.
going on.
That
on
irked
Monday.
me. Somebody's going to call him out. This is really annoying me.
All right.
I agree. I'm starting to get more and more like legitimately angry at it.
Yes, it's
like
ridiculous.
I agree with you.
How
I
can
know. The more I think about the
anybody is
audacity
calling him out
and to not be
because
like Grace,
no calls will
he
be
has
taken.
all the gossip mongers in his pocket. He's friends with Harvey Levin, Mike Walker, and all these people. Monique was telling me this the other day. Like Monique, can we tell me the gossip people that he made sure that he secured and they wouldn't turn on him?
Yeah,
the
that
post
was a good
people.
story I
But
told
that's that's just symptomatic of he knows that they're never going to turn on those main gossip people. If he's friends with Harvey Levin, if he's friends with whatever, they're not going to report on this stuff. It really is. It needs to be exposed.
Ratso Sloman, who ghost wrote, I guess, his first book. Maybe it was the second book. I'm not really sure which one it was. I met him at a party when I was still living on the East Side. And his girlfriend, his substantial girlfriend, like he'd been with her for a while, was one of the senior writers at Star magazine. So they never said a bad thing about Howard and the Star.
Yeah.
Never.
Nor, obviously, the Inquirer because of Mike Walker.
Exactly.
Ever.
So he had them. This is the massive manipulation. Like, as you start to think about it and kind
Marianne
of reveal all
Garvey,
this shit.
AJ Benza.
Exactly. So he had all these people who could potentially have ripped him a new asshole.
Richard Johnson.
Basically under the covers.
Richard Johnson, I think the Post, if anybody, might call him out a little bit.
Little bit.
Yeah,
a
little bit, but it's not what we want.
Yes.
Yeah. You know what? Because they don't give a fuck. They really don't.
Who is he now? He's this little scrawny, wig-wearing fagala.
You know what? Yet, people seem to think that he's important enough to pay him multi-millions
I don't
of
get
dollars
it.
a year.
I really don't get it. I'd love to be in a meeting with these people.
I'd love to know how many listeners he still has.
Me too.
And yeah, all you fucking haters who say, I can't believe you still listen to him and talk about this shit, the reason we listen to it is so that we could do this show. Okay, so fuck you.
Exactly. That's
All right.
the only
It's
reason.
just
I haven't
so much
listened
fun
for
to
a
make
year
fun
and a
of.
half until his
It's
show.
Mystery Science 3000 at this
It
point.
is.
It's just so
I
much fun to make
wish
fun of.
that's even a funnier fucking show.
Of course.
Well, I'm saying that's what we're doing.
Yeah, we love this.
Yeah.
Yep.
Until we get tired of it.
Okay. They had a crazy Alice called in, or angry Alice.
Oh, right, she's not crazy
Please.
anymore. So where does she live exactly?
I don't know. I like
That's a
her,
great
though.
question.
I think it's really important, getting back to what you said before, the fact that Joey Boots and Eric actually live in
in an SRO at 48th or 49th Street.
I am
West
going
Side.
to make a full effort to find out where the fuck they live, and we're going to go there and interview.
I almost knew.
I feel like we need to know this information. I need them. I mean, literally, I was going to go back over to AGT and see if I could find one of the other miscreants, but I know the mother of freaks would fucking block me immediately.
What about, we really should have our friend that we met on the East Side at Pig and Whistle.
Jay Yanks?
Yeah, she said about Marianne being a bitch.
Yeah, she said she's not that nice. Blind Bella said that the other day, too.
She did say that was Jay Yanks, yes.
Yeah,
did
she
say
said that Marianne is like, she thinks she's Queen of Sheba.
Listen, you know what?
I got that intonation too, Monique,
Yeah.
when I listened to that interview.
What else?
Bill
What else on
Cosby,
Tuesday?
limo driver.
Oh, my God, I hate that so much.
That fucking, he's a half hour of that, right? With the
I just skipped over that.
Easily
Terrible.
a half hour. Well, that's at the end of the show. Again, that's the filler.
No,
he's
he
been
did that in
using
the
with Robin.
beginning.
Oh, he did that in the beginning
Yes.
too? Because he did it at the end also.
Oh, Jesus.
It was full. He bookended it.
A
Yeah.
half hour, 40 minutes.
Oh, it was horrible.
Just talking about his dick and giving girls roofies.
It was so
and
stupid.
horrible. But see, this is when the true comedian comes out. This is when the guy who thinks he can riff with anybody comes out. That's his version of funny. That's what he thinks is fucking funny.
He's a comedian, he says. He ain't no comedian. Also, what pissed me off, he had Sal come in, talking about not having sex on his vacation with his wife.
I got that
Right. 5 people, his kids and his wife and children in one hotel room.
Right.
And then the 5 of them in a tent. And then Sal said he had a really good time. Howard said, where did you go? He went to some place upstate New York, some town, whoever heard of it. But Howard said, oh, yeah, everybody wants to go there. It's like, F you, you little Jennifer Aniston butt.
It was like Lake George or something.
Yes, how dare you
Which
make
is a
fun
really
of
nice
somebody's
place.
vacation. Exactly. And he said he had a great time and it was beautiful, but Howard made fun of him. And, of course, Robin chimed in, which pissed me off as well. And it was like, how dare you, you clueless creep, making fun of his vacation with his
Well, also, too, like, enjoying his family. I mean, at least
I
Sal
know,
can
how
enjoy
dare
his
he?
family. At least Sal can spend time with his... That's more vacations than you ever took with your kids. That's why you're fucking divorced and you got cleaned out, asshole.
Asshole.
No, he made me sick. I wanted to...
I guarantee you he never went anywhere with his
Oh, I'm
parents when
sure.
he was a kid.
when
And
he
then
did?
he's making fun of Sal for not having sex with his wife in front of his kids. It's
Exactly.
like, this isn't spring break with Shannon
Yes.
Tweed, fuckface. He said your kids are in the room.
I know.
Again.
Planned in a tent, and he's making fun of him. It's disgraceful. And I'm thinking, like, yeah, Beth really banged you, or did she have her period again for the 5th time this month, Howard?
So, okay, so let's just go on. He ripped a new asshole into a news anchor that ripped
arguing
his
with tapes. He's really good at arguing with tapes. He might be the best. I think he's
really? I love that observation.
Yes, that's great, John.
I think when Rem comes on, he's going to talk to that a little bit because he was a little upset with it also.
I was pissed.
If you want to throw your 2 cents in, you
That's a good
absolutely
place
can.
to start.
But he basically ripped her a new asshole for being offended a little bit that he was the one to give the speech at the Aniston wedding, being and I guess maybe she was taking a moral high road of some sort, but that, he was a married man who was divorced.
But if you really heard the clip, it wasn't that bad.
Of course it wasn't that
It really wasn't.
It was almost a compliment. It was
a compliment. She said, I appreciate what he does.
And she
went on to kind of take the high road, and she tweeted. She's like,
Right.
"Oh,
Yeah,
no big
she
deal.
did.
I
I'm
enjoyed the
honored.
show."
I'm a
and
fan.
he ate crow again.
Yeah.
Right. So here he is trying to be a dick to this poor woman.
He looks her up.
Right, and
Googles her.
And sees that she had gone on to a bigger network job, and then she came back to, was it Kentucky?
Yeah, how dare you not work in New York? Right.
Yes.
You're such a fucking loser.
She's a failure.
You're a failure because you had to go back to your small town.
And I think she's fat. He talked.
Was she chubby? Aw,
That's what he said. I think he's
She actually totally is. This is Rem.
Oh, hi, Rem.
She is
Hi,
actually she's in my local market of Lexington, Kentucky.
Oh, nice. You're a Kentucky guy.
That's right. I'm in a flyover state summer.
Good.
That's right.
I went to school at Murray State.
Oh, okay. Wow, that's awesome.
What the fuck is that?
But
Murray
And
State.
I'll tell you one thing. You know what?
Howard
before
made
you
fun
go
of
on-
it.
Wait, let
Before
Rem
you
talk.
go on, Trigon, Johnny Depp's hometown is owned.
Stop with your Johnny Depp. Winona forever.
All right, go ahead, Rem. Sorry.
okay. Anyway, yeah. Like, if you look at our news anchors, our local news anchors, most of them are cute blonde chicks. But this one particular anchor, she is like a chubby, nerdy, wears glasses, looks like a third grade teacher, and it's really strange when you see her on the news. So how dare she have an opinion? You know, and really what she said wasn't bad at all.
How dare she not be 95 pounds and 5'10"?
He made fun of her going to the University of Kentucky. Where did his Betho go for 3 months?
An English major.
Pittsburgh.
Yes, our English major who speaks 5 languages. Igpe Attenley is a unway.
Maybe she made it through 2 years of fucking college. Maybe. She's like the Sarah
But
Palin.
what was it? University of
Kentucky. It was Kentucky, Wildcats. It's a huge school. It's a very popular school. They probably charge $55,000 to go there out of state tuition. It's a credible school.
And a baby.
It's probably better than BU in certain.
I'm
depending on what you
sure.
study.
I'm sure.
But the fact that he had to go all the way to Kentucky to pick on somebody is pathetic.
It is totally pathetic. Nobody talked about you, so he's looking for little clips anywhere. And what he accused her of was her saying that she was saying in her own way that he was too much of an ugly beast to be friends with Jennifer Aniston and Justin Theroux. She did not say that.
No.
Howard knows he's
He really read into it way too much.
She's saying, I didn't know they knew each other. That's
Exactly.
all she fucking said.
And how dare you not know that? We've taken pictures in Cabo. You should know this.
We go on vacation. And
I've taken pictures in the same fucking shorts for the last 7 years.
Oh,
It
and
was
that
the
shirt,
same pair of swim trunks.
sort of like that tie-dye,
billowy
ugly
tie-dye.
one. Yeah. Ugh.
Freak.
Yeah.
I've watched Jennifer Aniston cut the cake with her nipples.
Jen! No, darling,
French
Jen.
nipples.
His Jen.
Orlando Bloom ate his with his penis.
Orlando.
Ooh, he's having a broma.
I didn't even know who he was, Robin. I never saw him before in my life. What else? What else?
He also said he checked her Twitter followers. She had 527 followers on Twitter. She has no friends. So self-important he is.
Such a dick.
What an asshole, really.
It's so
Picking on some poor chick, third grade
fuck.
teacher looking, glasses wearing
I
woman
know.
who did not really insult him.
Petty fuck.
Really, I wanted to smack them this
Asshole.
week. I was just eek.
All right, so now that we introduced Rem into our world, let's tell everybody that he is Trigon. Yes?
That's
and I'm
it.
looking at
Trigon
these
21,
delightfully
Mr. Krispy Kreme.
delicious Krispy Kremes. I am so hungry.
All right, so Rem is Trigon on the Dog Shed, which is a website that a lot of us go to. So a few
Where
of
we
you,
met, as a matter of fact.
a few of you who don't, who listen to the show and have no idea what we're talking about, we usually solicit listeners from this site that we go to, so that we're all kind of on equal standing in terms of our relationship with Howard. And a lot of people that are on this particular website happen to have been former users of the Stern Fan Network website, and a lot of people came over, and you can hear some history on that, I think 2 episodes ago, where our friend Elias came on and basically told us about how people defected from the Stern Fan Network and came over to the place that we all kind of hang out with and on a daily basis. So we decided today's show was going to be kind of titled I Was Crazy Back Then. And we wanted to kind of look at all the feuds that Howard has had. But before we do that, I was loving that Rem was coming on tonight because he is probably one of maybe 2 or 3 black men that are on.
Trigon, welcome to the RadioGunk family. You are the David Allen Greer of Dog Shed. Can I call you Dag? Can I call you Dag?
You knew this was going to happen, Ron, didn't you?
David Allen, Darius
Allen Greer.
By the end of you and I are going to be Steve Rogers and Sam Wilson by the end of the show.
God.
I guarantee it.
I love it. Actually, it's funny. You asked where I'm from. The answer is Wakanda.
Oh, Black Panther reference. Love it.
There you go.
Love it.
No idea.
Can I call you Prince T'Challa?
So we had some questions for you, not having anything to do with our topic at hand, but I'm just curious how you feel as a black man on a blog site that basically is slightly fucking racist.
Oh my God.
And
holy shit.
incredibly
I'm laughing
misogynistic.
just as a
I mean, I'm just really interested in
Misogynistic is right.
Yeah, I'm just really,
but racist up the wazoo.
racist, politically driven,
Ah.
and just really offensive towards pretty much anybody who isn't a white basement
Man.
dweller.
Yeah.
You know? So how do you feel about that when you come on and you see how people post things and their basic anger towards everyone?
I'm a cracker and it offends me.
Well, let's hear what I have to say.
Yeah, I'm totally cool with it. I mean, like you said, if you're any kind of minority, if you're a woman, if you're a Jew, I mean, everyone on there is equal opportunity for, getting blasted.
Yeah. Equal opportunity
and it's
offenders.
it's always hilarious, you know. Like I love the way that the N-word is Reggie's. I love I love that everyone is just on there, you know, talking about the
what
news.
is it? Guess a race.
I love
Guess the race. Guess the race.
Yeah, for a crime. No white trash people exist in the world.
Let's be honest. Let's be honest. 9 times out of 10, we know exactly who committed the crime. It's either a meth head or a black person.
Yeah,
that's all
right.
they ever throw up.
It's just trash.
Yeah.
Trash.
Just
Or
bad
tooth
people.
trash people. Yeah.
And then, how long have you been listening to Howard? Curious about that.
You know, I lived in New York in the year 2001, and I listened to rock music and everything, so I would have my radio on at night listening to WXRK,
Yeah.
and then my alarm clock would go off in the morning, and I just heard this guy talking, and I'm like, you know, what is this? You know, like, who is this guy who's just, like, yelling at his employees? There was this, I remember the very first time I heard the show, this guy, Scott Eisinger, was leaving the show, and Howard was talking about how, you know, what do you do and go to The Amazing Race? What a stupid show that is, you know, like, how could you leave? And I'm just transfixed by this, you know, like, what is going on with this? I thought it was hilarious. I loved it. And so since then, you know, I've been listening every day, and I'm all caught up on every best of that they would repeat 9,000 times on terrestrial radio. And,
so you do listen to
Did you still currently listen?
No way. I haven't listened probably 2 years ago. I think I quit. I mean,
how did you know about the anchor?
Yeah, because every day I go to work and tell me how hard of a worker I am. First thing I do is
everybody's got free time. We're all full of shit. Everybody's got free time.
I'm telling.
Open up my dog shed and I go straight to the listening thread and I just read the comments and I find it extremely entertaining. I know it's way funnier than actually what's happening on the radio. I've never heard the Charlie Sheen impersonator. I've never heard the Mitt Romney impersonator. I mean, but it's just hilarious just seeing everyone making fun of, you know, the long commercial breaks and the Starbucks and the innocent and the This Is Your Life. And it's just, in fact, that's why I quit. I couldn't take just the, you know, celebrity fawning and, you know, no one can make fun of anymore. Everyone's, you know, Baba Booey, I remember at one point, you know, made a major screw up and Howard just lets it go. You know, he's a sacred cow. There's just no more funny going on, you know, no one to call out any kind of BS that happens. So,
Trigon, where were you living before pre-New York City in 2000? Like, where were you most of your life?
Kentucky. That's where I'm from.
Oh, so it wasn't syndicated there at all?
Not at the time. Like, it came on E, but, I mean, I was in high school. I didn't really
there was no way for you to, right.
Yeah, and then eventually, when I came back, we got a syndicated station that would play Howard actually 24 hours a day. It was kind of cool.
Really? And that was on K-Rock. He was on K-Rock at the time, and that's what we didn't get in New York. I always wished that was the case. I was way more sort of lucid in the afternoon. The morning I could catch you.
Oh yeah, but that's the thing. I mean, like many of us. I mean, I was a super fan, so I downloaded the show every day, listened to it at least once, twice, 3 times, depending, you know, on what's going on. So, I mean, even on Sirius, I never bought Sirius, but, you know, I was just...
Where should you? Rem's barbecue with some dog later.
Now, if you saw this dog, she's so cute. You guys about the barking. A little yellow lab, too cute.
Oh, like Reacher.
It's a Korean Viper.
There you go.
So
I'm going to post a picture of her.
Okay, so people walk past me in the street talking about Reacher just for a quick second, and usually they just I usually have the late night walk, so I walk him around 11 o'clock or so, and invariably some drunken asshole will come up to me and be like, "Oh my God, your dog is so cute. What kind of dog is that?" Now everybody knows what a fucking lab looks like, right? Everybody.
One would think.
Everybody
it's
in the world.
Chihuahua.
What kind of dog is that? So now, instead of saying, you know, you dumb fuck, it's a lab, I now say he's a Korean Viper Hound.
Good.
And be like, oh my God, what's that? Because it looks like a lab. I'm like, well, why the fuck did you ask? Like, seriously, you asshole.
Really?
So you have a Korean Viper Hound living next door to you.
That's right.
I got a Korean Viper Hound between my motherfucking legs.
Oh, baby. Listen. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead, T.
Are you married?
Yeah. White broad.
Whoa! Snow bunnies. Loves those snow bunnies.
Well, that's like my friend.
Man,
have you
always.
dated black women?
It's funny. Sometimes, not like I'm not against it or anything, but I've only dated a couple. Like,
was it not your preference or just?
No, not my preference, I guess. But again, like there's some absolutely beautiful ones that, a lot of them had no interest in me because I wasn't down,
Wow.
You weren't their type.
So, yeah, exactly. I mean, like, what are we going to talk about,
really, Urkel.
Exactly. Yeah, right. I mean, like, so which Nirvana album is your favorite? Like, what?
She's right about that, Monique. The little Kims of the world will shun a black guy who just assimilates with his white friends.
But you know what, John? Did you guys ever get grief for Jungle Fever kind of deal?
Not to my face. I mean, like, her family is absolutely cool about it, and, like, my family's cool about it. All our friends, so, I mean, it's, 2015 if Caitlyn can run around.
I wish that was
you say that, but
black guy
yeah.
can't.
It ain't.
White girl.
My friend Philip is not attracted to black women at all. He only goes out with white women. He was engaged to this one woman, and this was just last year. Some LaQuishas, kind of gave him a hard time.
Lasagna?
LaTanya, LaQuisha, and LaBanya, and whatever. And just like, why is a successful, handsome man not with a sister,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It still happens. It's 2015. But, okay. I just want to say, Frank Gifford croaked last week. This is sort of like supposed to be the theme of our show. Frank Gifford died. What a nice way to die. I guess he's 85, and Kathy Lee said he was drinking coffee, and they were going to go to church. He didn't want to hear the sermon. He croaked. That was it. End of story. Frank's dead.
Did either of you guys, and you too, Trigon, anybody know he was even, on his deathbed?
No, he wasn't really on his deathbed. He was just an old coot who croaked.
It was very ambiguous, all that stuff, like what happened, what led into it, what killed. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of times that people don't want to reveal anything about the death. Like there's even like in my town, I remember people, like friends of mine or, would die and there'd be no mention of it in the paper. They would whitewash it from existence. If the family wants to not publicize it, it won't get out there, and they could spin it any way they want.
Well, my mother would say, like, cancer was like so hush-hush in my family. Everybody, was like, well, she died. And I said, well, what did she die of, Mom?
Cancer.
Yeah, exactly. Whispered. Just like when we go to the supermarket, my mother would say, get this, get that. We'd go down the toilet paper aisle. She'd go, toilet paper, get the toilet paper. Like, we're the only people who peed or did anything, went to the bathroom. Like, why is there this huge freaking aisle of toilet paper if we're the only ones who did toilet paper?
I'm 30 years old. I'm still telling my boyfriend, babe, when you go out, can you get me some tampons?
But David, it's like a hunting trip for these guys. It was like such a proud moment when guys got to get their girlfriends tampons.
Not the dicks I dated.
Mine loved it. They were like proudly going to hunt for their woman's tampons.
I had the biggest fight with somebody at Food Emporium. You know what a shit store that is.
That's over here.
For those of you,
Food Emporium.
Yes,
for those of you who don't know what Food Emporium is, it's basically our chain supermarket in Manhattan. There's like two or three of them.
New Jersey as well.
There's Gristedes, Food Emporium, and
they used to have D'Agostino's.
Then you get to the higher end, which is more like Whole Foods and stuff like that.
Go there.
So anyway, I was on my way home and I stopped at Food Emporium, and it happens to be in the basement of this condo complex.
Yes.
So you go on the escalator and you go downstairs. And I see that the line is really long for checkout. I'm like, by the time I'm done, maybe it'll be done. So all I needed, gonna go with maybe 2 items, right? Whatever it was. Paper. So I wouldn't go there for that, but if I can write it, it's a shit show. Rite Aid is a shit show. There's like 5,000 people online there too. So anyway, that's not what I was getting. I was getting food. So I then go to the line. It is 5:30, rush hour. I mean, people are getting off the train. The train station is right there. There is one cashier. One.
Yeah. You gotta feel sorry for her though, because she's by
Who
herself.
The poor woman.
And she's taking it all, the brunt of.
But not only was she not efficient, but there's like 6 other people milling about, and I'm like the 9th, 10th person online. Milling about. So all these fucking sheeple are online in front of me. And you know me. The Puerto Rican comes out. Seriously, I just get
She is so demure, people. Go out with her.
Aggravated with people.
She's so demure.
And there was this guy who was a manager wearing his stupid fucking red apron doing absolutely nothing.
I've never seen a man in a red apron.
I think he was like Windexing the flow rubber mat that you put your food on. And I'm like, excuse me, is there anyone else who could get onto a cash register?
Wouldn't you want to shoot her?
Fuck that. He's like, well, we're kind of short-staffed today. I'm like, kind of short-staffed? It's rush hour. There are 14 people online.
Did you
and
really do that?
Oh, I was outraged.
Wow.
I was outraged. And I think I bought like chicken wings or something, whatever the fuck I was eating that night.
Storm out?
I did!
5 million places to go in this naked city.
No, that's not true, though. Think about it, Grace. I had to walk all the way to fucking Christie's.
What race has the bigger temper, Italians or Puerto Ricans?
Oh, jeez, that's a tough one.
That's why I asked. You said you went right to Puerto Rican. I don't know.
Rita.
Maybe it's Rita.
Listen, I'm
you are
I'm
a walking West Side Story is what you are.
I'm a double threat of revenge. Like, no, I think they're both bad, actually. I don't really know that one is better than the other. But I think Puerto Ricans are a little bit more vengeful.
Yeah.
And Italians just hold a fucking grudge. Like, we can hold a grudge as Italians, but the Puerto Rican side wants to fucking kill you.
Do you hold a grudge?
You don't hold No, I don't hold a grudge at all.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
I have no ability to do that. And it's only because life is too short. You know?
Exactly.
And I was never an angry person, so I don't think that way.
Oh yeah. What's this podcast about?
Well, it's only because
anger. It's actually,
funny.
It's exactly the opposite. It's actually about love, and it's about something that we loved so much that we
agree with that. I was telling Grace it's about consumer advocacy as well.
Yes, it truly is. Yeah. Nobody calls him on anything.
No one.
People have to call him.
They don't. All right, so let's get to the topic at hand before we run out of time.
Frank Giver died. And Howard, I just want to say how sheepish he was when Robin mentioned it in the news. And he was very sheepish because, you know,
he
had
on 5 times.
Sheepish. He was. He was. Robin said, you know, how he died, whatever, and supposedly, allegedly, the way Kathy Lee said he died. And he said, that's the way I hope I die, blah, blah, blah. And he said, I just think the guy had a big penis. Yes.
It's the only thing he can, 85-year-old.
Can you imagine? But he was very sheepish. Because, let's face it, remember that stewardess who Frank wanted to bang up the buttocks?
Susan Johnson.
Yes, her. What could he say? I mean, why would even Kathy Lee be his friend in any way?
You know,
because she's a starfucker too.
I hate her.
Wants
I
to have
can't
as many
stand her. I have
showbiz
to be
friends
honest.
as she can.
But he was really vicious to her son.
John, you just got to the essence of the conversation, honestly, because I think, first off, our conversation or our topic of conversation for the night is feuds, and basically how he's evolved, so therefore most of these feuds are no longer feuds.
This is great.
And that, you know, he's evolved so much that he is able to kind of man up and ask forgiveness to certain people because of his transgressions.
And because they're famous.
Well, no, this is a fucking man who wished cancer and AIDS and dead children
still says
and
that.
dead parents on so many people.
I'll skull fuck your man cow, yeah.
How is it okay to then say, oh, I was crazy back then, I was insecure back then?
Well, with Kathy Lee Gifford, he terrorized her kids for a decade.
I wish Cody
and you can't say boo.
I hope he winds up being
You can't say Zuzazoo about Emily. You can't say shit about Deborah and Starbucks. You can't say shit about Sweet Ashley Jade. And he terrorized Cody and Cassidy for 10 years.
Especially Cody, that he's going to be a big fag. He's a 6'4" hunk boy who's going out with this gorgeous girl, and I just wish that boy would come and punch Howard in his scrawny little face.
Again, it's never going to happen because everybody has now accepted the new and improved Howard.
I don't know.
Who was such a
douchebag
to everyone. And again, you know, John and I were talking about this earlier, and how most of his hate and most of his anger towards everyone was basically built on the lowest common denominator of person that wanted to hear him be angry. Not that he necessarily had any anger towards these people.
He did.
But it was fun to be angry at these people.
He wanted to be friends with them. They shunned him.
Combined with the jealousy.
Exactly, jealousy. They shunned him. He was jealous. He wanted to be friends with people.
I mean, there's a lot of truth to both of what you're saying, and he very much wanted to be mainstream. And, he made fun of Johnny Carson, another person who he hated for years, and he wanted to be that. There's no question in my mind he would have ditched radio if somehow he could have found a way to mainstream himself back then.
Well, look, he went to AGT to be mainstream.
Yeah. Oh, no.
This piece of shit garbage show.
Let's go back in time just a little bit. I don't know if any of you recall this. I found this great website. I'll have to post what it was tomorrow, but I didn't make note of it here. But do you remember that Howard started having a Fox TV show? Like
as a joke.
They recorded a couple of episodes of it.
Was that after the Chevy Chase? Or after Joan?
What, Monique? It was like 1989 or something?
Oh, before Joan? Very good. That's exactly right.
89?
It was in 89. And so he had started taping a couple of shows. They gave him, here you go. In May 1987, they gave him a 5-pilot show deal.
Really?
Yes, it's very little known. Howard's band leader was Leslie West. Some of the guests that he had included Steve Rossi and Jackie Mason. Fox refused to air the shows, saying they just weren't any good. Howard claims that owner Rupert Murdoch canned the shows as a favor to New York's John Cardinal O'Connor, who was also citing his FCC problems. So they said, you know what, your show is shit.
You stink, you're not funny, you don't have charisma.
At that point,
let me put some TV history on this. This is when, you remember when the Fox network first started and it was like 21 Jump Street and Married with Children and Gary Shandling's show, and they were desperate for something. Trying to be alternative to CBS, ABC, and NBC, and they would try things out like that.
Well, what he was originally doing was replacing Joan Rivers on her late.
That's what I thought. So Joan was first.
So, in retaliation for this nice little feud back from 1987, he decided to say that Fox killed Edgar Rosenberg. It was Fox's fault that Edgar committed suicide. Yes, it was like a huge thing at the time. He was very argumentative. He was apparently escorted out of the building.
Who was?
Howard, because he was arguing with them.
What a weasel he is. I can't believe he was argumentative and had to be escorted out of the building.
You know what? He was just being a dick, and he was just trying to make controversy. That's pretty much what I've decided all of his feuds are. His feuds are just there to make controversy and to make content and to make him spoken about in the media.
No, you know what? Some is really legit. Remember, this has on, I got this from Mark Spragan about his feuds.
Yeah.
Remember Gwyneth Paltrow? He hated her.
Yes.
She was sitting with Chris Rock. There was like a celebrity table, and Chris Rock said hello to him, but Gwyneth Paltrow and the other people.
Yeah, Ben Affleck. I remember that.
Remember that?
I think it was at Nobu.
It was at Nobu. And I think he was with Beth, and Beth loves Gwyneth Paltrow, so he wanted to be, quote-unquote, a hero and show her that he knows all these famous people, and Gwyneth shunned him.
Chris Rock was the only one that got up.
And he laughed. Chris Rock came back and laughed about it on the show.
Yep.
Yeah.
This is what I was telling you before, and this is trying to hang out at the cool kid jock lunch table. This is exactly Howard is high school with money. Yeah. Howard's in a perpetual state of I'm in high school.
Yes.
How do I hang out with the cool kids? How do I? And he's 61 years old. I need to sit at the jock lunch table. I need to hang out with the cheerleaders. I need to
be
do
accepted.
That. Yep.
He's a child.
He was never accepted. He was never accepted as a child. But because he's wealthy and he has a voice, now he is accepted.
But what will happen if he has no voice? If he's not on the radio?
He's one of the wealthiest media magnates in the country.
So you think he'll still...
Nothing will happen. What the fuck will happen?
People will still like him and be his friend.
You know
well, it's ulterior motive radio, Grace, is what we call it now. And so he shuns David Arquette because David Arquette can't do anything for him now. He's not married to Courtney Cox. He can't ingratiate himself to the cool kid crowd, the Hollywood elite, because there is no conduit anymore to Aniston. And so now David Arquette is on the,
exactly.
He's a zero to him now. That's how he thinks.
Zero times zero equals zero.
Yeah, And also, we were talking about this earlier, that David Arquette, because I think that he does have a little bit of an alcohol or a drug problem, is a little bit too much of a loose cannon now for Howard to have on the air.
He's vulnerable.
Now, granted, he loves having the drunk, fucked up.
Not when they're going to be truthful
on the air.
He used to get mad if they weren't. If they were like sober, he'd say, "You're no fun anymore."
He lives for that person,
like for Hank, the angry drunken dwarf.
But David is just a little bit too much of a loose cannon at this point.
Too dangerous.
Little too dangerous to have on air.
And he's a very sensitive guy, David.
So he's out.
And
He's
David
around.
actually thought Howard was his friend.
Yeah.
And Howard was his friend.
That's a great analysis, Monique. He can't. He's too much of a loose cannon. He will let something. If you let him go for 15 minutes, he will tear down that fourth wall.
Well, you know,
we can't have that.
What happened was he emailed Howard some really heavy-duty stuff. And David's like, well, I was really mad. And Howard's like, well, wow, man. And just basically calling him out on being a phony friend.
He was
and
the jilted
saying,
sycophant.
You're not my friend. You're not my friend. Come on, man.
look, David is okay. David is like a dumb, pitiful guy who thought Howard was his friend.
All right, let's get into some other good feuds du jour.
Rosie.
All right, let's talk about that bobble-headed manatee.
I loved how they had that big, what they have, like bubble gum?
Jelly beans.
Jelly bean head of
Right,
Rosie.
of Rosie.
That all started from her talk show, right?
Yes.
She had that
Hated her
syndicated
talk show.
daytime show, and Howard's thing was to goof on every single daytime show.
And he was
couldn't have a
slightly
talk show.
homophobic.
But she was
He didn't like
also
that she was a
creepy.
lesbian.
Let's face
Yeah,
it.
she was.
Do you
Yeah,
like
she was
Rosie?
definitely. She was annoying. Yeah, definitely.
She's not the nicest person, and she's kind of rude to people in real life as well.
I've met
the
Rosie.
rumor,
I've met
that's the
Rosie
rumor.
also. She's the rudest fucking human being.
And she's arrogant.
Yes.
I was at a bar over at 10th and 57th, and she was with a bunch of her dyke friends. Excuse me, lesbian listeners, I love you guys.
Oh, Allison,
But you say it too. You know Rosie's a dyke.
Gatgirl just
Let's
blocked you.
face it.
Yeah, you're blocked now.
Oh, please, you guys, you know. She's dykey. Anyway, she was with her lesbian pals. And
Like Robin usually goes out, by the way. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, no, you're right. That's exactly the same crowd.
Yes, and then she'd braid to the moon, they're Wiccan. Anyway, she was just beastly and rude, and I know people who worked on her show, and she treated them from the lowest to the producers to whatever, like dirt. She is
Well, she
just...
was calling herself the Queen of Nice, too. Wasn't that the mantra?
Yeah, well, that's like the king of all media bullshit. You know,
I've met her several times. I met her at a function I had to go to in the fashion industry. I met her 3 times now that I'm thinking about it. So the last time I saw her, she had just moved down to Siesta Key. And she was on a flight with her latest one.
Who she's divorcing now.
Exactly.
Nishi.
So they had a baby together.
Yes.
And she was taking a JetBlue flight back to
JetBlue.
New York. So there she is with the baby pack, like, on her stomach. She had just started losing weight, so she was looking fairly decent for a bobblehead.
A manatee hat?
She has a gigantic head, like OJ. Almost.
She does. That's
She has
what
an
they're
OJ head.
saying. And she is also a person who is torso and little legs.
She's a little dumpy pumpkin, yes. So she's sitting like 2 chairs over from me. And I had Reacher with me, the service dog. And
you never told me this story. I love
Monique,
so
what year?
How long am I? So do I.
This is only like 2 years ago, maybe.
Okay,
Tales
And so
out of school.
So Rosie is sitting there with the baby in her lap, and she's like, "Look at the doggy," you know. And so
And there's Reacher. Did he go? Grrr?
No, Reacher's really Reacher's really
in a good
sweet
mood.
to those who can't harm him. And
service dog.
So he is a service dog, a therapy dog. So
what a riot.
So Rosie and her and the girlfriend or wife or whatever,
Nishi,
literally are just like, and you know, Reacher's on his back, and the baby is just, and all I can think to myself is, Mother of God, if this fucking dog bites this kid, I'm gonna be really upset. This is not gonna be good.
But he's never bit anybody in his
No,
life.
of course not. But you know, babies could be fickle and weird.
They scare you. They scare animals.
And she was really down to earth. And
Rosie?
Yes, she was just a normal person. I mean,
Is that because you were in first class and she thought maybe you could
it's
advance her
JetBlue,
career?
silly, just extra legroom. But I made no point of knowing that she was Rosie. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
They didn't give her any
Play it
credit
down, right.
whatsoever to being who she is. And she was super nice and very down to earth. When she's in other venues, she's a bit of a dick. All right, let's continue with feuds. So I had two I wanted to bring up myself.
Which ones?
So first we had the Chevy Chase feud.
Mm-hmm.
And we know that started years and years ago.
Yes.
And I think the genesis of it was that Chevy was on a Larry King interview. And
he also hated Larry King.
Yeah, I know. And he started kind of ripping about Stern between commercial breaks on the Larry King show. And apparently Howard had gotten a hold of the tapes and started listening to it on air. So it was kind of unedited tape that some douchebag on the Larry King show sent over to Howard, and he proceeded to just rip him a new asshole.
Yeah.
Stuttering John also tried to interview him several times with a lot of dickish questions.
Yeah, of course.
And then at one point, Richard Belzer and Howard
I miss him.
were making crank phone calls to Chevy Chase's house at
that was
5 o'clock in the morning.
That was really awful. And the maid,
very mature.
very, very bad.
Right. So how it morphed into Chevy being invited to Howard's wedding is beyond me, and I don't know.
No one could quite figure out where it was Pat. Yeah, like how.
Well, what
there was a lot of like
happened
I reached out to Chevy. I wrote him a nice note.
Of
and
course
that
they
kind of
did,
shit,
'cause
and
Beth wanted
it's
famous
very,
people.
very ambiguous. To this day, we really don't know how that got patched up.
What happened was that Janie and Chevy live in the Hamptons, and they were having this big charity thing. And they asked Howard if he would donate, and he had people who were going to donate a lot of dough to sit in.
But
and
how's
watch the
that
show.
translate into being invited to the wedding?
That's
Because
a very big
Beth
step.
wanted anyone who was famous invited to the wedding.
I don't know if it's just Beth.
Oh,
But
please,
Howard's
he knew.
the master star fucker. Honestly, he's the one that makes things happen. Who gives a fuck about Beth?
Of course, but Chevy knew it too.
So
everybody knows Beth. He called into Howard's show, and he said something about Shallow, and he said, "Oh, speaking of Shallow, how's Beth?" It was after the wedding.
So here's Chevy invited to the wedding.
He wanted to ick
and apparently
dig.
we don't know enough about what went down at the wedding, but apparently, and again, why is Chevy making a fucking speech at Howard Stern's wedding? I mean, the whole
Exactly.
thing is kind of bizarre to me. But in any case, apparently it was so inappropriate and just...
Who told you what it was?
Wild.
It was Jimmy Kimmel reported on it. It was
That
like
it was
trying to
out of
outshock
control.
the show. Look at how provocative I am. I'm gonna say cunt.
Well,
I'm gonna
also trying to
make sex
stick it back
jokes, and,
because he
I'm gonna
fucked with
shock
Chevy
everybody.
bad. He said that the kids, he would be at a ball game and that fans would like harass him with his kids and things like that.
The whole thing was fucked up.
Yeah, it was
Which
really
I believe, but
retarded.
Chevy's a prickly guy. I mean,
I
did you
can't
see the
stand Chevy.
The
Believe
Chevy
me.
Chase roast tells a lot. He really can't take anything.
No.
You know, doesn't have a good sense of humor about himself. He's very difficult. I've heard.
Here's my question. Has Chevy been on the show since the wedding?
No.
Okay.
He came in. Yeah, he came in once.
I think he called. I don't think
He came in studio. I know he came in studio
Did
once.
after the wedding.
Yeah, it could have been.
I was
before.
looking. I was looking for something on it because
But he did call, and he
my
said,
point
speaking
was,
of Shallow, how's Beth? Yeah.
My point was that ever since the wedding, which
yeah,
I
the
think
best friend.
Chevy clearly did just to get back at fucking
Oh, he
Howard
did. Good for
being
him.
such a twat for so many years.
And having his kids harassed at baseball
everything.
games.
So
terrible.
not around anymore. Then let's segue to Jerry Seinfeld, which I love that feud.
Yeah,
I think that's hysterical.
I'm probably going to squeeze in Jessisoncrack song at some point
I love
during
that.
this conversation. But what we loved was Jerry was dating, as we know.
Shoshana.
Let me finish a thought, you
Okay.
Lewinsky. So, Lewinsky. Ow! She pinched me. So, here's Jerry dating a 17-year-old. Again, you never shut up. Jesus Christ. So he's dating this fucking girl back in 1993. And she's 17 years old. And yes, Honestly.
He's 38, Grace. And
Was he
Seinfeld
then?
himself was
A
38.
little Woody Allen of him.
Yep.
Let's be
Yep.
honest.
Oh, big time.
You saw her in Central Park.
Right, and picked her up.
With those big old titties.
Big old
And
fucking
woo.
double D titties.
She looked like she was 22 and probably not jailbait and whatever the case may be.
That, by the way, only a Jewish girl can do.
What do you
Only
mean?
Jewish girls can have huge fucking tits and great bodies. I don't know how it happens. It's a complete anomaly. I don't understand how it happens.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's a phenomenon. I see it every day at work. It's amazing. So anyway.
Natural breasts, you mean?
Yeah. Yeah. So here he is. He picks up Shoshana, and Howard is just appalled by this. And at the time, I don't think they were friends, and Jerry was just kind of like this peripheral character in his life. Maybe he had been on the show once.
Yeah, he was doing the show. Jerry would do the show. This is when Seinfeld really needed the promotion. It was on Wednesdays. It might have the first season.
Didn't they get
6
really
episodes.
bad
It
ratings?
took a while, so he'd come on to promote it, and Howard was thinking that Jerry was using him.
Right. He hated that. So
he thought Jerry was a user?
Yeah, because he never
wasn't
came in again.
like genuinely on the show. He just was using him for the promotion. And when the show got big, he stopped coming on.
So he had Janice Ian in, and, you know, her classic ode to lesbianics at 17.
Homely.
Well,
poor girl.
But she was gay, and
Yeah,
she
she was.
not out, and she was insecure. Even though I thought she was very cute at the time, I must confess. I thought she was really cute when at 17.
I never thought she was cute.
Well, she was a little...
She had a little fro going on.
She was a little bit of a Jewess. Yeah, she
Big
had
time
a little
Jewess.
fro. She had Howard hair back then, as a matter of fact.
But it was real.
It was real. She probably didn't have big tits, though. And so they
thought she
decided
was
to do a
cute.
parody
Wow.
of At 17.
I like
And I wish I had the words here for you, because it was just fucking
It was
stellar.
It was great.
Yeah.
Which is clearly written by Jackie.
Oh, of course.
Yeah. So let's credit Jackie for kind of, you know, anything racial at that time was from Jackie.
Well, it wasn't
Any racial
racial. It
satire
was just
Jackie.
about being a perv.
Well, yeah, slightly pedophiliac.
Yeah.
So that was the end of Seinfeld. So not only hadn't he been in for a little while, but this really sealed the fucking deal. So he's another one, I believe.
For years. I mean, that was on. So let's put a year on that.
When was
that? was probably
1993.
Was that really?
And then he comes back on the show, the serious years, and I want to say he called in 2012 or something like that.
Yeah,
and let's not gloss
10
over.
years and years
Let's not
and
gloss
20
over
years, my goodness.
Jessica Sklar at the Reebok Sports Club, where Howard lives on West 67th and Columbus, the Millennium Towers. Who
The
Seinfeld basically Seinfeld's a homewrecker. He stole this woman from her husband.
She's a slut.
That I told you.
Right, she's right. She's not innocent in that, but
She's a pig.
Cut to that,
herself.
and that was more. That was another embarrassing.
You
chapter.
guys. So here's Jessica Sklar. As I told you guys, you know that she worked at Scholastic, and I knew her.
She worked where?
Scholastic Books.
That's a play in her name. Oh no,
I
no.
know it's
That's
like
Scholastic. Never mind.
Slash.
No, she worked there, and
Oh, she stole that cookbook too,
at the
right?
time I knew of her. She was trying to license out some deals for some books and for some characters and books in the children's division, and she was just engaged to the Niederlander guy, and she had a tremendous fucking rock.
Eric
And-
Niederlander.
Yes, and again, exactly as John just said, she lived on the Upper West over here, and she was working out at the gym, and Jerry saw her, and she's very Shoshana-like at the time. Now she's
way
a
hotter.
fucking horror.
But you're right. That type, that little Jew,
No,
little
she's a
Jap,
little
black
Jewess
hair.
with the short hair, really cute. It was that type. He likes that type.
Yeah, but Shoshana had a nice face.
Shoshana's way better looking than she is, but
100%. But if you look
like
at
Monique's
pictures
right, it's
of
that she
Jessica
fits
back in
into
the time,
like the category.
yes,
Yeah.
it was
But
that
she didn't have
category.
big tits either.
So
No, he doesn't
she
have
was
body.
engaged, so she was forbidden fruit.
They were married.
So he went after her aggressively, and I gotta be honest with you, as a girl married to a mid-level player, if the big fucking league comes after you,
Multi-millionaire, yeah.
I'm gonna say, even though you call her a slut and a whore and all that other stuff, yes, she cheated on her husband, but this was like the big league.
Yeah,
this
but
is a
still.
guy that's
Yeah.
in love with me,
who is a,
And he's kind of the king of New York, too. I mean, that show is so worshipped in the tri-state area. Obviously, it's huge nationally, but that sitcom is iconic in the tri-state area.
I've only seen like 2 episodes of Seinfeld.
Oh, you're missing out. It's an excellent show. It's really good.
Wow.
It's really good, Grace.
I wouldn't.
But tell us more about.
I wasn't around. I never watched shows at night.
The show with the pig, Green Acres.
Oh, excuse me, Mister.
Yes,
Uncle Tom.
Tell us about the Gabor sisters.
Okay, Uncle Tom.
Ball break.
And that's Uncle Thomas to you. Okay.
Thank you. And hey, while I'm here, Arm, look up the 17 lyrics. They're online. Let's sing it.
Oh, you got it?
I don't know if I know the song well enough.
A horny, lonely TV geek. The major jugs made Jerry weak. Can't he find girls his age to date? She's 17 and she's jailbait. He takes her out in New York town.
Go,
that
Red.
Lovely girl and the TV clown. She's barely shed her training bra. She's kissed his lips for candy bars. That's all on it.
I know it. I know that. It's been so long. I swear to God, I think it's been 20 years since I've heard that.
Yeah, I'm going to play
Excellent
it.
job. God. And that's great by you because, you weren't listening to the show and that was like a big deal. So
Well, he's so
excellent
Oreo.
work.
You listen to Jerry Seinfeld. Who's that? Shoshana's much prettier.
She's way
Shoshana had a
better.
really cute face.
But it's a type.
Look at
It's
the
a
breasts.
jab shape that he's.
She had a nice bathing suit line. I loved her cherry little bathing suits and stuff.
But Monique, isn't it kind of cool to see Jew on Jew crime like that, though? At some point, that's the first thing I thought when I knew he
Jew on Jew crime.
And how does that
Crossing of the
divorce
stale
go down
bagel.
with Wonderland?
So,
and we didn't talk about her stealing the book, right? She had that food book. She stole that
Yes.
hidden
Big time.
veggies or whatever the fuck
Yes, like you make chocolate,
Sneaky
broccoli.
completely plagiarized.
So the point of the Jerry Seinfeld thing is the ultimate revenge was
Well, Hampton, too.
comedians
We gotta bring it to
in
Hampton.
cars getting coffee. That particular episode, and Howard never pushed it as a big thing because he knows he
he
embarrassed
talk about
himself
it every day.
Do you think he did know
Oh,
that it was
he was
embarrassing?
embarrassed by it.
He should have been. It's a riot.
He had to blurb it, but he wouldn't harp on it because Jerry really skewered him about
It was
5
a
minutes in.
riot.
It was a
Shows
riot.
Tony doing his hair at a diner.
She picks him up, she drops him off, and they met at her apartment.
Yes.
And so,
Oh,
and Jerry's
right.
looking around.
Yes, remember?
Why was that? What the fuck is that about?
Well, he didn't want
Just
anyone to
doesn't
see
want
where his
spoons.
apartment was. Then he goes to a grocery store to guess
His
the price
apartment's
of
on 101
Rice
West 60th.
Krispies.
Everyone knows where it is.
Yeah, I know where that diner is. I've been to that diner.
Is that the one in Astoria, right? It wasn't the...
Yeah, that's where it was. And I think it was a a personal affront against Howard. I mean, the fact that he would bring him into a grocery store, kind of like President
I thought that
Bush.
was Howard's idea. I felt that was Howard's.
No. Why would he want to embarrass himself by not knowing how much fucking cereal costs? Why would he want to go into a diner where he can't even order
They had a brownie. They had a brownie in front of him.
that
He was like an
two
old bag.
Two metrosexual 61-year-old Jews from Long Island splitting a brownie.
Really? It was pitiful, and Howard just couldn't do it.
And a hot water.
Hot
with
water?
mint.
Not even coffee. And now he's edgy. He drinks coffee. Look.
So pathetic. Honestly, the whole thing was pathetic. And then, at the end, he took the money. Remember?
That's funny.
He said he was the only one of two. Two people took the money. I forgot who the other one was.
Right, and then when he realized what an embarrassment it was.
He gave it to Beth and Tony.
Right. I thought that was a beautiful backstabbing.
Of course.
To Howard.
And what kills me is, Howard said, I want you back on the show. And what Jerry Seinfeld says was, oh, the interview was perfection. I can never do better than that.
Right. We can't
Howard buys it. He
Right,
buys
we can't
it. It's
top
like,
it.
I ain't coming back, bud.
Yeah, fuck that.
Howard buys it.
I'm not really feeling the love about going into the whole Jay Leno thing. I think we've talked this.
That's
Well,
over.
we've talked about it a lot.
Yeah,
silly.
so
Yeah,
I'm moving on. What else?
How about Dee Snider, Monique? The Chevy Chase in the wedding, because this precipitated Dee Snider comments, which, in my mind, really say it all. Chauncey, who interviewed Dee on not getting invited to Howard Stern's wedding. We weren't invited. My relationship with Howard hasn't been the same in over a decade. Although we reconnected on the air, it was great to clear the air and find out what the problems were and put it all behind us. Just too much time had passed. Howard has a whole different life now. I'm still that same guy he met in '84 on the Letterman show. We bonded over the fact that we were both Long Island kids around the same age, married to our childhood sweethearts, and we each have kids. Our lifestyles were crazy, but we left that at the office, came home, enjoyed our lives and our wives. We bonded over the normalcy, but when Howard got divorced, he became single, a partying guy. He became a strip club guy. That guy left me in the dust. And I just said, okay, bud, have fun. So we no longer had that connection anymore, and it's still not the same. He's not that dad. He's very much a celebrity. He's a Hollywood guy now. He claims he screwed up our relationship by not talking to me because I started doing radio when he was the one who suggested I go on radio. I actually asked his permission and offered a piece of my show for supporting me. But he said, no, it's cool. But then he stopped talking to me. He just stopped returning my calls, cold turkey. Yet, he was the one who pushed me into radio. So I just couldn't believe he stopped talking to me over it. He admits he fucked up the whole relationship, and that's just too weird to me now to not invite me to his wedding. But when I heard the guest list, Chevy Chase, wow, we're not the same dudes anymore. It was all celebrities. There were no normal people there. He recently had me on the show, and I knew we'd be friends again after my segment if I was over, and he asked me to stay and hang out with him and do the news. But this time, no news, nothing. He just kind of shook my hand, barely, and said, thanks for stopping by. And I just knew it would never be the same after that.
It's sad.
Wow.
It's sad.
Chauncey Hayden, Stepping Out Magazine, yeah.
Chance.
So I tweeted Dee today,
Did you?
interestingly enough. You two used to socialize with the Sterns all the time, right? Allison was a doll. Somebody else retweets and says, too bad he married a Barbie doll now. Guess Allison didn't like kittens enough.
Well, that's good, and that's true, but she ain't no Barbie doll. And
well, no, because it was Allison was a doll, and now he married a Barbie
doll, like a bimb.
So I'm trying to get him for the show. I think if we can keep working him.
Time for a Costco trip.
John,
really?
You have to get involved in this in order for it
I'm
to
going
happen.
to go to Lake Grove Costco and just sit there for 8 hours and wait for him to show up.
Whatever happened to AJ Benza?
He's another
He
one.
was on
He's
Casey's radio show with Grillo.
Oh, was he?
Twice.
All right, we can get him.
Hello, we could easily get him.
We can get him. I'll
Yeah,
talk to Grillo
if he's
about
with
that.
Grillo, deaf.
All right, there was that big feud with Bon Jovi that I
didn't even know we had a feud with Bon Jovi. I was surprised to read that.
It was a long time ago.
Well, it was a whole Kinnison Bon Jovi thing, and nobody pranks Howard, so it was a whole big Frank Howard thing that happened.
Yeah.
Bon Jovi apparently, again, he was another one who came in early on, and then when they hit it big, he wasn't coming in anymore, and he was doing other people's shows. So, of course, that's the
Howard,
opportunity for Howard to rip him a new asshole. And meanwhile, other shows, by the way, we never really discussed this, but other shows had major sponsors like Coca-Cola and KFC
we always complained
and
about
McDonald's.
it,
And Howard, even to this day, has like the shittiest sponsors known to mankind.
Squatty
He wasn't
Potty.
the show to be on. He just wasn't. He may have had a lot of viewers or listeners, but he wasn't the show to be on.
No.
So they basically avoided him. So Sam Kinison had opened for Bon Jovi at some point. And Sam calls the show and says, hey, I think I can, barter a...
Mend the rift.
Meeting of the minds, exactly, to get you and Bon Jovi back together again. So Howard started promoting that, this big meeting of the minds is going to be happening.
Yeah.
And
Reunited, and it feels so good. Yeah.
That Richie and John are going to come on the show. And so he hawked it for days and days. So then, just to fuck with Howard, they stood him up. They're supposed to come in on like a Thursday or something, and they just stood him up. And Howard just went fucking batshit. And so it was like a whole big on and on thing. Like they came up with all sorts of names for Bon Jovi. Bon Blow Me, Bon Below Me, Bon Phony. Bon Jerkoff, Bon Penis.
So when was this? Because I didn't really start listening till after Private Parts.
Very early on, Grace. We're talking 88, 89.
Wow.
You're right.
So it was before I started listening.
Yeah, it's post WNBC, so it is like the early K-Rock days.
K-Rock, yeah.
Right. So he basically ripped him a new asshole as much as he possibly could. He's like Bruce Springsteen light. He, doesn't really
He really is, though.
So Bon Jovi surprised him in '92 at the birthday show and came on. They've been best friends ever since.
BFF.
I think a lot of these people that he mended fences with started probably doing the Hamptons thing. I don't know. I think there's like a tie-in to
But remember how he used to make fun of the Hamptons?
Of course he did.
Totally ranked on it.
I was thinking about that Bon Jovi thing. Like, I remember a few years ago, was it Bon Jovi, like, he comes to Sirius and, like, he can't get in the door? Like, his name isn't on the list to get up to the...
I remember somebody not being able to get in the... Somebody had
Someone
a problem.
will remember. But I don't know, like, Howard's feuds, I mean... It's funny, like, I was always so much on his side, just completely, blinded, thinking, everyone else was a jerk.
Yeah, we all were. I never did.
Not me.
Howard had to be right, But, it's funny, like, the one that I think about is the Steven Spielberg, just...
Oh, yeah, right.
Talking about his black
Oh,
kids, his adopted black
Steven
children.
Spielberg, I've got my black sons here, and we're courtside. Tom Cruise and his black sons.
Yeah.
And he would constantly make fun of that. I thought it was hilarious. But, just thinking back.
Of course you would.
I mean, you know that he...
But you could take it another way. That's why you're a great guy. You completely... Tabba, you have everything rolls off you, but you could take that another way. And I could see how a black person would be offended by it.
Yeah, I guess.
It's like, how dare you adopt black kids? That's crazy. Oh, only adopting cats is the way to go. Like, yeah, he's adopting black. It's good for Steven Spielberg. He adopted black kids.
Pretentious millionaire thing to do.
Better make fun of him, yeah.
Yeah, pretentious millionaire thing.
But I was always on Team Howard.
Imagine Beth tweeting about black kids instead of worrying.
Imagine
that would go down.
She would love to. She would love to pull a Sandra Bullock or a Madonna.
Oh my God.
Get a little black kid.
Imagine Beth tweeting about anything socially relevant ever. I can give you one tweet that she did.
What?
She was upset when what's her name? Ren, whatever it was.
Ren?
Who was Mick Jagger's girlfriend.
Oh, when she died. And she put that she was her
She thinks she's in that world because she's fooled herself.
She tweeted her dress.
Right.
She tweeted her dress.
Is that the broad that Billy Joel wrote Big Shot for?
No, that was Chrissy Brinkley.
No, Big Shot.
Chrissy
Not
Brinkley.
Uptown Girl. Big Shot.
Who did he write Big Shot for?
Mick Jagger's wife apparently was acting like a cunt.
Bianca Jagger?
Yes.
Bianca.
Is that that's who died?
No. God, I should know this. I'm so sorry.
Jerry
At the
Hall?
time, this is like the late 70s, whatever.
So it'd
Big
be
Shot
Bianca Jagger, probably, if that was
has
Mick's
to be.
wife.
Bianca was.
She was a
very much-
twatette.
She was very much the social scene. She came from society in
Is she?
South
Brazil.
America.
Yeah, Brazil.
Yeah, she was very wealthy on her own.
And they had a kid together, right? Jade?
Yeah, Jade Jagger.
Jade, yeah.
The Rolling Stones are the only super band that have never done charity work. Do you know that?
No.
Really?
They have never done a charity concert, never have contributed anything to charity, have not done jack shit for charity. I remember the Pirates of the Caribbean press conference. They had Keith Richards. One of the journalists asked him, he's like, Keith, is it true that you guys have never, ever done anything for a charity concert or anything for charity? And Richards just kind of was like, oh, come on, man. You're going to bring that up now? And couldn't, and he basically confirmed it.
All right. What other feuds do we want to get into, guys?
Do you want to go into FCC stuff with Michael Powell and George Bush and the whole...
I think all of that was made up. I think it's all fucking fictitious.
What about Woody Allen? He was Team Mia, and now he's not.
Good one. Woody Allen's or Billy Crystal?
Yes. Billy Crystal. Oh, that gets me. Yeah. They were trying to woo him big time.
That was about a month ago, right, Grace? He was trying to...
and he ain't buying. Good for him.
So we have the David Lee Roth thing.
Oh, David Lee Roth, which was only because David Lee Roth took over after him, right?
Right.
92. He stunk. I listened to it. I didn't go to Sirius right away.
Oh, no?
No, about a year and a half.
Oh, I followed like a fucking sheeple that I was.
Didn't.
We were sheeple. We were the sheeple following the veal to fucking serious.
Yeah, I was never
Amazing.
a sheeple. I never would ever be mad at someone because Howard said I'm mad. I mean, I laughed at stuff, but it was certainly.
I feel
not
like
because
I might have
thought
been mad if Howard
that.
told me to be mad at someone.
No, not
I remember being mad at Kate Hudson after her.
Yeah, the catch-up comment.
Me. Yeah, the catch-up. And, and I remember really hating Kate Hudson.
Well, she
I
is
still
a
don't like
bitch.
her,
Wait, can we?
I
don't
hate her.
I don't know this story. Can you
She's
refresh us?
eating
Wait,
peanut butter.
Let Rem tell us.
French fries.
Yeah. She's given this interview.
She won't let me put my
promoting
finger
some
in her
movie,
peanut
and
butter.
She's living in France, and the guy's like, "What's the difference between Americans and French?" And she's like, "Oh, Americans are." She goes, "Of course they hate us.
Yes,
we're so rude, and we
I
order
remember that,
rounds
yeah.
of ketchup, and we're like the waiter, excuse me, can I have some ketchup?" And Howard played this like 1,000 times. over
That's
the course
great. That's
of a week.
verbatim.
I
man.
remember
That's
that.
Oh, I-
She's a horrible
I
little
love that. I love
spoiled
that so
brat.
much.
Putting
And so-
ketchup mounds on our fries. And
I'm-
of course they hate us.
Oh, the horror.
I'm pretty sure that like Kurt Russell or Gwen,
Goldie, huh?
called Goldie. Thanks. She was Gwen in House Sitters. She.
Nice.
I'm pretty sure they called up Howie and like tried to get him to back off because he really went super quiet on it. Really, all of a sudden, like they were doing song parodies, like "Real American A-hole," Kate Hudson, and
that was
all sorts of stuff. And,
I don't remember that at all. How long ago was that?
It's been Freedom Fries.
03 maybe, 02, 03.
Yeah, something like that. 04, 03.
Was that after she dumped the guy from Black
Rose?
Ugh. Yeah.
I can't remember. They might have been together at that point. Yeah.
Who?
Or
She had a kid with him.
She has
The kid's
very
gonna be
bad
about
taste
20.
in men. Very
She's
bad
with
taste
some
in men.
troll now. I
Well,
don't
she was
know.
with the lead singer of Muse.
And she was with Alex Rodriguez, and she got like really
Oh yeah,
minuscule
World
breast
Series.
implants because she had really like me
Nothing.
Yeah, like training broad titties.
We don't have nothing.
Well, now that I'm a little bigger
look
than
who
I
her-
used to
look
be,
who her
I'm
mom
not
is.
blunt, but yikes.
Yeah.
So I think this one is pretty pathetic,
Which
actually.
one?
It's and you know how much I love her because she's so fucking attractive. But the Lena Dunham.
Oh, that's the one I was talking about
Oh.
earlier. That irked me.
So he couldn't stand her. Like
That's so funny.
he was so appalled by the fact that this girl would do nude scenes
Ew.
in her TV show. And quite frankly, I'm fucking appalled.
I'm
wanna
appalled.
see-
I don't like her clothed.
Well,
I
Monique,
just wanna
tell
vomit.
us the theory about why he really got annoyed because he's forced to watch what?
Fat. First and foremost, his taste in TV and what he TiVos and what he records
Oh, he's like a teenage girl.
is that of a tween, and
Yeah.
that's who
Big
Beth
time.
is.
That's
The
who
pink-
Beth is.
The pink ruffle-wearing freak that he lives with.
Yes, this
This is what
mental midget. Yes.
Right. So maybe he thinks that that's what keeps him au courant. I don't know. Like, I don't understand.
Beth doesn't know for anything.
No, but I don't understand the theory behind. And you know what? You want to watch this in your personal time while you're by yourself and quiet time on your 5-day weekend. Fine.
Really?
But
I
the
work
fact that
hard.
you would tell us, the listener, or I'm sorry, your 20 to 35-year-old or 18 to 35-year-old demographic, that this is what you're watching.
Yeah.
I don't understand the psychology behind that, John. Like
It's and you're paying for this service now. So he's now
Right.
torturing you with Beth's DVR in which you're paying for this service to hear him talk about. That's how bad it's gotten. You know, his it's like, Real Housewives of Lexington. These are Beth shows.
Dancing with the Stars.
Yeah, these are Beth shows. He wasn't watching that shit
Or The
for her.
Bachelor.
He watched KT. He watched like 90210 and all that stuff. But it wasn't that stuff. You know,
At least he was a little
this
bit
is
more
Beth's
into like
DVR.
Superman and stuff like that. I mean, he still watches
He
those
still
shows.
is, but he can't do it with Beth because she has to leave and go.
But he's also
cybershop.
thinking he's much younger. You know, he's got, like I said, it's high school with money with him. And if you look at Aniston's wedding, guys, the guest list, you kind of know it. Was he at least 15 years older than anybody else there?
Probably.
Yes.
Probably.
Isn't that
Except for,
kind of
like,
strange?
Aniston's
Like, you
dad.
look around and like you're
If he
20
was
years older than
invited.
everybody there.
He might not have been.
So let me
Perhaps
talk about.
He should have spoken.
Let me
I
talk
don't
about
know.
Lena Dunham for a second. So
Woof.
he was so And I agree with you completely. I mean, I'm appalled with her dress.
We both hate
She's
her.
the frumpiest, most disgusting. I don't know how you became a popular person I've
She
ever
looks
seen.
like she never
Well,
bathed.
Judd Apatow, who is the showrunner of that show, his new thing now is to champion chicks who aren't, like, you know, Amy Schumer and Lena Dunham.
Blondie.
Well, but he's had
Who talks about cobweb puss.
He's had a couple of these fattest type of things. So you got Lena Dunham, Gabrielle Sidibe, which I found fucking hysterical.
Oh, good one. I forgot about that.
Rosie. Like, he's a fattest. Like, he's just appalled by chunky people who actually make it in society. He's appalled by fat because he's so psychologically damaged that these people offend him in every way possible. So Lena Dunham,
and ironically, he's on the radio, and his appearance doesn't mean shit.
And he is the most homely MF ever.
And hello, can we talk about the portly fucking penguin that's in the room next to him? Seriously.
Never.
They're all
they can't talk
portly.
about
They're all
it.
obese. She's a house. But we're not allowed to talk to her about her, and we can still sing parodies about her titties. I don't even understand.
And how hot she is.
Yeah,
Yuck.
right. So I loved, actually, that he referred to her as the little fat girl who kind of looks like Jonah Hill.
I love it, too.
Which I totally appreciate. And
she's like a little gnome.
Hold on, and she keeps taking off her clothes, and it kind of feels like rape.
Yes! She's gross, man.
Okay, so what happened?
Judd Apatow or somebody called.
Exactly.
Something happened.
So a Judd Apatow calls and says, you know what, this show really means a lot to me, Starfucker.
And
I really need you to chill out a little bit.
Lena's so talented.
She's scary talented. I'm going to send you probably the whole fucking season. You just need to, understand the show, where it's coming from, and appreciate it. So I am positive that's what happened, right?
Of course.
Yada, yada, yada. All of a sudden, Stern apologizes for his earlier remarks and says, I sat with Beth and we watched the whole season together.
What a vixen.
And, I just want to tell you that I love you and I think that you're terrific. And that he changed his mind about her after watching more than a couple of episodes. Because, he was a little repulsed at first, but then he understood where she was coming from and that, she was...
He did say he was repulsed at first.
Yeah.
And I'm a feminist now.
Oh, that's right. Of course he's a feminist. Right. So then she kind of caved into it. She went on Letterman. And she said how excited she was about the fact that, Stern was talking about her and, you have to extol the virtues of that particular type of free speech that he exudes. That's like, oh, you fucking PC manatee. Like, how?
You smelly, short-haired, greasy-haired. Wash your hair. It takes 2 seconds to air dry. Toots.
Yeah. Ugh. She said, I'm not that fat, Howard. Yeah, you are. Sorry. I'm not that fat, Howard.
Oh, my God.
After noting Stern's slim wife. And then Dunham joked, I'm not super thin, but I'm thin for, like, Detroit. So,
And then she got trouble for that.
So now she's another rude bitch. Honestly.
I can't stand that. And then she molested her sister and thought it was cool.
Wait. Let's continue with Howard's ass lathering of her.
Licking her butthole.
So he continued and said that her efforts to play up the fat angle with the jiggling of the belly and all that, I love that. Clarifying his comments further, he added, you're not obese or anything. I just love the way you let your fat shine. Like, you fucking dick. Later on in the conversation, Stern questioned how much of Girls was ripped from Dunham's real life, asking, did some dude go to bed with you and grab your belly and start shaking it like that? And she admitted, I think I actually did have a belly shaker in my past. When the conversation came to an end, Stern said, I actually think it's funny that this story blew up, and I like any kind of publicity. This is so telling. The only person I was concerned about is you, so I certainly apologize to you, and I really do find your show fantastic. Wow. See, so a lot of the controversy that he loves to make up, certainly in the last 10 years or so, is really just based on him being able to get a soundbite somewhere.
Let me tell you something.
And him trying to be
really
relevant. I mean, Lena
was
Dunham, who probably wasn't even familiar with the show, she's too young kind of for the show, so she had to probably orient herself to like who he even was.
Her parents may have listened to it. Who knows?
Yeah. She's 28.
I don't know, but she did say that she found it repulsive that 62-year-old men commented.
Oh, she did say that? She said his age like that?
Yes.
You know what?
That's great.
Somebody mediated this amends. For
she
sure.
was on a show.
Oh, you nailed it. It's Judd Apatow. There's no question
She was on
about it.
exactly Judd Apatow, and she was on the birthday show, and
Right.
she
She's on the
said,
birthday show.
"And you look like a horse." To Howard, which
To
meant
Howard.
he couldn't say that about Beth, but she was saying that to Howard, which meant
So the
somebody
other
wrote it about Beth.
The other good fat story was
Which
about
fat
Sam
story?
Smith, and I kind of feel like he went on a fucking rant about this guy who has a beautiful voice.
I don't even know who he is.
Slightly
I hate to
chubby.
say it.
Yeah, I'm not up on him either.
Yeah, I don't know who
Well,
he is.
Well, won't
we weren't.
you
You'll go for it.
Oh, nice.
with me?
Woo!
Trigon.
Go for it, Rem.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were going to sing a little for us.
We've got a
Nice
new
job.
crooner
Yeah.
in town.
I know. I
Move
like
over, Salon.
We like a new crooner.
I love it. Croon to swoon.
I'm hoping you're going to sing for us at the end of the show, which we are wrapping up momentarily.
We should.
So anyway, the thing I wanted to say about Sam Smith is that he called him an ugly motherfucker who's fat. And he just
Really?
did, yeah. I mean, just rude, just like that.
Why
And
would
then
he
didn't
say such a
understand-
mean thing like that?
And then he didn't understand his music. He didn't understand his sound. He's disgusting and slovenly.
Really?
Yes.
Is he really disgusting and slovenly?
No, he's perfectly fine.
He's no
He's
Lena
court-like.
Dunham, right? I mean, she's disgusting and
No,
slovenly.
he's kind of like a middleweight. Like he's not thin.
Why was
and
he
he's
so
not fat.
disgusting to Howard? I don't
Well,
know.
that's the whole thing nobody really understands. There was no good reason for him to rip him a new asshole. He just decided that he was going to be... He's right. He's just middle.
What's wrong with him?
Nothing.
He's not
So Sam
thin.
took the high road.
Yeah.
And on his Twitter just wrote ignore. And that was it. And
Is Sam a Brit?
yes, Sam is a
Yes.
Brit.
Okay.
He ain't
Sam,
fat.
Sam also happens to be besties with Taylor Swift. You know, another one that like is
Oh, because
stuck.
they shunned him at the
They were
the
at that Nick game. They
basketball
were at their
game.
court.
Well,
side.
Taylor wasn't. Sam Smith wasn't with him.
Yeah.
Which
with her.
Jeff Van Gundy made fun of him for leaving early for.
I
and that
loved
was another
it.
Oh, let's talk about that for a second. I love that one. Tell us
That
about
was so funny.
Howard and Beth do this move where they're ushered into Madison Square Garden is all about celeb. The Knicks haven't won a championship since 1973. So the infrastructure of that team is they're star fuckers too. They have nothing else to play for, so they bring in celebrities and they're courtside and the team's horrible and the camera just pans celebrities. They have this one of Beth's best friends, this cunt, Jill Martin, interviews them for 90 seconds and it's
she's
all
like
about
a sausage in leather. I can't stand her.
yeah.
She is. She's disgusting.
So the announcers, in that case it was Jeff Van Gundy and Mike Breen, are kind of privy to what celebrities are coming in, and they're told in advance. They're ushered through a private entrance under the garden, the
Correct.
new Madison Square Garden. So they come in. They came in late. I think they showed up midway through the first quarter. This was a great. I mean, actually, this was a great game. I remember it was a double overtime or something. They left with 2 minutes left in the third.
Wait, let me
and
just
then-
segue just for a second and talk about the fact that whenever they're sitting in the front row, like him and Beth are so unaffected by like what's going on
Yeah, too
during
cool
the
to
play.
cheer.
Too fucking
to
cool.
know, yeah.
Right.
To
They
know
just
when to
sit
cheer.
there pensive.
And she
All right,
and
go ahead.
In his smart girl glasses.
Smart girl.
Bayou's biggest fantasy is that a basketball hits Beth in the teeth again, and she has to treat her.
And her father comes to the rescue.
Just shove him back and get back in the game.
Well,
Yeah.
didn't she actually say today that is absolutely impossible for that to have
Yes.
happened?
Of course it is.
Well, she said it is possible to save the teeth as long as they stay in your mouth.
Yeah.
Like you kind of gargle with them almost. And that you do have to then go in and they can be put back in. But who the fuck would let their kid go back into
Go
a
back into
basketball
the game.
Which I think they lost like 60-0. So it was very important for her to go back in.
So
All right, go ahead.
retarded.
Sorry with the Knicks.
So Howard leaves with, I think, 2 minutes left in the third, and Van Gundy he's a real, like, hardcore basketball guy. He's like he doesn't belong in the Knicks franchise. He coached the Rockets and he coached the Knicks.
Yeah, he's a hardcore
very
coach.
into it. He's not a Hollywood guy.
Right.
And so he sees this guy get these seats, and these seats are free, and Van Gundy just, in the middle of the game, I watched the game, Van Gundy was like, whoa, why is Howard Stern leaving with 2 minutes left in the third? Why do they even get these seats? If he's not going to enjoy the game, why give it to him? Give it to somebody who enjoys the NBA. There's kids all over this country who kill for these seats. Nick's seats are $3,000, and he went off on them. Instead of having Jeff Van Gundy on, who wanted to come on, I might add, actually said, yeah, I'll come on. I'll talk to him about it. Howard opted to argue with the tape, and he won. He's undefeated. He's 82-0 against arguing with tape.
Go Howard, go.
John, I love that. I actually think I almost want to rename the segment "Arguing with the Tape." I love that.
Well, thanks, and I think we should.
I think you should be poster of the year.
When we're listening, he will never confront. Because he's a pussy. He will never confront anybody anymore.
No.
And those days are over. And that's like, I don't know if you guys want to, do we have time for Opie and Anthony, or you want to do that another time?
I think we should save Opie and Anthony for another time.
I'm trying to get Anthony on.
I think we have to wrap up. Just by virtue of the fact that it's going on way too fucking long. But yeah, I mean, this just exemplifies and highlights just how many people that he has just hated over the course of his, 30-something
out of jealousy,
years. And it's petty and jealous, and
he wanted to be one of the cool kids.
Well, exactly. John's come out with some gems tonight. It really is, sitting in high school with the cool kids, which he was never invited to do.
I mean, just think about it. He's obsessed with all things high school. Like, whether it's Beverly Hills 902, Howard Stern, the high school years. This is a 61-year-old guy.
Now he's like the cool
Dawson's
kids,
Creek,
and he's talking about John.
Nothing.
Because he was never accepted.
How many 61-year-olds do we know, guys, who talk about high school? Could you
even care at this point? Well, TikTok goes the clock.
That was
Jennifer
like him.
Aniston.
That was like him going out with his friends. What was it, 2-3 weeks ago, and talking about all the women he banged?
Yes.
Really? Who does that at his age?
Gossiping about
testosterone left. Say testosterone because you can't.
Testosterone.
Say it 3 times.
Testosterone. Testosterone. Testosterone.
Remember you couldn't say it.
I only had one glass of wine today. I am good.
Bless you.
All right, so we're going to wrap this little shit show up right now.
Medianism.
Teeny from Dog Shed wanted me to tell you that his biggest feud is with heterosexuality.
Classic. Vintage.
Now, I'm thinking that we might give the floor to Rem tonight.
Come on, Rem.
I
Do it, baby.
I think he has quite the croony voice that we might like.
Sorry, Cylon. Move over.
There is no way I'm
Sing
coming
something
on this
lovely
show
for us.
and trying to outsing anyone when I've got
Come on, but you have a
Mr.
beautiful
John
voice.
Arm over there.
No, this is
my heart is going pitter patter just hearing your voice.
We got to team up, form a super group, and do a little
leave him alone.
Eddie Vedder and Chris Cornell together.
He just sang.
All right, some hunger.
If you could do Cornell, I could start with ready?
Come on,
let's do it.
I don't mind stealing bread from the mouths of decadence. I'm going hungry.
But I can't feed all the powerless when my cup's already overfilled.
And I'm going hungry.
Gone hungry.
Swoon. I'm going hungry.
Gone hungry.
Great. Swoon.
I love it.
Ram, you're adorable.
Right, you had that idea a month ago.
What was that song?
That was Hunger Strike by Temple of the Dog. That was Eddie Vedder and Chris Cornell. Trigon and I are kindred spirit. We are Phil Collins and Phil Bailey. I love you want to hang around and live.
I can't do this anymore.
No, we have to stop. It's like 4 hours. Yeah.
I can't do it anymore.
Okay, you guys.
Rem, thank you so much for coming on. And
please come back too. You're a great fit. I loved having you on, man.
We love you, Rem.
Great to meet you guys.
Love you, Rem.
Bye, guys. See you
guys.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, bye.
How cute. Yeah, it was very nice. But you're beautiful, and I love you.
I love you too.
I do.
Okay, good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody. Love ya.
Love you. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Hey guys, thanks for hanging with us tonight. Please join us for any further discussion at RadioGunk.com in the forum section. Follow us on Instagram and Twitter at RadioGunk. And don't forget to like this and subscribe to us and hit that little bell so you know when we're doing a new show. Thanks.